I need a knife. Not I mean a kniff, not a knife, a kniff. Like what the fuck is a kniff? I don't know, but I need a kniff. Not a knife though. A kniff. Need a kniff. See, there's a kniff. I have a kniff. See, I told you I find one because I always get what I want. I always get what I want. I need a kniff, and I asked and I received. Ask and you shall receive. I said, give me a kniff, and I have a kniff. Look, see, I always get what the fuck I want. Fuck you. You can have a kniff. You mean a knife? No, I didn't say knife, bitch. I said kniff. Say it right. It's called a kniff. I don't know what the fuck a knife is, but can I have a kniff? No, it's called. It's pronounced knife. No, kniff. Because I'm gonna stab you with a kniff if you tell me how to pronounce it again. It's called kniff. Because why is the K silent? If it's called knife, why is there a K? It's kniff. Like why is it called? Yeah, if it's knife, then just do NIFE knife, right? Why is it KNIFE that knife? That doesn't make no. It's kniff. Or if it's called knife, then spell it NIFE. That's knife. KNIFE. That's kniff. So fuck you. That's called a kniff. Yeah, but that's different. You're not attracted to me. I'm attracted to Brandon. So I see what you're doing, but it's not the same. And I found a kniff. I don't know what Buttercup looks like. And I'm mad. Why did y'all leave my live stream? Was it because I muted it by accident? Like, what did y'all hear? Because that's why I like cut it off because nobody was looking at it. Oh, I have a headache. Oh, that's where I muted. Oh, damn. So y'all missed every. Yeah, there was like this house, and like it was like a 4-story house, and on the very top floor, it was like a bunch of like blue and red lights. And I said, "Are they filming a porno?" That's what it looked like to me. Are they filming a porno in there? And I said, "Yeah, I guess yeah." So that's where it muted. Okay. Yeah, we're just talking about just like unfairness and how this man doesn't like me. I don't know why. And I don't remember putting. I don't remember pushing mute. I don't know why I did that. Oh well.
Okay, easy. Don't go to sleep. Wait up until 10 o'clock, then go to Mom and Dad and say, I forgot to tell you, but Vanessa called and said she was going to be late. And she loves you.
I don't like this.
Like what?
All this lying you want me to do for you.
Rudy, this is very important to me. I'm crazy about Jeremy, and he's crazy about me. Do you know what he said today? He said, Vanessa, I need you.
So?
Don't you understand? We're at a very important stage in our relationship right now. He's reaching out to me. If I don't show up tonight, I might lose him.
Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you.
But when I get older...
Monday. The hell?
Than just protesting Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is dead, and that is not who is in the complaints of these lawsuits by Jimmy Wade or the Casio siblings. Yes, they give a lot of detail about what Michael Jackson did to them while he was alive, but it's really a complaint that at the higher executive and managerial levels of Michael's two companies, these people engaged in the systematic trafficking of children to be abused by Michael Jackson. Even the Havenhurst guards, the Havenhurst Five, said they were instructed to smuggle in children to Michael Jackson's room at the Encino Mansion. People, former employees of these companies, MJJ Productions and MJJ Ventures, testified about what they heard and saw. Let's not forget the interview of one of the guards at Havenhurst, Leroy Thomas.
To have a photo of a young boy destroyed, Leroy Thomas says he took the phone call.
He told me to open the door, I did. He asked me to go inside, which I did. And he asked me to get a picture, which was in the bathroom. And
what kind of picture?
It was a Polaroid. So it was of a kid, a young kid.
How was the young kid dressed?
He wasn't dressed.
He was nude.
He was nude.
How old was the child, in your opinion?
I would have to say pretty young. I'm sure he's not over 15, he's less.
You're saying Michael Jackson asked you specifically to go up into a bathroom, get a Polaroid snapshot of a nude, pubescent boy, and do what with it?
And destroy it.
What did you do?
I did as he asked.
And yes, these employees, the maids, the cooks, the security guards, should have called child services or gone to the police as soon as they saw what was happening. But just remember, these are lower level employees working minimum wage. I think Blanca Francia was at one point not even in the country legally, which put her in a very vulnerable position. But at the higher levels, these executives like Bob Jones or Norma Stakos or even Michael Jackson's legal team were the ones pulling the puppet strings and intimidating staff. So with this episode, I actually want to go through the Casio's lawsuit because I actually haven't gone through it yet, so I know I'm late to the game with this. And also, the Daily Mail released a quote-unquote hidden trove of pictures with Michael and the Casio children. And trust me guys, they were very disturbing. So we'll get into that as well. But right now, let's bring up the Casio's lawsuit. Okay, so the complaint is against the Michael Jackson Company, John Branca, the executor, MJJ Productions, and MJJ Ventures. And the complaint is the sex trafficking of children by force, fraud, or coercion, negligence, negligent hiring, supervision or retention of employees, intentional infliction of emotional distress, breach of contract, fraud, and breach of fiduciary duty, and some other legalese. But let's see what the details are. Now, for some reason, Frank is not named in this lawsuit. I'm wondering if he felt it might complicate matters for the other siblings and he's going to file his own lawsuit when he's ready. Now, the first part is really looking at Michael Jackson himself and describing the abuse. And guys, very triggering. But I really want to get into the listed defendants: John Branca, the Michael Jackson Company, MJJ Productions, and Ventures, and see the role they played in trafficking these children. It says in paragraph 4, defendants and their employees provided the drugs and alcohol and pornography, facilitated Jackson's being left alone during the sexual assaults, and covered up the abuse afterwards. This actually reminds me of the allegations against P. Diddy, where his assistant was regularly ordered to get drugs and paraphernalia for the freak-offs.
Wild King Night was something that got text messaged to me. I kind of started to understand the context of what that is. So then you could kind of put it together and understand, oh, I get it.
Is the Wild King Night the same thing as the Freak Off? Are these the same event with different names?
I didn't hear of Freak Offs until, it came up in one of the first claims that was presented to the public. I didn't hear of that term.
So as far as you knew, those were always referred to as Wild King Night.
Yeah, Wild King Night.
What would he require for a Wild King Night?
We usually had a laundry list of items that included lights, alcohol, marijuana, ketamine, Molly. You have mushrooms on the top there.
Was the code to the safe 1, 2, 3, 4?
Baby oil and Astroglide were very important. Candles, incense, Apple TVs, electronics, computers, iPads. Obviously, there was, male libido supplements, stuff like that.
So it's fitting that same sort of situation. Oh no. In paragraph 27, it says, Michael Jackson, quote, unsuccessfully attempted to sexually abuse Marie Nicole in Bahrain, which means even when Michael Jackson was in exile after the 2005 criminal trial in which he was acquitted, he was still molesting children. There was no lesson learned. He was afraid to stay in the United States, but he just took his predatory ways with him while he was in exile in Bahrain, unless they've been to Bahrain on other occasions. I really hope these details haunt the jurors of the 2005 criminal trial, because you were the guys who allowed this man to continue in his ways. Okay, in section
No, they
C,
aren't. That wasn't. No, they weren't. That was completely bitch. That was a completely different
guys who
case.
allowed this man to
That was a
continue
completely
in his
different
ways.
victim.
Okay, in section C,
Now, first of all, Michael Jackson is dead. He's dead. Okay, so he's dead. Okay, focus the energy on a man that's living, and that he can hopefully go to if these allegations are true, he can rot in jail. Michael Jackson is dead. Okay, he's dead. There's a biopic coming out in a couple of weeks where his nephew's playing him. Like, Michael Jackson isn't canceled. I don't think he'll ever be canceled. Like, his fans are not going to allow that. Now, did Michael Jackson have any business hanging around with little boys? No. But did I think that he did anything other than like just, like playing Super Soakers and Nintendo and arcade games with them? No. But he shouldn't have been a 40-year-old man shouldn't have been hanging out with little boys. But because that lets people, on both sides, it doesn't seem right. It'll let the families of the little boys come up with lies, and it doesn't make Michael Jackson look good while he's explaining it. So, I mean, but I don't think he did anything. Because I don't know how, if this is true, how he can go in that studio and make music, knowing in the back of his mind he's doing all this sick shit to little boys, which I don't believe that. But second of all, that trial she's talking about, that 2005 trials with a different. This is the Casio family, was there. This was a family that Michael Jackson befriended. Like, the dad was a music producer, and they're claiming that he molested his children. Michael Jackson molested all like 8 of his children, male and female, and they're just now coming out 30 years after the man died to say something like, wow. But that trial, 2005 trial, was with a young man named, he was a young man that had cancer. His name was Gavin Arvizo. He had cancer, and his parents, he never said anything, but his parents were claiming that they allegedly saw Michael molesting him, which, he was not guilty. So, I mean, not guilty. So, that's the end. So, if there was enough evidence to where those jurors thought he was guilty, he would have been in jail. And that would have been the end of Michael Jackson, but it wasn't, because he went on. He still, lived on. He, went on and he went to go do This Is It, and he passed away because he overdosed on sleeping pills. But yeah, girl.
It deals with the companies. It says Jackson's employees, advisors, lawyers, and doctors were aware of Jackson's abuse and aided and abetted it, both by facilitating it and concealing it. For decades, Branca, McLean, and other Jackson advisors, representatives, and employees acting for the estate and its entities, along with lawyers, dock managers, security personnel,
What's up? What it do, Says So Squad and Scandalites? This is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another old Hollywood scandal video. And let me go ahead and say, ain't no intro for Michael Jackson, baby. Now, you're either gonna love this video or you're gonna hate it. But either way it goes, we're about to get down to the nitty gritty, and it sure enough is a scandalous thing, child. Let's get to it after this disclaimer. Everything in this video is alleged. It is gossip, tea, and scandal that I get from everywhere. Make sure you guys do your own research. Michael Joseph Jackson was born on August the 29th, 1958 in Gary, Indiana. His mother's name was Catherine Jackson, and his father's name was Joseph Jackson. And on top of Michael, the Jacksons had at least 9 more children. Now, we are not going to spend forever talking about Michael Jackson's childhood because we pretty much already know everything about it. We know that by the time Michael was 6 years old, he was already on his way to becoming the lead singer of his sibling group, the Jackson 5. We know that Michael's father, Joe, was allegedly physically abusive to Michael and his siblings. And what we heard in the Joe Jackson video was that Joe possibly was aware of his sons being actually abused. But notice I said aware. So I'm not saying that Joe Jackson allegedly did any of that type of abuse to his children or his sons. There were rumors on the streets that someone else was doing these things to his sons. And that by itself is a very long story. And it's all wrapped up in the Joe Jackson story. So if you want to hear that full breakdown, which is a great breakdown, please go watch the Joe Jackson video. Now, since we're only going to focus in on Michael's scandals, we're gonna jump ahead a little bit into his story. And the first rumors will be a little lightweight because we're gonna be talking about his alleged relationships. But as we go forward in this video, things are going to get much deeper and much, much darker. So let's jump into the scandal, child. The scandal. Now, the first person that I want to bring up in the relationship segment is Michael's alleged relationship with actress Tatum O'Neal. And per this rumor, Tatum and Michael met sometime in the early 70s when Tatum O'Neal was 12 years old and Michael was 17. Now, the folks say that the reason that Tatum and Michael became so close at such a young age is because they were always around each other. Pretty much every time Michael found himself at an event, Tatum would be there. Whenever Michael was at a party enjoying himself, Tatum would be there. And this could have been just because they were both young, popular teen stars at this time. You know, maybe they just kind of ran in the same circles. Or it could have been a more nefarious, well thought out reason why these two simply were just always meeting up somewhere. Whatever the reason, because they were always around each other, somebody suggested that Michael and Tatum should start going on dates with each other. Tatum is only 14 and Michael is 19 at this time, but the person, the adult that is suggesting this feels like, oh, well, that's fine. These two are at an age where they can go out alone. They don't need any adult chaperones. Let these two young people have fun. Well, Tatum and Michael do go out on a few dates. They might go dancing, they might go out to eat, but then on one of these dates, Tatum suggests that they should go back to her place. And then when they got to Tatum's place, Tatum further suggested that they should go back into her bedroom. Now, if you're wondering why a 14-year-old girl was allowed to invite a 19-year-old man back into her home where no adults were present, and not only that, back into her bedroom where there certainly were no adults present, it is because there most likely was an adult present. Only this was an adult that Michael couldn't see. Now listen closely because it's about to get deep. You see, Tatum O'Neal was raised in a super dysfunctional family. And if you watched my video about her father, Ryan O'Neal, oh baby, you heard about that dysfunction firsthand. Like, it was a mess. And not only did Tatum grow up in dysfunction, if you followed anything about her life, especially in her young adult and teen years, you can clearly see that when Tatum was a child, she was used and abused pretty much all the time. At one point, she was even made to date a 75-year-old man when she was only 15. So the point I'm trying to get across is that allegedly, Tatum O'Neal was used as a pawn several times when she was young, meaning a so-called handler would send her out to do things so they could maybe get blackmail on somebody. Or maybe they wanted to make a deal with somebody and that somebody requested some time with Tatum in order to seal that deal. Now, like I said, this is all just alleged, but hearing that and putting that together with what Michael said about his time with Tatum, it almost seems that somebody was trying to set Michael up. Because what Michael said is that as soon as he got back to Tatum's house and he went into her bedroom, Tatum suddenly became like a grown woman. Baby says she came up out of that shell and started doing all kind of kissing, rubbing, smooching, and pushing all up on him. So much so that Michael became frightened and he ended up leaving because he didn't know what the heck was going on. How could it be that this girl that had been acting kitty and like a teenager this whole time when they were dealing with each other suddenly become or start acting like a sex-crazed maniac? According to the researchers in the Michael Jackson conspiracy community, somebody most likely had been trying to use Tatum to seduce Michael, maybe to try to get blackmail or try to corner Michael in some sort of way. But when they found out that Michael's shy persona wasn't just a Hollywood act and he really was terrified of intimacy on that level, those handlers or whatever they were must have been sitting up there with their hair blew back. Just because these people failed this time did not mean that they wouldn't try again. But for right now, let's move on to the next rumored relationship, Stephanie Mills. And this was said to have happened sometime while Stephanie was on Broadway starring as Dorothy in the play The Wiz. Now, I'm not sure if Michael was around Stephanie to prepare for his later role in the film The Wiz, or if he was just there to watch the play, but it's claimed around this time Michael and Stephanie became very close friends, and somewhere along the line, this friendship allegedly developed into a relationship. Now, this relationship was said to only have lasted about a year or a year and a half, and Michael was said to be shy the whole time. In fact, it only seems like the furthest that the two went is they kissed each other. But per Stephanie, Michael must know how to do some jujitsu with his tongue, baby, because she said he was a great kisser. Michael's next rumored relationship was with Brooke Shields. And this relationship is kind of weird because I guess it really wasn't a relationship. Like, there's so many different versions of the story, but what it appears to be is that Brooke and Michael were really just friends, but their management teams kind of pushed them together, kind of wanted them to be seen together to bolster their popularity, and bolster the talk about them. And actually, while we're on this point, not too long ago, Brooke Shields kind of confirmed this is the way that her relationship was with Michael. But from the way she put it was like, Michael's team wanted him to be seen with me, and, they were pushing for that. But no, ma'am. Because yes, Brooke Shields was huge in the 1970s and the early 80s. But by the time 1984 came around, Brooke's career was nowhere near what it was a few years earlier. So, I understand what Brooke was trying to say, but ma'am, when you look at the popularity between both of y'all, seems like you would have benefited from this way more than Michael would have benefited from it. And this next person I'm about to mention, I'm not sure if her and Michael were actually in a relationship, but I do know that they were pretty close at one point. And actually, people think her son may be Michael Jackson's, and this is singer Mickey Howard. But I'm here to tell you that I have it on the highest authority. Mickey Howard's son is not Michael Jackson's son. She did not have Michael's baby. Like I said, I ain't mentioning no names, but I got it from the highest authority. Now, this next rumored relationship is highly speculative and possibly
Did they delete that video? Oh, Lord. I cannot find that video.
This is B. Howard.
Yeah, they're like, I had to find it. Like, go deep, like, search 8 pages to find it. Girl. He doesn't look a thing like Michael, so I don't know why they. I remember this shit.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is B. Howard. It seems a lot of people are speaking on my behalf and this TMZ thing and all that, so I'm just gonna keep this short and simple, okay? Number one, I did not call TMZ or anything like that. Didn't put out a story, nothing. Number two, I've never self-proclaimed to be Michael Jackson's son. Number three, I'm definitely not suing the estate. I've been taken care of very well. And also, I make my own cash, okay? Number four, it is true I did a DNA test, but this is not anything, had nothing to do with any of this. I swear on my life. I'm done. I just, wherever you guys go from here, wherever you go from here, that's what it is. And whatever the DNA test comes out to be, the results, it's what it is.
Yeah, you're not Michael.
But this is coming from me, personally.
Yeah.
possibly highly inappropriate. And this is the rumored relationship of Michael and Diana Ross. Now, the folks say that from a child all the way up until he was an adult, Michael was in love with Diana Ross. He was so in love that it is said that during his teen years and adult years, he constantly begged Diana Ross to be with him. And gossip claims while Diana Ross never gave into the idea of being with Michael, she definitely may have given him some of that Forrest Gump and Jenny type TT. Let me explain. See, gossip claims that because Michael Jackson was so caught up in Diana Ross and was always asking her to be with him, that sometime while he was between the age of 16 and 21, Diana invited Michael into her home. Allegedly, he stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. And during his time there, they worked on music, they watched movies, they ate, and they had fun. And then Diana some of that baby love. The reason I called it some of that Forrest Gump Jenny TT is because the folks say that the reason that Diana allegedly slept with Michael during this time period is because she was trying to quell his desire for her, so he could just stop begging to be with her. But if Diana was truly trying to quell Michael's obsession with her, baby, it backfired terribly. Because the folks say that after these alleged smash sessions, Michael became even more obsessed with Diana. So much so that he would get jealous of her being close to anybody else in his presence. But that ain't nothing, honey. Some people say that Michael became so obsessed with Diana Ross that he started wanting to be Diana Ross. Like he started getting surgery to change his looks to mimic Diana Ross, especially around his eyes. Now, to move on, there are claims that there may have been a brief flirtation between Michael Jackson and his Thriller model, Ola Ray, but I couldn't find any real information to support that theory, so, I'm not sure how true that was. Now, in order to move on to Michael Jackson's next real relationship, which actually turned into a marriage, we gotta get a little deeper and darker into his scandals. Because the marriage I'm speaking on happened in 1994, but in 1993, Michael was hit with his first round of sexual assault allegations. Now, this is a deep dive video, so let's just start with the basics of it. The year is 1993, and Michael Jackson is on top of the world. All of his music is selling, he is looked at like the king of everything, and he is a beacon for children all across the world. And Michael likes to hang out with these children a lot. And per Michael, his reason for doing this was because he had a soft spot for children. He loves children, really felt deeply about them, and he kind of wanted to be a second parent, or better yet, maybe an older sibling to these children. So because of this, Michael has several sleepovers at his house for selected children. And these kids' parents have no problem sending their children to Michael's mansion. Well, in July of 1993, one of these children who attended these sleepovers, a boy by the name of Jordan Chandler, claims that Michael has been actually abusing him. Before Michael knows it, he is labeled a PDF file. Some people are even asking to boycott his music. He's also being investigated by the police. So what the heck just happened here? How did the king of the world pretty much just suddenly fall from grace? Well, let's try to break it down because things were absolutely not as they seem. You see, Michael had first met Jordan Chandler back in May of 1992. And what happened is that Michael was in Los Angeles and he was driving down the road and his car ended up breaking down. And so he pulled over to a car rental place. And the owner of this car rental place was a man by the name of David Schwartz, who turned out to be Jordan Chandler's stepfather. And so when Michael comes in asking to rent a car, David Schwartz is flabbergasted. He is starstruck. But he tells Michael that he knows someone that would be even more starstruck. And this is his stepson, Jordan Chandler. He goes on to explain to Michael how Jordan is his biggest fan, and he calls his wife, June Chandler Schwartz, and he asks her to bring their son, his stepson, up to the shop so the boy could meet Michael Jackson. So June walks in with little Jordan, and Michael and Jordan become acquainted. And by the end of the visit, the family is so delighted with Michael that David, the father, asks Michael, "Hey, Michael, can you exchange phone numbers with Jordan and maybe call him sometime? Because, look at his face. This has really brightened up his day." To which Michael agrees. They exchange phone numbers, and then Michael leaves. Well, a few days pass, and Michael is allegedly having a day where he's surrounded by children. He's invited a whole bunch of children around. And during this time, he thinks of Jordan, and so he ends up calling Jordan. And they converse about anything a 12-year-old boy will want to talk about. And as these type of conversations continued over the next several weeks, if not several months, Michael gets close to not only Jordan, he gets close to the whole family. David, June, Jordan's siblings. In fact, he starts to invite the whole family over to his house. Not only that, Michael takes them on trips. At one point they went to Las Vegas. They all went to Monaco. Michael is just with these people a lot. They're spending whole days and nights together over at Michael's mansion. And then sometimes Michael would even spend the night over at the family's home. And this is the part that sticks out, because when Michael did stay over at the family home, David and possibly June too would encourage Michael to sleep in the bedroom with their boys. Now this right here sounds weird, right? But it also sounds very similar to those rumors and speculations surrounding Michael Jackson and Tatum O'Neal, a setup to have Michael blackmailed at some point. Maybe they're pushing Michael in there just to see if he has some of those PDF file tendencies. And if he does, maybe David Schwartz or somebody else could be outside the door with a video camera trying to see what footage they could get. But if David and June Schwartz were trying to blackmail Michael, it failed miserably. Because even though Michael did sleep in the room with those boys, he didn't touch them not one time. And I know a lot of you guys, especially you guys that know this story, are out there saying, no, Ashley, there's no way that David Schwartz could have been trying to get blackmail on Michael Jackson because he helped Michael Jackson later on. And I understand exactly where you guys are coming from. But just hold on and let me get the rest of the story out of the way. So to move on with what I was saying, in this theory of David Schwartz possibly trying to blackmail Michael, it failed. Because first of all, there was no footage to get. And then second of all, somebody got to Michael first. And that person was Evan Chandler, a dentist and a screenwriter who was Jordan Chandler's biological father. Now, to get into details regarding Evan Chandler, I'm not sure how him and Michael Jackson became close. All I know is that Evan Chandler ended up developing a relationship so close to Michael Jackson that he started coming over to Michael's house too. And he also would have several personal phone calls with Michael Jackson. Now, Michael seemed cool with Evan, just like he was cool with the rest of Jordan's family. But then Evan really started to pry his way into Michael's personal life. And not only that, he started asking Michael for large lump sums of money. He even got so bold, this man actually told Michael that he expected a wing to be built onto Neverland Ranch so that he and Jordan could live there and be at Neverland Ranch daily with Michael. All paid for by Michael, by the way. And this type of craziness right here is when Michael Jackson started to pump the brakes. He told Evan that no, he didn't think it was a good idea that this man move into Neverland Ranch with him, and he certainly was not footing the bill to add on another wing to the ranch for him. And this made Evan Chandler upset. But what made him even more upset is that after Michael told him no to these requests, Michael also started distancing himself. He wouldn't answer the phone for Evan Chandler anymore. He never invited Evan Chandler over to the house anymore. But this has nothing to do with Jordan. So in June of 1993, Jordan and Michael speak like they always do, and either Jordan by himself or Jordan and his brother want to come over and spend the night with Michael at Neverland. So Michael says yes, the boys come over, and when it's time to go, the other brother, I believe, went home with his parents, David Schwartz and June Chandler, but Jordan goes home with his father, Evan. Well, while Jordan is staying with his father during this period, his father starts to ask him questions like, has Michael ever touched him, ever abused him? And Jordan tells his father no. Well, after Evan is told no, he suddenly decides out of nowhere that Jordan needs his wisdom tooth pulled. You know, he is a dentist. You know, even though Jordan hasn't been complaining about his wisdom teeth, you know, Evan feels like they need to be pulled. So Evan puts Jordan under a heavy dose of sodium amytal, and he pulls Jordan's teeth. And right after he pulls it, while Jordan is still under the influence, he asks Jordan again several times, has Michael ever done anything to you? Has he hurt you in any way? Jordan says no again. Then Evan says, listen, Jordan, Michael is going to get in a lot of trouble because I feel like you're not telling me the truth. I feel like you're not being open about him abusing you. So I'm going to ask you again, has Michael ever touched you in any way? And you know, you better think about your answer or Michael's going to be in big trouble. And so Jordan, still under the influence and realizing that the answer he's been giving his father doesn't seem to be the right answer, tells his father, yes, Daddy, Michael has touched me. He has abused me. This right here is all Evan Chandler needed to hear. He immediately calls his ex-wife June and her husband David Schwartz to inform them that Jordan said that Michael has touched him. He also starts looking for a lawyer to sue Michael. Now notice what I said. He called his ex-wife and her husband, and he called a lawyer. And now we're about to come to a twist in the story. Because remember when I was talking about the theory that David Schwartz may have been trying to set Michael up for blackmail? And do you also remember when I was saying, I know some of y'all ain't gonna agree with that because y'all gonna say, Ashley, David tried to help Michael. David tried to help Michael. The reason people are saying that Dave Schwartz first tried to help Michael is because when Evan first called Dave and his ex-wife to report on what Jordan said, Dave got off the phone with Evan and he called Evan back and he recorded the phone call. And on this phone call, Evan pretty much admitted that he was upset that Michael had cut him off. You know, Michael ain't talking to him no more. And since he's upset about that, the only right way to deal with Michael and get Michael's attention is to sue Michael. Now, that ain't verbatim, of course, but I promise you, if you look up the record of that recorded phone call of what was said on that phone call, that's pretty much what it said. And so again, this is the reason that people feel like Dave Schwartz was trying to help Michael, because he pretty much got Evan Chandler on a phone call admitting that, hey, you know, I don't know if this man did anything to my son or not, but I'm about to sue him because he cut me off. But once again, if you think Dave Schwartz is completely innocent just because of this phone call, just listen to the rest of the story. And to continue the story, Evan Chandler ended up finding a lawyer by the name of Barry Rothman, and Barry Rothman immediately sent out letters and made calls to Michael's team, informing them that Evan Chandler, the father of Jordan Chandler, was saying that Michael has abused his son, you know, and he is coming with the lawsuit. He wants $20 million to settle this thing right now. Well, as you can imagine, when Michael's lawyers came to him with this information, Michael is sitting there looking like $20 million from who? You know, I ain't do nothing to that doggone boy, and I'm not giving him no $20 million. And so Michael's lawyers basically told Barry Rothman and Evan Chandler, if you feel like Michael really did this, then you need to prove it in court. Now, mind you, nothing had been said in the media at this point so far. But as soon as Michael's lawyers got back and told these people that we're not paying this money, baby, the media exploded. And this is because Evan and his lawyers started playing hardball. You know, they told the media what was going on, and the media crucified Michael Jackson. He was definitely proclaimed guilty by the media as well as most of the public before any trial could get started. And funnily enough, at the end of this whole process, there wouldn't be a trial anyway. Not only would there not be a criminal trial, there was also no civil trial for the lawsuit either. And let me tell you why. But in order to explain this, I need to ask you guys a question first so you guys can understand the whole process deeply. So check me out, okay? Let's say someone is murdered, okay? Well, in those cases, did the murderer first go to trial to prove their guilt or innocence, or was their first trial to pay off the family for wrongful death? Most of you are going to answer Ashley. When they first go to trial, they go to see if they're guilty or innocent first. Now, if you guessed that or thought that, you are correct. Almost every single trial throughout history, that has been the way of things. But in Michael Jackson's case, these two were swapped around, so the civil trial or the lawsuit trial would come first, and then the criminal trial would come second. Excuse me, in what world is it right to make a person pay out money for a lawsuit and you haven't even proven liability yet? How does this happen? Let me break it down for you. I've already told you that Evan Chandler hired a lawyer named Barry Rothman, right? Well, Barry Rothman had a secretary that worked in his law office by the name of Geraldine Hughes. And per Geraldine Hughes, she overheard several conversations between the lawyer, Barry Rothmore, and the Santa Barbara County District Attorney, a man by the name of Tom Snedden, that showed that they may have been working together. And the reason they were working together is allegedly Barry Rothman was trying to convince the DA Tom Snedden to switch things around in this case and make the civil trial come first. So Michael would have to pay out on a lawsuit, regardless of if he was found innocent or guilty. Now the question is, why would a district attorney, a man of the law, why would this even matter to him? Why would he even consider switching around whether civil trial came first instead of the criminal trial? Well, most people speculate he also was promised some of that lawsuit money. So if the criminal trial would have came first and Michael would have been found innocent, this probably would have led to him being found not liable in the civil trial. And if he was found not liable, nobody would have been getting paid on that doggone civil trial. That lawsuit would have fell through. So in Geraldine Hughes's mind, this is why she kind of speculated or thought that the DA Tom Sneddon and Barry Rothmore were working together. She felt so deeply about this that she ended up writing a book that implied that she knew that Michael Jackson was totally innocent, and she knew that people, all of these different people, had conspired against him to make him pay out on this lawsuit. Baby, some folks have even said some of Michael's lawyers were conspiring with the other side because they had also been offered some of that doggone lawsuit money. You see, because when Michael Jackson was first hit with the allegations, he employed a lawyer by the name of Burt Fields. And to be honest with you, it truly seemed like Burt Fields was on the up and up with Michael Jackson. But two things happened to mess this up. First of all, the Jackson family got too involved. And secondly, because of their involvement, they brought on another lawyer who had questionable motivation. So to further explain how all of this went down, when all of this stuff got started against Michael, Burt Fields, the good lawyer, was doing his law work the way he knew how. Whenever he was interviewed about the case and what was going on with Michael, Burt Fields was just telling the truth. He would tell people that, Michael Jackson has canceled his tours, and it is because he is in rehab because he has an addiction problem. Well, here go the Jackson family. Burt, I don't think you're doing your job right. You making Michael look bad. The public don't need to know all that. And so Burt Fields is like, okay, but that is strike number one in his eyes because, he can't do his job like he want to do. And then something else happened to put Burt off, and this is when he was doing yet another interview. And in this interview, the reporter asked Burt if he thought that Michael Jackson was going to be put on trial, the criminal trial. And Burt says, yes, I feel like a criminal trial is imminent. It's right around the corner. Yes, I think Michael is going to go to trial. Well, here come the Jackson family again. Burt, why would you say that? Why would you say that when you're like saying that Michael is going to go to trial? That makes him look guilty. You ain't doing your job right. But no, sir. No, ma'am, Jackson family. You guys are not lawyers. See, while you out here thinking Burt is just trying to make Michael look bad and make him look guilty, what the man was really doing was putting it out to the world and the public that a criminal trial should come first. That way, if the other team got what they wanted by having the civil trial come first, the public could at least be like, hold on, something don't seem right. You know what I'm saying? Why is a civil trial coming before a criminal trial? So the man had a method in everything that he was doing. But again, because the Jackson family didn't like what Burt said, they brought in another lawyer, and this lawyer went right behind Burt, and he said, well, Burt is just kind of hopped up on emotion. He's talking out of turn. He shouldn't have said that he thinks a criminal trial is imminent. He just we don't have any word on that right now. And this right here, this other lawyer coming up and saying this right after what Burt said, this really infuriated Burt Fields. So this was strike number 2. And strike number 3 for Burt was when the judge actually denied his motion of having the criminal trial first, meaning that Evan's lawyer, Barry Rothman, had won. He had succeeded in getting the civil trial to come before the criminal trial. And so Burt Fields was just done. You know what I'm saying? At this point, he feel like everybody doggone crazy. And so he ends up resigning. Well, as soon as he does, Michael's new lawyer, the one that came up behind Burt saying what he's saying, he steps to the forefront and he allegedly immediately starts talking to Michael as well as the rest of the Jacksons about settling. You know what I'm saying? We just need to pay these folks the $20 million and just get it over with. Get on out of here. Even when Michael is saying, look, I don't mind going through the process. I don't mind even going through the criminal trial. I don't have nothing to hide. Well, no, they already got the civil trial first. Just settle and it'll just wipe everything out. Which is really strange for the lawyer that's supposed to be representing Michael to be so gung-ho on settling. Unless he was also in the deal for getting some of that lawsuit settlement money. Now, I'm not saying, once again, that this man was. It's all alleged, once again. All I know is that Michael didn't give in easily. Even with this new lawyer talking about settle, Michael still did not decide to settle. As a matter of fact, the man held on for another 2 to 3 months until January of 1994, his lawyer finally convinced him Michael just settled. It is alleged that Michael cried the whole day. But anyway, January 94, Michael settles with Evan Chandler. The district attorney, Tom Sneddon, is telling the public, it don't matter if he settled. I don't care about that civil trial. I don't care about that. I still got to do the criminal trial. I'm finna get him. Baby, that criminal trial disappeared 2 months later. Ain't nothing happened. You know why? Because first of all, everybody who was supposed to get paid from the lawsuit got paid from the lawsuit. The second reason the criminal trial disappeared is because there was no evidence to get a criminal trial on Michael. And the third reason that it quietly disappeared is because Jordan Chandler, the alleged victim, said that he wasn't going to testify against Michael. Matter of fact, he told the DA and everybody else he refused to get up on that stand and testify against Michael. So, like I said, the whole thing just kind of went up in smoke. And it's so in your face that these people may have taken Michael for a ride and taken all his money, that one of the Chandlers, somebody in their family, printed a book. And in that book, it said if Michael had went ahead and paid the $20 million demanded of him in August, he would have still been known as the world's most famous entertainer instead of the world's most famous PDF file. Now, who would add that in their book when they're a part of the victim's family that was allegedly assaulted? But let's move on so I can tie the rest of the loose ends on this story up. And that is the theory on Dave Schwartz possibly trying to blackmail Michael when he was telling Michael to sleep with his sons. Well, the reason that a lot of people believe that theory is because after this lawsuit with Evan Chandler, rumor has it that Dave Schwartz allegedly tried to come to Michael under the angle of, Michael, I am so sorry that happened to you, man. That's why I was trying to help you out. That's why I was trying to record Evan and catch him up saying he was trying to use you for the money. So can we still be cool? Can I still get money from you? Can I hang with you? But notice I said that he allegedly tried to come to Michael with this angle because gossip claims that he never was able to get in touch with Michael like that because once all of this had happened, Michael had pretty much done away with the whole family. Well, the folks say Dave Schwartz became angry just like Evan Chandler had become angry. And this is when Dave Schwartz came up with his own lawsuit against Michael, saying that he now was 100% sure that Michael had abused his stepson Jordan. And he also blamed Michael for breaking up this whole family with his vile actions. And he felt Michael should pay him $50 million or $30 million, one of those. So this is why people feel like Dave Schwartz was possibly trying to get some blackmail footage on Michael Jackson earlier in their relationship. Because clearly, the first time that things didn't work out for him, here he comes with a lawsuit. But luckily, somebody somewhere decided to give Michael a break this time, and this lawsuit ended up being thrown out. Now, to move on with Michael's story, while Michael was going through this first set of allegations, he formed a very tight bond with Lisa Marie Presley. Through this process, he and Lisa used to talk all the time. He used to cry to her. She believed that he was innocent every step of the way. And so they got married in May of 1994. Now, I truly think that Lisa Marie Presley was the first woman to really connect with Michael on a deeper level. She actually said that Michael lost his virginity to her. And if this is true, I believe it's because Michael felt like Lisa understood him. And also she would let him take the lead as the man of the relationship. Well, whenever Michael would take the lead. Lisa wanted him to do that. She tried to mold him into a man, tried to mold him from his childish, ways and kind of turn him into an adult male. And so Lisa was said to be a big backbone to Michael. But being this to Michael was draining. He was a hard case. Like Lisa would try to monitor him when he was taking his painkillers. She would try to tell him, Michael, you need to stop that stuff. Michael would get mad. I'm grown. I'll make my own choices. And I'm going to live my life on my terms. Then Lisa would try to warn him of the certain friends he kept around and just people that he would bring into his life. Like, for instance, she kind of felt like he should start kind of pulling away from being the savior of all children. But Michael would tell her, the children needed him. Even if the parents tried to set him up and get get money from him, oh well, it was what it was. He said it was not the children's fault. He was still going to be involved with the children. And so all of this just became too much for Lisa after a while. And then that's not even all. The big thing that Lisa was tired of is that, like, when she would warn him about this so-called business partner or this so-called friend, and they ended up screwing Michael, he would want to cry to her and she would have to pick up the pieces and make it all better again. So it drained her physically, spiritually, and she said she even stopped having the energy for the children that she had before she married Michael. So by late 1995, Lisa Marie Presley was already one foot out the door. And then Michael did something that would drive her all the way out of the door. And that is when he started talking about having children. He wanted her to have his child, and Lisa didn't want to because she knew she was halfway out the door. And also she just didn't feel like Michael was ready to be a parent to a child. She just felt like things were unstable. But Michael wouldn't take no for an answer, so he kept asking. And since Lisa kept saying no, Michael started talking to other people about his problems, other people about his want to have children. So this allowed for people who saw Michael as a dollar sign to try to come in and fix this problem that Michael had in his life. And one of those people was allegedly Michael's dermatologist. He told Michael that if Lisa didn't want to carry his child, Michael should just let someone else carry his child. And he knew the perfect person, his receptionist, a lady by the name of Debbie Rowe. Well, Michael is so hung up about having a child, he thinks this is a great idea. So he goes home to Lisa Marie and he asks her once again about having a baby. She says no. So then Michael says, well, what do you think about someone else having a baby for me? I have a friend. Her name is Debbie Rose. She's wanting to have the baby for me. Is that okay? Lisa Marie says that this ticks her off to no end. She exploded and basically told Michael, do what you want to do. That's fine. Go have a baby by somebody else. That's fine. And soon after this, Lisa files for divorce. And so now that Lisa Marie is out of the way, the race is on. I mean, the media starts working double time. And luckily, this time it is working in Michael's favor. And what it's doing is trying to build a story around Debbie Rowe and Michael Jackson, trying to build up this great love story. And the reason that the media is working double time like this is because Michael's divorce with Lisa isn't even finalized yet, but already Debbie Rowe is pregnant. As a matter of fact, per rumor, she got pregnant in either May or June of 1996, and Lisa and Michael's divorce wasn't finalized until August of 1996. And in order to make the babies and everything look legit, right after the divorce was finalized, Michael and Debbie had to get married, which they did in November of 1996. So that's why the media was trying to paint them as lovebirds. But anyway, Michael is just ready for his child to be born, which happens in February of 1997. Now, here's where some messy scandal and some more theories come in. Because everybody and their mama knows that Michael Jackson and Debbie Rowe didn't really share a bed to conceive this baby. So Debbie Rowe was certainly artificially inseminated. But according to this first conspiracy theory, what everybody didn't know, including Michael Jackson, was that Debbie was not inseminated with Michael's sperm. Matter of fact, allegedly Debbie was inseminated with the dermatologist's sperm. And again, there are two theories concerning this matter. And the first theory says that Michael Jackson was fine with this because his true goal was to have rainbow children, like Josephine Baker, have children from different races all over the world type thing. But the second theory about this claims that Michael Jackson was not okay with this. And according to the believers of this theory, Michael Jackson was pretty much tricked into fathering a child that was not biologically his. Matter of fact, they say Michael was allegedly so upset about this that he may have made a reference to this to one of his songs that was released in the year 1997. And this song was called Ghosts. And in this song, in one part, he says, "Who gave you the right to shake my family tree?" And so some people believe this was a reference to Michael's dermatologist or somebody else sneaking his sperm into Debbie instead of Michael's. Now, I know one of the big questions that I had, and I'm sure y'all do too, is that if Michael was supposedly so angry about Prince not biologically being his son and all of that, then why did he accept Prince, raise Prince, things like that? And to this, the conspiracy theory believers answer that this was just Michael. He definitely was not going to just ship this child back or leave this child in the cold just because of what somebody else had done. Now, if you're wondering why somebody would try to trick Michael by using their own semen or DNA to insert into a child that Michael was going to raise, it would essentially boil down to that person wanting to insert his bloodline into Michael's money. Like, let's say something were to happen to Michael, Prince would most likely inherit Michael's money, and then that dermatologist or whoever could come back in later on years down the line and say, Prince, I just got to tell you the truth. I am your father. And then if Prince is endeared to him or is happy about this, that person could easily get access to some of Michael's money. And it even goes deeper than that. Let's say the dermatologist even passes away. Well, the dermatologist's children, his real biological children, could still come down the line and be like, Prince, I am your long lost brother or sister. And again, they most likely would get access to Michael's money. So there are a lot of reasons that somebody will want to sneak their bloodline into Michael Jackson's money or bloodline or whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And then some people claim that the inseminations for Prince and Paris Jackson actually came from Jewish people because for some reason the Jewish wanted to mix their bloodline with Michael's bloodline. But I really don't feel like they would have had to do any artificial insemination because, baby, that was sold up with Debbie Rowe. Because allegedly Debbie Rowe is Jewish. And actually, to continue speaking on Debbie Rowe, I guess she was just contracted to Michael to be married to him for 2 years or have 2 of his kids or something like that. Because, baby, about a year after Paris was born, Debbie was shooting the deuces. She gave Michael full custody, signed over rights, and everything else. Now, this to me is where this theory of, him being upset that he's not these kids' biological daddy falls apart because of the birth of Blanket. This child also allegedly is not Michael's biological child. So maybe the second theory is the true theory. Maybe Michael did want to have rainbow children or something like that, but I guess he just didn't get around to the Chinese and the black child. Maybe, I don't know. But to move on, by the year 2000, Michael was still making questionable decisions. He suddenly started hanging around certain rabbis as well as certain businessmen who were supposed to be his friends. One of those friends introduced Michael to a new young boy to bring into his circle of child friends. This boy's name was Gavin Arvizo. And Gavin was allegedly suffering from a super deadly form of cancer. So, Michael starts taking care of Gavin. He's making this big connection with Gavin, just doing what Michael does. Well, while Michael is becoming best friends with Gavin Arvizo, his album Invincible drops. And unfortunately, the album doesn't do well. And Michael feels like this, as well as other bad things that had happened to him recently, happened because Tommy Mottola, the head of Sony Records, was trying to sabotage him. And the reason that Michael felt like Tommy was doing this was because back in 1984, Sony had a satellite company up under them called ATV, and ATV went under, and Michael bought the ATV music catalog, which included the catalogs of the Beatles and Elvis and many other groups. Buying this catalog would have made Michael untold millions, maybe even billions over the years, because every time a song with Elvis or the Beatles, Michael would get paid. Well, per Michael, Tommy Mottola was a person who felt like an artist, especially a black artist, should not have all of this power. They were just supposed to go out there and sing and dance and get paid whatever little pennies they get, but the real big bucks when it comes to music catalogs and all of that kind of stuff, that is supposed to belong to the studio heads. And since Michael wouldn't agree to sell this music catalog back to Sony or Tommy Mottola, Michael felt like Tommy was sabotaging him. And Michael felt this so deeply that in the year 2002, he stood in front of a crowd of people and told them this. Baby, Michael not only told this story, he called Tommy Mottola the devil and a racist and everything else. Did so much that allegedly, right after Michael gave this speech, Tommy Mottola had to resign from Sony because of all of the bad press he received. Well, check me out. Right after Michael did this and Tommy Mottola stepped down, suddenly one of those businessman friends, possibly the same friend that introduced Michael to Gavin Arvizo, comes to Michael with another idea. He is saying that he has a friend named Martin Bashir, and this friend wants to do a documentary on on Michael. You know, the documentary is only supposed to be about Michael's home life, what he does around the Neverland Ranch. And so Michael, thinking everything is on the up and up, agrees to do this documentary. And he invites this camera crew into his home, you know, and he's showing them around. Then they want to be introduced to some of the children that are there with Michael that day. And the child they picked to come and sit beside Michael and talk with Michael and everything is Gavin Arvizo. As soon as Gavin Arvizo is by Michael's side, Martin Bashir out of nowhere asks him something about Michael being nice to him. I'm not sure. But whatever the case, the little boy Gavin answers and says, Michael is so nice to me when I stay over, he lets me sleep in his bed. And then Martin Bashir, the interviewer, basically opens up this whole thing on Michael. You know, Michael, didn't you have some problems with that in the past? You know, what is it about you sleeping in the bed with children? And Michael was like, well, I don't sleep in the bed with the children. I let the child have the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. And it's really weird how the whole subject came up about sleeping in the bed anyway. But regardless, once the documentary premiered, the public is in an uproar and they are demanding that Michael is investigated. So the police do an investigation, and while the police are still doing their investigation, Michael ends up going on TV and he ends up doing an interview to explain himself, and Michael became defiant and he was like, you know, I'm gonna continue sleeping in the room with children because I'm not in the bed with them. I'm not doing nothing nasty. That's y'all that's nasty because y'all keep putting y'all's nasty thoughts on us. But you know, I'm gonna continue to be friends with these children, continue to have them in my room. Well, after the interview was over, the police ended up about to wrap up their investigation because they couldn't find anything. However, right before they wrapped it up, or maybe right after they wrapped it up, Gavin Arvizo's father, a man by the name of David Arvizo, ended up claiming that Gavin had admitted to him that Michael had abused him. And this right here was exactly what the police had been waiting on, because see, the DA was still Tom Sneddon. And if you thought Tom Sneddon hated Michael Jackson in 1993, oh baby, by 2003, he really hated Michael's guts because Michael created a song calling out DA Tom Sneddon. So this time, Tom Sneddon ain't worried about no lawsuit money, nothing like that. He wants Michael in jail, and they are going to trial. This trial happened in 2005, but thankfully, Michael Jackson ended up being found not guilty on all counts. Well, even though Michael is ecstatic and kind of gets a boost that he has won against his enemies, he and several other people feel like the only reason that these charges came up was because of that documentary he shot. And also he feels like the only reason that this Martin Bashir came to him with a documentary is because right before that, Michael has spoken out against Tommy Mottola. And so, like I said, Michael and some other people kind of felt like Tommy Mottola was the hand behind all of that. Well, I don't know about that, but what I can say is that allegedly Michael lived a very sad life for the rest of the days of his life. The folks say many people came in and out of Michael's life, you know, and they would take money from him. And then if people weren't stealing from Michael, he was still reckless with his money, you know, purchasing any and everything, stuff he didn't need. He did so much that by the year 2008, Michael Jackson was said to be broke. Matter of fact, Neverland Ranch is in danger of being foreclosed on. Well, once word of this gets around, somebody else comes into the mix, and this is his brother Jermaine. And Jermaine comes and he tells Michael that he has a man on his side that can fix everything. You know, he can get all of Michael's bills paid, you know, and get money back into Michael's pocket. And this man's name was Tomei Tomei. And Tomei Tomei presented himself as a doctor. He also said he was the ambassador to Senegal. But in truth, the man was none of these things that he claimed. Regardless though, Tomei Tomei had come highly recommended from Jermaine, so Michael trusted it. And as soon as Tomei Tomei started working with Michael, he became like Michael's head household manager and also was Michael's financial guru. Everything went through him. So throughout 2008 and some of 2009, Tomei Tomei is firing people. I'm talking about longtime bodyguards and servants that have been with Michael for years. Tomei is cleaning house. He's bringing in who he wants to bring in. He is allegedly starting to try to control Michael, tell Michael what he can and cannot do. do. And Michael starts to see himself kind of become smothered by this man, you know, and he becomes afraid of Tomei. And since Michael was feeling like this, the folks say that he started kind of looking for a good reason to get rid of Tomei, and soon he would get that chance. Now, I've already told you Tomei was brought in to get rid of these floor closures. You know, he was brought in to get Michael's life and finances back on track. Well, when he first came into Michael's life, he told Michael that his grand plan to get everything back on track is for Michael to have one last big tour. You know, he told Michael that the tour would only be for 10 shows and Michael would at least be able to pocket $50 million. You know, and all of his bills caught up. If he owed anybody, all of those would be paid with the money he got from this tour. Michael is cool with this, and so he signs off on having a This Is It tour. So this agreement on this tour allegedly happened somewhere in mid-2008. Well, why come on April the 14th, 2009, Michael isn't currently staying at Neverland Ranch, but he gets a phone call where somebody is telling him, hey, I think you need to come to Neverland Ranch. This guy, Tomei, is having an auction, and he's auctioning off your personal things. So Michael couldn't believe his ears because Tomei hadn't asked him nothing about this. And rumor has it when he comes and he confronts Tomei says this whole thing about, well, you know, we got to save the ranch, we got to do this. But sir, you just had me sign off on a tour talking about This Is It, talking about that was going to save everything. Well, Tomei is not able to explain himself out of the situation good enough. So Michael uses this as the moment he's been waiting for, and he fires Tomei. Michael feels free. He breathes a sigh of relief. The folks say that he's actually calling old employees and asking them to come back and work for him. Well, while Michael is doing this, allegedly Tomei is making his rounds through Michael's family members. The folks say that he met with Catherine, telling Catherine, please tell Michael to hire me back. Michael does not know what he's doing. You know, only I can save him and only I can save his money, all of this good stuff. But allegedly Catherine told the man, hey, you know, Michael is grown. He makes his own decisions. There's nothing I can do. Also, allegedly, Tomei went to visit Jermaine. I'm not sure what answer Jermaine gave him, but it really didn't matter what Jermaine said because the folks say that Tomei just decided he was going to go back on his own. Baby, I kid you not. These folks say that Tomei just showed up at the Neverland Ranch and just like acted like nothing had happened. Went back to telling folks, hey, everything goes through me. I mean, just doing this. Nobody told him to. This man just did this, just came back. Now, this is allegedly when Michael became terrified of Tomei. Like, clearly, this man was going to do what he wanted to do. And I think Michael was just too scared to stand up to him. So per the story or conspiracy, Tomei was fired in April of 2009. Allegedly, he came back in May 2009. Now we are at June 2009. And now it is time for Michael to start rehearsing for his This Is It tour because that tour is supposed to start in July of 2009. So Michael starts to rehearse for his tour, but he is uneasy about this whole thing because, again, allegedly he is scared. And then also it's said that for the rehearsal, it's claimed that they were like working Michael to death. Like they were making him re-rehearse things over and over and over, stuff that he had been doing for 30 years. As a matter of fact, one of Michael's bodyguards said that Michael called him either the night before he passed away or 2 nights before, and Michael was crying and he was telling him, these people are working me to death. They got me practicing and rehearsing over and over. I'm tired. I'm sick. I don't feel good. Also, it's claimed he started to complain that this tour was supposed to only be 10 dates, but these people had pushed it to 50 dates without his knowledge. And it said that Michael was scared that he didn't have the energy to perform for 50 dates. And the bodyguard said that Michael asked him, hey man, can you please come back just to watch over me, please? But the bodyguard said that he was a single parent at this time and he was with his daughter and he couldn't just up and leave her. Well, he claimed that that is when Michael said, man, can you please get in touch with my father, Joseph? Can you tell him to call me? Because I feel like he's the only one that can save me now. So that was that conversation with that bodyguard. But there was also testimony allegedly from Michael's children that they would hear Michael on the phone crying to other people. And they also said that many times they heard Michael on the phone arguing with people. And then when he hung up the phone, he would be shaking and crying, saying, they're going to kill me. They are going to kill me. Now, per the story, Michael went to rehearsal on June 24th, 2009, and while puts his all into this. After rehearsal, when he goes home or back to the home he was staying in, he is exhausted, but he cannot sleep. And so he starts to ask his physician, Dr. Conrad Murray, for milk. And we all know now that that milk was propofol. Well, per Conrad Murray, yes, he had given Michael propofol before, but he was trying to wean Michael off of that. So he told Michael, no, I'm not going to give you that. I'm just going to give you other sedatives, which he did, but allegedly none of those other sedatives worked. And when Michael was still woke at 10 a.m. the next day on the 25th of June, it's claimed that he begged Dr. Murray again, hey, please just give me the milk. This other stuff is not working. I need to rest. Well, the folks say at 10:40 a.m., Conrad Murray obliges. He gives Michael the medicine and he is monitoring Michael, but then at 11:07, Conrad receives a phone call. It's his girlfriend. And so he steps out of the room, I suppose, so he don't disturb Michael with his talking, I'm not sure. But he steps out of the room to talk to his girlfriend. Well, allegedly, soon after Conrad Murray gets that call at 11:07 and steps out of the room, about 5 minutes later, Michael's new head of security guy, a guy by the name of Fahim Muhammad, makes an announcement to several people that he needs to run to the bank, which he does, gets in the car and leaves. And mark that right there because there's a reason that I'm pointing that out. But to continue with the rest of the story, Conrad Murray is still on the phone. The head of security leaves the house. And then finally at 11:51 a.m., Conrad ends his phone call and he walks back in with Michael. This is when Conrad notices that Michael is in critical condition. So Conrad tries to give Michael CPR for a while and then he finally gets on the phone to call 911. And everybody talks about the 911 call and what happens after 911 was dialed, but I want to kind of hone in what happened before 911 was dialed. And to be more specific, what happened in that time period that Conrad Murray left that room and the time period that he came back. What happened between that time? And nobody probably knows for a fact what happened, but baby, I'm gonna tell you. The people in the Michael Jackson conspiracy theory research community believe Dr. Conrad Murray was working in cahoots with security guard Fahim Muhammad and Tomei to get Michael up out of here at the direction of somebody else. And some conspirators believe this somebody else is Tommy Mottola. Other conspiracy theorists believe this somebody else is the police department. And still others believe this somebody else is actually the CIA. And I'm not sure why the CIA would be interested in taking Michael out, but the reason people suspect them as an organization is because of the security guard, Fahim Muhammad. He is a very, very mysterious entity. He first showed up on anybody's radar when he graduated from Sacramento University in 2008 and immediately opened up a very successful investment business called Oasis. But get this, not only did he start a very successful investment business right out of college, also what happened in 2008, that very same year he graduated, he was allegedly hired possibly by Tomei to be Michael Jackson's driver. Now, how does that work? How does a college student that nobody even knows anything about just suddenly open an investment business and then get hired as Michael Jackson's driver? And then very quickly, just within a few months, move his way up to being Michael Jackson's head of security. That's a lot of luck for somebody to have. That sounds more like a plant. And what makes people suspect that Fahim was possibly some kind of plant even more is that after Michael Jackson passed away or he stopped working for Michael Jackson, he immediately went to work for Diddy as his head security guard. As a matter of fact, while he was working for Diddy, Fahim was known as the person to get rid of things. You know what I'm saying? He was known as the person that could make things happen, and he was Mr. Untouchable. Allegedly, people around Diddy and Diddy used to joke about how Diddy's security guard can get rid of anything and anybody because this alleged security guard, Fahim, was said to have a very special relationship with law enforcement. And if this is true, ain't no law enforcement just sitting up there letting a young black man get away with alleged crimes just because they love to see a young black man succeed and don't want to punish a black man. No, most of the time when somebody white white or black, has a special relationship with law enforcement like that, where they can just do what they want to do, it's a lot of times because that person is doing special favors for law enforcement. And like I said, all of this is alleged. I don't know what's true or false, but in the conspiracy theory community, a lot of them feel like this Fahim Muhammad guy might have been some sort of CIA plant. So to move on, the believers of this theory believe that Conrad gave Michael that initial dose of propofol, and then they theorize that when Conrad left out of the room, that is possibly when this other gentleman came into the room to finish the job by injecting even more propofol into Michael's tubes. And after that gentleman did that, he made a big show of saying, hey everybody, I gotta run to the bank, so he could leave the scene. And then what's even more telling is that when this gentleman got back to the scene, which was said to be around 12:15, 12:20 p.m., Michael was already in critical condition. Conrad Murray was already doing CPR. He had already called 911. The ambulance and the cops hadn't even got there yet. But when the staff ran up to Fahim to tell him what was happening, and tell him to go up there and check on Michael, something is happening with Michael, the folks say that Fahim wouldn't go. Matter of fact, Fahim said he wouldn't go upstairs. He said that he liked to follow the rules specifically, and Michael had never told him if he can go up there or not. So, he just wasn't going to risk it. He wasn't going to go up there. Now, this did not make sense to a lot of people. You are the head of security, and the person that you're supposed to secure and protect is having a medical emergency, but you won't go up there because you said that, you were scared you were going to get in trouble if you went upstairs. You didn't know if that was allowed. So, I don't know. All I know is that once the ambulance did make it to Michael's location, they rushed him to the hospital, and Michael Jackson was pronounced dead at 2:26 p.m. He was only 50 years old. His brother Jermaine came out to make the announcement to the world, but a lot of eagle-eyed fans noticed something very strange. And that was the fact that Tomei was beside Jermaine when he was giving the announcement of Michael's death. But remember, allegedly, the last Jermaine had heard from Tomei or about Tomei is that Michael had fired him. So you would think Jermaine would think it was kind of strange, actually, for the guy that Michael had fired to be beside him while he was making this announcement. But hey, I don't know. Maybe Tomei being there had nothing to do with the business of Michael Jackson. Him and Jermaine had been friends before Tomei even met Michael Jackson. Maybe Tomei was just there to support Jermaine as a friend. I don't know. All I can say is that everything in this video is alleged. I got it all from Gossip Blog. What's up, what it do? What's up, beautiful ladies and handsome men? I am not sure what's true or false in this story. I take gossip, tea, rumor, and scandal from yesteryear, from online, from word of mouth, from books, and I ball it up and I tell you guys a story. Now, let's get to it. What's up, Scandalites and Says So Squad? A lot of y'all ask me what I do in my downtime. This, and this. Baby, I just about can't even get out of this doggone bed. And you can thank Helix Sleep for that. Helix Sleep makes premium mattresses and bedding that are customized to fit your needs, and then, baby, ships them right to your doggone door. And in order to achieve this, they just want you to take a quiz so they can know exactly what you're looking for. I told them that I was a side to back sleeper. I like a soft to medium mattress, and I told them that sometimes I wake up with back pain. They matched me to the Midnight Lux mattress, sent the mattress to my door, and I stood back in awe as my husband unboxed it and let the mattress fold out, honey. Baby, that thing's so doggone comfortable. Y'all know I've been slobbing and snoring ever since, child. They got a 100 nights sleep trial that you can just try the mattress out, and if you don't like it, send it back for a refund. Here go a discount for you right here. $200 off of your new Helix sleep mattress, as well as 2 free pillows, and then a 10-year warranty. So go on now and click the link below and take advantage of the discount. Hi everybody, this is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another Old Hollywood Scandals video. And like I say all the time, go ahead and get your keys and ha-ha-ha's out of the way. I thought this was gonna be a darker color. I know I look like a golden retriever by the head. We understand that. But anyway, it is time to get to the family in this video. And while this video is disturbing, no, it is not anything like the DeBarges. And if you are wondering if you will learn anything new, you will if you don't know much about the Silvers. But if you're like the Silvers' #1 fan, and you know what I'm saying, you got their posters hanging up all over your room and stuff like that, baby, I'm sorry, you're not liable to find anything new, and that's because it's just already out there. You know what I'm saying? I can't create what's not there. Let's get to the Old Hollywood scandalous tale of the Silvers. In the late 1940s, beautiful young Shirley Mae Wilbles was turning heads at Xavier University, where she was studying music as well as studying to be a teacher. Now, even though Shirley was turning heads every which way, she was really very one of those shy and kind of standoffish type. But honey, there was one day when Shirley had to do a double take, child. And that is when a man named Leon Silvers came her way. Now, Leon Silvers put the rest of the young men to shame. He was a Memphis-born musician who was headed to the big time. And when he saw this fine behind Shirley, he wanted to take her with him. Now, per gossip, Shirley tried to fight this, and she told him, no, Leon, I'm focused on my studies. But Leon hit her with that megawatt smile. He did all of this flirting, and he took her out to different little juke joints. And to be honest with you, it wasn't even the fact that he was like taking her out. It was what Shirley saw when they would go out. Basically, she saw how confident Leon was. You know what I'm saying? He was the one that could walk into the room and like smack hands with everybody. You know what I'm saying? He was cool, he was confident, and he was smooth, honey. You know what I mean? He was one of them cats too, the ones that walk by and all the women are watching him. So, you know, this makes a woman proud. You know what I'm saying? That's my man right there. And so soon, Shirley stopped fighting that little battle, honey, and Leon was her man. Now, by 1951, Leon had succeeded in making Pretty Shirley his wife. He also had succeeded in bedding Pretty Shirley many times. Babe, I tell you, every time that man pulled his pants off, child, Shirley was somewhere pregnant. Friends and family alike watched as Shirley gave birth to Olympia and Olan Silvers, born October 13th, 1951. Leon Frank Silvers III, born March 7th, 1953. Charmaine Elaine Silvers, born March 9th, 1954. James Jonathan Silvers, born June 8th, 1955. Edmund Theodore Silvers, born January the 25th, 1957. Joseph Richard Ricky Silvers, born October the 13th, 1958. Angelia Marie Angie Silvers, born April the 11th, 1960. Patricia Lynn Pat Silvers, born March 25th, 1961. Foster Emerson Silvers, born February the 25th, 1962. Yes, Lord, honey, them Silvers had a whole bunch of cheering. Now, of course, Leon and Shirley loved their children, but as most of you even know, children are a lot of work. And even more than that, they are a lot of money. And because Leon and Shirley had a baby just about every year, Leon's dreams of being a famous musician went down the drain. And for a while, Leon was devastated by this turn of events until he realized those children were a part of him, so they had to have some kind of talent, right? Well, I guess Leon just had to find out, so he ended up lining up his elder children and basically going down the line saying, "Sing for me." And when they did, Leon's eyes got wide, honey. And the man probably even started crying because his children did have talent. And so Leon knew right then that, hey, maybe he couldn't become famous, but doggone it, his kids could become famous. So Leon went to work. He helped them with their harmony, and really these children were like born with built-in harmonies in them. It was like every single one of them knew what place their voice was supposed to be. And after a while, their father started them in a little band called the Little Angels. Because Leon had formed some pretty good connections while he was still trying to be a musician, it took no time before these children started getting shows. Baby, I'm talking about one time they got on a show called You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx, and everybody knows Groucho Marx was huge back in the day, so this was a big old deal. And at this time, it was really only the 3 eldest children that were singing. But by the 1960s, they had added James to the group. And on top of that, the Little Angels had a recording contract with Capitol Records. Now, unfortunately, the Little Angels was more of a novelty act instead of like a real true music band. And sooner or later, the novelty behind these singing behind little purty light-skinned cheering wore off, and the Silvers family found themselves back at square one. Now, although it was sad to see their fame die away, there was one person in the family that was having a good old time, honey. Baby daddy Leon was out here having himself a ball. Leon was out here with many a woman on one arm and a liquor bottle in the other arm. He really was out here living his life as a single man. And the reason that this was happening is because Leon had started hanging out with Ike Turner. And so when you have a married man with 10 children to provide for, to love and care for, and all he can see is work day in and day out, and then this same married man has a friend on the side, and this friend is a true living rock star. He has all the rock star parties, all the rock star groupies, the rock star drugs, rock star drink, and he's offering all of this to his married friend. And if his married friend is not strong enough, he is going to stray and start living this life over here, because this life over here is much more fun and much less stressful. And sadly, this is what Leon did. He'd rather find out which new Ike was in the room, honey, instead of sitting over there worried about what Shirley was doing. He was a true party man instead of a married husband and a father. And so now Shirley is over here stuck trying to take care of all of her children, provide, give them love, comfort them, and finding herself doing it all alone. When she is looking for Leon, he is nowhere to be found. So when he does come home and he does show his face, baby, it's a fight. And per word on the streets, their fights would turn really, really bad. So much so that family and friends really thought that these folks was gonna kill each other. And because they just could not get it together, Leon ended up leaving for good in the mid-1960s. And he hurt his children and Shirley very badly. But there was nothing left to do but for Shirley to keep on pushing. And I was going to give that little spiel about Leon and just leave it at that, you know what I'm saying? But I do got to say one thing. When you guys go check out that video of Groucho Marx, like, to just see Leon in action, I could tell that that man truly wanted to be famous. Like, that was his real dream. He just lit up in front of those cameras. You know what I'm saying? He had a real big personality. And if you look at the difference between him and Shirley, you could see that it was Leon's passion to be in front of the camera. That is something that he really wanted. So, yes, the man was terrible for leaving his family and his kids behind. There's no excuse from that. But it goes to show that some people, it does break them when they realize that they cannot achieve or reach their dream that they have been planning since they were young. So Shirley kept on pushing with her children. And when I say pushing, baby, I mean it felt like she was pushing up against a brick wall. Because per gossip, sometimes Shirley and her children were pretty much homeless. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they didn't have anywhere to stay because anytime they tried to stay with people, Shirley, you got too many doggone kids. Anytime they tried to stay in government funded properties, Miss Shirley, you got too many kids. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, it was a lot of them, and a lot of people were not willing to help them or take them in. And when they did finally find stable living conditions, it ended up being in the hood, like the hood. Baby, it was not nothing to look outside the window and see folks getting stabbed, see folks getting robbed, getting shot. In fact, word on the streets is that the Silvers were threatened many times. People told them that we're gonna shoot y'all. People told them that we're gonna rob y'all. Heck, one story even says that Mama Shirley was so threatened by what somebody said, baby, she sat at that door with a shotgun all night, ready to blast somebody's head in if they came messing with her household. And they didn't want to live like that. And they knew they didn't want to live like that. So eldest brother Leon, along with his mother Shirley, and possibly some of the other older siblings, knew that the only way that they could get out of the predicament that they were in was by singing. That was the talent that they naturally possessed. And so eldest brother Leon set to work. He started writing. He started trying to produce music. Well, not trying. He actually did produce music. And before long, he and his brothers and sisters became a band. And it worked because between the years of 1971 and 1972, the Silvers children got a recording contract. MGM had taken them on and had put them in the studio. And although they had some solid songs such as Fool's Paradise and Wish That I Could Talk to You, as well as some others, they were still having a hard time finding their staple hit song. And if I haven't mentioned it before, in the early 1970s, these were still the elder Silvers' children. I believe the youngest in the group at this time was Edmund Silvers. Speaking of Edmund Silvers, he was up again to lead the next song, and this song was called Misdemeanor. Leon had written it for Edmund, but when it was time to record, something terrible happened. Edmund got up in the booth talking about it's just a misdemeanor. Baby, Leon said, stop right there, honey. That is not it. Edmund had grew up even more, and so his voice had changed, and it was much, much deeper than what Leon had in mind when he first wrote the song. And so Leon went to approach the younger brother, Foster Silvers, and told Foster, I need you to sing this song. You know, you got the voice for it. And this decision was destined clearly because Misdemeanor went to be a pretty big hit. Little Foster was really something else. First of all, he was very, very cute, and he sounded good. And word on the street is that you could not turn on a radio without hearing Misdemeanor. Now, a lot of folks did feel like it was Michael Jackson, you know, but Foster Silvers ended up getting his proper due. So much so that the Silvers, his elder siblings, asked him to be a part of the Silvers now. He was a permanent part of their band. And even though Misdemeanor was a great song, it got there too little too late for MGM. But that's okay because Capitol Records had kept their eyes on the little angels, and they had seen these children grow up, and now they were back offering a recording contract. And the Silvers probably did not know this at the time, but their lives were about to change. You see, Capitol Records had ties with R&B producer Freddie Perrin, and Freddie Perrin had worked with the Jackson 5. So yes, Freddie Perrin knew his way around a teenage song. He knew a teenage song like the back of his doggone hand. And that doggone man went to the writing board with his partner Kenny St. Louis, and they wrote a song so fire, so catchy, that baby, you'll find yourself singing it in your sleep, honey. And that song was called Boogie Fever. Took off like a doggone comet, baby. Shot straight up into the charts and into the stratosphere, taking along the Silvers with it. It was a 2 million copy seller and established the Silvers right up alongside the Jackson 5. They followed this hit with Hotline, and even more than that, but y'all know what time it is, honey. It is time to get to the scandalous, messy, hot tea. Let's get to it. Now, the first gossip piece says that supposedly once the Silvers got it big, baby, egos started to go crazy out here. Now, honey, listen at this. Now, after Boogie Fever, Hotline, and High School Dance, the Silvers, who had members who were getting pretty dang old, definitely too old to be singing about a high school dance, left Freddie Perrin behind in favor of trying to find more mature music so they can reach out to a more mature R&B audience. And so they let older brother Leon drive the boat. Well, Leon was driving the boat, writing and producing, but child, the waves was too big or something, because the boat was stuck in the middle of the ocean. And so some of the other Silvers got a little nervous. You know what I'm saying? They was wondering if they was gonna have to jump overboard. And so because of this, they ended up going with a new manager. This manager's name was Al Ross. And Al Ross came in there telling them, you know what I'm saying? Y'all wanna get back on top? I can put you there. Y'all wanna be the hip hop group again? I can take you there. But I'm sorry, Leon and the mess he writing ain't gonna do it for y'all. And so, you know, Al has an attitude like this. And when Leon hears this, Leon is like, bruh, you know, move around because it's over, because you talking crazy. The baby said when Al tried to move around, the other members was hanging on to his coattail, honey, looking up at Leon like, sorry? And even though I'm being comical about this, it is claimed that somewhere along the line there was an ultimatum where the Silvers needed to choose between older brother Leon Silvers and go his direction or go the direction of their new manager, Al Ross. Well, the Silvers chose Al Ross. But gossip on the streets claims it's not as easy as folks make it out to be. Because, baby, they said that not only did they choose Al Ross because they believed when he said he would bring them back on top of the charts, they also claimed they chose him because Leon was doing too much. Baby said Leon was out here thinking the group was his, thinking he was like all-knowing and all-powerful and nobody else had a say and everybody does what he say, and even had a temper to go along with it. You know what I'm saying? So even if they would have chosen Leon's side, it's claimed that a lot of the members were scared that they couldn't get any of their ideas heard. Like Leon just kind of was feeling like this group was his. Nobody had a say so but him. And so it's claimed that some of the other members were getting tired of that. You know what I'm saying? They were tired of him feeling like he owned the group. So it's claimed that it wasn't just an easy decision like, yeah, we want to be on top of the charts. No, there were more factors that played into that. But in the end, it is true that the siblings made the wrong choice because they were trying to get away from Leon and kind of knock him down a peg, and also because they did see dollar signs and want to get back in the top spot. Once they chose Al Ross, he could not deliver what he promised, and the thing that Leon was trying to stop from happening actually happened, and that was the Silvers started to get older and older, and people stopped taking them seriously. You cannot be 20, 21 years old talking about hotline. Like, ain't nobody, no ma'am, hang up the phone because there's too much going on, you're too old. You know what I'm saying? So that started happening to them, unfortunately, and again, that is what Leon was trying to stop. And then the biggest okie doke that the Silvers got is that they signed a contract with Al Ross giving him 50% of their earnings, and that just ain't right, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, that really ain't right. Al Ross ought to be slapped right now today, honey, because you don't do nobody like that, doggone it. I mean, can you imagine going to work every day and having to give somebody half of your paycheck and they ain't done nothing? So like I said, they did grow to regret that they did not choose to go with Leon. Now, this next rumor is regarding Olympia Silvers. Now, gossip on the streets says that during the 70s, when the Silvers just now started making it big, Olympia was kidnapped while she was walking down the streets. And the story says that 3 guys in a vehicle basically grabbed Olympia, put her in the car, and they completely tortured her. I'm talking about stabbed her all over her body, sexually assaulted her, and even shot her up with heroin. A really, really sad and terrible event that happened to her. Now, again, this is the story that was put out to the public. Now, gossip on the street says that that is true. Those things really did happen to Olympia. But it does switch up the first part of the rumor. And the first part is the part about Olympia just walking down the streets and 3 guys just came and jerked her up. It is alleged that Olympia had actually started hanging with a tough crowd. You know, she basically did what many teenagers did. Heck, what I even did. Started hanging out with a crowd that probably was not so good for me. So gossip claims that the person or persons that snatched her up were actually people that Olympia may have known and possibly trusted. And the person must have really, really hated her, because the story says that they shot Olympia up with heroin after assaulting her, after stabbing her, and then they started talking amongst themselves while Olympia was in the back seat, and they started telling themselves that, you know, we'll take care of her after we drop the little boy off. So that sounds like hatred to me, because y'all already stabbed her and shot her up with heroin. So that means to me, y'all was finna get ready to kill that girl. I tell you one thing though, Olympia may have been cut up and sliced up and she may have been drugged up, but gosh, them folks said that we'll take care of her. Baby, Olympia got more sober than a church mother, honey. Before they knew it, them boys heard a car door open, and when they looked out the window, Olympia was doing a 100-meter dash, child. That girl was gone. She got ghost. Shoo, Olympia said, y'all ain't finna kill me out here. What y'all think this is? Now, regarding the assault that Olympia faced, this really, really ruined this young girl's life. The folks say that she became very jumpy, you know what I'm saying, very nervous. And with all of this nervousness and actually like seeing her attackers everywhere, or, you know, real or imagined, you know what I'm saying, just seeing danger from everywhere, that played on her mental health. And gossip claims that she could not handle it. And so very soon, Olympia got on drugs. And I mean, she really struggled terribly, so terribly that she ended up homeless and on the streets. And also she was attacked even more times than what happened the first time. And it's claimed that the family did try to help her, but Olympia would not accept their help. You know what I'm saying? She felt like she could self-medicate and she would be okay. And unfortunately, the rumor says that eventually she developed schizophrenia. Now, I'm not sure if it was before or after Olympia was assaulted, but I do know that she ended up giving birth to a son named Michael. And then she ended up having a very serious relationship with a man named Stuart. And with Stuart, she ended up giving birth to a daughter named Tiava or Tiava. Now, although Olympia struggled with drugs and mental illness, I do believe that today her family has a hold on her, you know what I'm saying, and she is doing much better. I'm not even sure if she needs anybody to look after her, because that is how well she is doing, but she has her family behind her. Another rumor regarding Olympia is that Don Cornelius supposedly had a huge crush on Olympia. Now, I didn't read anywhere where he actually said something to her or acted on this crush. It is just claimed that inside of him, he had a big crush on Olympia Silver. And child, next up is the gossip on brother Leon Silver. Now, I already told y'all that Leon could rack up a terrible attitude, honey, but I ain't told y'all nothing about how Leon Silvers was supposedly the main out on these streets. Child, these folks said that Leon was flipping baddies upside down and all around. Now, he wasn't nothing like his brother Edmund, but child, he was still out here. Now, when Leon left the Silvers and went on his own, he eventually started working with Don Cornelius, as well as a man named Dick Griffey. And Don Cornelius wanted Leon to help out with his new group, Shalimar. Well, Shalimar included the angel-faced Jody Watley, and when Leon saw Jody, he was completely smitten. And she really was this deeply toned, rich-skinned, striking young lady. Her face looked like a work of art. And Leon was the only one that was smitten, honey. After Miss Jody had noticed Leon and she saw how serious he was about his work and how smooth and laid back he was, she also was smitten. Well, eventually, Leon and Jody started spending all of their time together, and all of the eye-winking and the rubbed hands started to become something deeper. They had a burgeoning romance, and the two definitely started dating. And so now that they're dating, of course, all of that rubbing and petting turns into heavy thrusting and heavy breathing, honey. And soon, Jody is pregnant. And it was a beautiful thing. Everybody was happy. Everybody was rejoicing. And I'm just lying, child. The other folks in Shalimar, baby, they was very upset. Child, the folks say Howard and Jeffrey was ready to fight somebody, honey. And really wanted to slap Jody, honey, because they felt like that she was being selfish. You know what I'm saying? They felt like they had something great going on with the group here, and by her being pregnant, that could mess up the whole group. And of course, they were looking at Leon sideways. Here come this little pretty boy that slid up in here and getting somebody doggone pregnant. And gossip claims that Jeffrey and Howard possibly even tried to talk Jody into getting an abortion. But Jody showed them, child. It's claimed that that woman did not miss a rehearsal. She did not miss a beat. She did not miss a dance move. She did not miss anything. She carried her baby all the way to full term, and she did everything that she was supposed to. And now that Jody had proven all of her naysayers wrong, she was ready to settle in with her little family. But little did she know, Leon's mind and eyes had wandered off of their little relationship. There was a new woman that he was spending all of his time with, and he had even fallen in love with this new woman. And if you are wondering why Jody could not see the signs of Leon falling in love with another person, it's because they said that Leon was a straight player, baby. Not only had Leon dated Jody and gotten her pregnant, he had actually proposed to Jody. So as far as Jody is concerned, this is her child with her fiance. You know what I'm saying? They're engaged. Well, imagine her surprise when her fiance comes home to tell her that he's in love with another woman. Matter of fact, told Jody that this lady's name was Nidra, and he actually loved them both. And it was breaking his heart. It was just such a huge decision because not only did he love Nidra, he had proposed to her as well. Child, listen. Baby, Jody could feel her heartbeat and hear her heartbeat in her ears. She was tore up. But one thing that she wasn't finna do was play this little back and forth game. She told Leon, I make the decision for you. Go ahead and have Nidra. And he did go ahead to marry Nidra. And Jody raised her child on her own, as far as I know. And if you're wondering who Nidra was, she was actually someone who sang with Leon when he sang in the group Dynasty. And so that is the tea on Leon. But as far as how Leon is doing now, it is said that Leon is doing very well, hon. He said he's doing better than everybody, actually, because Leon went on to be a very successful producer. Now the next Silver is Charmaine Silvers. And from what I've seen, Charmaine has always been about her career and her family. There is no outside gossip at all that I've seen about Miss Charmaine. The very next one is Mr. James Silvers, and he is another one that I did not see was caught up in any scandal, or if he was, it was not big enough to break any news or anything like that. He looks like he's holding down a steady job, you know what I'm saying, got his family, and going on about his way. And after James, we have Edmund. And Edmund may not have slipped up into any real scandal, but Lord knows that man slipped up into a lot of tail. And girl, I ain't gonna say a name, I'm just gonna call you Gigi, but you emailed me long ago trying to find out about Edmund Silvers. I want to let you know that I did the best I could. I searched everywhere. I even reached out to KS that you told me to reach out to, but I didn't get anywhere. But I tried. That's what took this so long, Gigi. I tried. I just want to let you know that. But anyways, let's get into some of the tea on your number one boyfriend, Edmund Silver. So anyways, while Edmund was still with the Silvers, he was already branching into his own career. He was doing some solo work, and he also was the voice of Marlon Jackson on the Jackson 5 cartoon. And then the Silvers ended up falling off. And this is where gossip says problems came in for Edmund Silver. Now, apparently, Edmund fully expected his solo career to go the way of Michael Jackson. He felt like that he had led most of the major hits for the Silvers, so the only way he could go was up. You know what I mean? He felt like he was following the exact same formula that Michael Jackson had followed, so why wouldn't his career blow up? But it did not happen like that. But Edmund did not give up hope so soon like everybody else. Gossip claims that he started to do things to keep his face in the entertainment industry. He ended up playing drums for the Jackson 5, for Gladys Knight and the Pips, and many more. But even though he was trying to keep his face and his name out there, and he was trying to do little things on the background, it still didn't help him out. And supposedly because he had thrown all of these nets out and they didn't get him anywhere, and his solo career just kind of had stopped dead in its tracks, supposedly Edmund got very upset. He did not want to be a regular Joe. That's basically what was said. And allegedly he kind of took this pain or this frustration out on women. Now, I'm not saying he abused these women. That's not how he did it. It was more like in a cheating or in a degrading sort of way. Now, allegedly, first he started out by dating Frida Payne. And although Frida Payne was much older than him, Edmund was glad to be with her because he felt like he could use her connections to get himself somewhere. Also, she had money. So gossip claims Edmund was going to try to live off of Frida's money and her name. Like he was going to try to be a kept man and, like I said, use her connection. Well, while Edmund had this little game plan of what he was going to do, he didn't count on Frida Payne because gossip says that Frida Payne did not look at Edmund like this at all. While he was planning on, marrying her and being her arm candy and all that good stuff, it's claimed that Frida Payne looked at Edmund for a good time. She looking at him like a lifetime. Who said that? Boy, if you don't come bring that young and jump in this bed and jump on me, because that's all this is. So because Frida was just looking for a good time, after a while she got tired of this certain young and replaced him with another young. You know what I'm saying? So, sorry, Edmund. So when Frida dropped Edmund, it's claimed that Edmund truly started to see himself falling into obscurity, falling into an unknown. And this is when he truly started taking it out on women. Child, the folks out here is saying that Edmund had between 11 to 15 children. And it wasn't so much that he was sex crazed. That's not what it was. It was that he would use these women to feed his ego, to make him feel like he was somebody. So he allegedly found women that would almost worship him. Basically, if you saw him out and you're like, oh my God, Edmund, oh my God, I love you so much, like you would immediately be on his roster. You are his woman because you have made him feel like a celebrity, like a superstar. And then 9 times out of 10, these women, seeing that it's Edmund Silvers, ain't making him wear no protection. So he's just getting these women pregnant. Well, guess what? I don't care how big of a star you are. When this baby comes and I need some help and you ain't doing nothing, I'm paying all the bills, you just sitting up there chilling talking about you Edmund Silvers, don't nobody care about that. Don't nobody care about your celebrity. So supposedly once it got to that stage and he realized that this woman could see through him, or this woman could see that you just a regular man, he would move on to the next woman and rinse and repeat. And so this is how he got with these multiple women and had all of these children. Now, a lot of you know that Edmund ended up moving very far away from his family. In fact, he left California to go settle in Virginia. Word on the street is that the family got into a huge argument with Edmund, or he got into an argument with them. I cannot tell you exactly what the argument is about. Most people feel like the argument was about money, or that Edmund felt like he was bigger than the rest of the people in the group, but I can't give you the particular details. But it is said that there was a huge argument between the two, and Edmund kind of just cut his family off and moved away. But if you look at Edmund's moving records from 1989 all the way up until 2004, Edmund moved several times. And the reason it said that he moved so many times is because it said that Edmund was not doing well at all. There were times where Edmund couldn't even pay his rent. He just didn't have any money, and supposedly he also was getting a government check. Look at all these different addresses I'm putting up. And under each one, it says that Edmund was there like less than a year, or maybe a year, and then he would move somewhere else. Now, supposedly by the year of 2004, he was working a factory job or some sort of plant job. He also supposedly was living in a low-income house and getting government assistance. And then in that same year of 2004, he ended up getting lung cancer and he passed away at the age of 47. And either Edmund just didn't leave any money or any instructions, or he just beefed with his family super duper bad. Because as far as I know, right now, Edmund still does not have a headstone on his grave. As far as Edmund's children, I do know that he does have one son whose name is Adonis, and this son is making music. And another one of his sons is a celebrity himself, and his name is Jeremy Silvers. And Jeremy's little tail can act, baby. He was in Child's Play 3 with Chucky, and you know he can. He having to sit there and lay still, and Chucky on him talking some, I do, I did, them be alive. Give me the power, I beg of you. So, you know, Jeremy definitely has talent, but unfortunately, since he has grown, he has been into problems. In 2014, his ex-girlfriend, a girl by the name of Octavia Taylor, got a restraining order against Jeremy because they went to a party and Jeremy got upset and started punching all of the guests in the stomach, and he also started pulling out his pee-pee and peeing on them folks. And then in 2018, he got into some more trouble, and that is when he went to his mother asking if he could use her car, and his mother said no. And so Jeremy shot the skates up under her, pushed her down, took the keys from her hand, and took the car anyway. And his mama got up hollering and stuff, and so she called the cops on him. Now, I don't know if any of Edmund's other children have been into problems like that, but the only reason I talked about Jeremy's problems is because Jeremy is actually a celebrity. Now, one more thing about Edmund's children, it is said that at one point in time, one of the children was trying to shop a reality show, basically saying, hey, my daddy had a lot of kids, you know, but the show didn't get picked up, and I believe you can find that on YouTube, though, so if I find the link, I'll put it in the description. So next on the list, you have Ricky Silvers, and it's alleged that Ricky Silvers got on drugs very heavily when the Silvers fizzled out, because singing and performing were his life. He started off as a little child, and so he thought that he was going to be famous forever. He thought he was going to be performing forever. So when the rug was ripped from under him, he didn't know where else to turn, so he turned to drugs. And everybody knows that drug life will end up with you either dead, broke, or in jail, and for Ricky, he ended up in jail. Now, as of today, as far as I saw, Ricky is out of jail and he is doing much better than he was before. Next is the gossip on Angie Silvers, and really the only thing about Angie Silvers is that she struggled with alcoholism very, very badly, like from her teen years up into her adulthood age. But she ended up being able to get over it, and as of right now, she is said to be sober. Next on the list is Patricia Pat Silvers, and there is not really nothing really to say about Pat Silvers except one thing, honey. Look at her. All of the Silver sisters were very, very beautiful, but my goodness, when I saw these pictures of Pat Silvers, she's gorgeous. But as far as any scandal, I did not see anything on Pat Silvers. But after Pat, we have Mr. Foster Silvers, and there is definitely some scandal and hot tea there. So word on the streets is that when the Silvers fell off, Foster, just like Edmund, wanted to do his own thing. He thought that he was going to get a solo career that was really going to take him somewhere. It did not work for him either, and so he ended up struggling and he ended up getting on drugs. Now, the drugs took a huge hold on Foster and he lost everything. They say he was even living on the streets at one time and had a hard time feeding himself. Like he was just starving. He had nothing. And then things went from bad to worse, honey, because this folks out here saying that Foster Silvers was out here sexually assaulting folks. Child, they say one time in 2007, Foster entered a room where a minor was sleeping, and he either performed oral sex on that sleeping minor, or he had that sleeping minor perform some type of oral sex on him, you know, maybe kind of forced himself in. I don't even know how to say it. Anyway, so either one of them, and he actually served time for this. Now, there is some gossip that claims this victim may have even been related to Foster. But that's street gossip, so who knows? Now, I did do some deep digging and I ended up on a blog talking about Foster Silvers and his charges from 2007, the sexual assault. And in the comments, it was clear that there were a lot of Foster Silver fans. So the people were just saying stuff like, you know, I'm not the one to judge. God wouldn't want us to judge. Child, let me tell y'all something. It was somebody on that doggone thread that lit into them. And this person was basically saying, like, you trying to sit up there and say it's about God and God this. No, screw that. Foster did what he did, and I know this because Foster molested me back in the 80s. Hey, this is what the comment says. And I tried to find out who this person was, but their name was anonymous. So either protect their identity, but supposedly Foster must have had more than one victim. Then you have the gossip about Foster while he was locked up. And it's claimed that while he was locked up, the people heard that he was a child abuser or molester, and so they showed him what it felt like. Child said they poked him up so many doggone times from the back that he had to end up in the infirmary. And I'm not sure if this is true or not. Like you guys know, I don't know if any of this is true, but I did find another comment that gives another reason as to why Foster was in the infirmary. Or at least this person said this is the reason that Foster gave them. After y'all hear this doggone reason, to me, Foster should have just been honest. Because the mess that you guys.
Okay, guys, so this comment was left by another person on that blog post that was talking about Foster Silvers. We were in the same holding tank together, who he was. So I went to introduce myself to him. He seemed to be down to earth and began to give me his testimony as a born-again Christian. He claimed to find God in Folsom Prison after talking to a prophet who came to him one day while he was in the prison hospital. The reason he gave for being in the prison hospital was because he had some cysts removed from his left butt cheek. The story he told me seemed to be a little bit weird. He claimed that he had just finished 3 years in Folsom and was just getting released. He claimed he was there for drug possession, and getting busted actually saved his life because the drugs he used caused him to have a clogged spot near his tailbone, which after a few years had grown into a number of cysts. He described the cyst as being large as 2 baseballs and 7 golf balls. And after the doctors removed them, there was such a big hole in his behind, you could fit a cooking wok in it. But this prophet he met told him God would bless him with a gift, and this gift was the gift of prophecy. And from that time, God supernaturally grew him back his butt and gave him the ability to see the future. Looking back at this and seeing these old posts, I now think Foster was just scared because of his charges. End comment.
Y'all see what I mean? I understand miracles do happen, but I'm not sure that it's prophets out here granting new booties to folks. I just don't know about that. Now, whether Foster got sexually assaulted in prison or whether the prophet gave him a new booty, we will never know. But we do know that he came out of prison from that stint and became very, very strictly religious. Honey, they said that Foster do not play, and he will tell you very quick that you ain't supposed to judge nobody. You supposed to be a Christian. Christians ain't supposed to be judging folk. Baby, Foster was even on stage in 2009 with his sisters at a thing called the Silvers Reunion. And honey, he was on stage preaching to the crowd then. Basically telling them, you know, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, and we got to stay prayed up and all this good stuff. I'll put the link in the description. But even though Foster is clearly in the army of the Lord, that does not change the fact that it is rumored that he has a really, really long rap sheet. Supposedly he's been locked up at least 4 times. Now, a lot of people thought that Foster Silvers was the youngest Silvers child, but that is not true. They had an even younger brother, and his name was Christopher Silvers. But Christopher did not perform with his siblings, and while not too much is known about his life, there is gossip out here claiming that Christopher may have passed away from AIDS. Well, actually from hepatitis, but there are claims that the root cause was AIDS, and he developed hepatitis twice after that. Now, some rumors say that he was found dead in a phone booth, but I cannot find anything at all to back that up. But I do know that he passed away in 1985 at the age of 18. But y'all know that last sibling cannot skate on by without no tea, honey, because child, y'all know it's alleged that Mama Shirley Silvers actually had this baby with producer Dick Griffey. Listen, I don't know. All I know is that it's all over the gossip blogs that people seem to think that Mama Shirley ended up sleeping around with Dick Griffey, which was the producer that was working with Leon, and she got pregnant with this last child, Christopher. And I guess the reason people believe that this child is not Leon's child is because they said the dates simply do not match up. They said that Leon had already left the family by the time that Shirley ended up getting pregnant and giving birth to Christopher. Now, as far as Leon Silvers Sr., he and his children do not seem like they had any type of relationship, and he ended up dying in the year of 2005 at the age of 73 after suffering long, hard, and painfully with cancer. Now, as far as tea, this is all that I have on the Silvers. Like I said, I know it was not much, but I cannot tell you what I cannot find. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Seems like the Silvers family are doing pretty well. There is a clip of them in 2017 where all of them got together on stage again, except I believe Charmaine. I think she was out in the audience. Even Olympia was on the stage with them. Foster was on that stage cutting up, honey, especially when it came time to sing Misdemeanor. And then one time he thought he was doing real good, y'all. He done got up off the stage, walking in the crowd. Baby, why come that mic turned off on?
What's up, beautiful ladies and handsome men? I am not sure what's true or false in this story. I take gossip, tea, rumor, and scandal from yesteryear, from online, from word of mouth, from books, and I ball it up and I tell you guys a story. Now, let's get to it.
Baby, listen, do y'all have any idea how hard it is to make sure a teenager gets enough D3 and omega-3 every day? Yeah. But Ritual done changed the game, honey. Their vitamins include 9 high-quality nutrients, including D3 and omega-3. They are vegan-friendly, non-GMO, gluten-free, allergen-free. Honey, they even have 0 added sugars. So when I saw that Ritual had vitamins exclusively made for teens, oh baby, I jumped on it and grabbed it real quick. And my daughter, she loves them, honey. She like having the responsibility of making sure she take her vitamins daily. It makes her feel grown. She also loves that Ritual is so transparent with its ingredients that she can go online for herself and read for herself what she's putting into her body. She's sitting up there telling me, Mama, you ought to see this got some magnesium in it. It's got some vitamin B12. Girl, go on. I know what's going on. We all got Ritual vitamins, honey. I got the ones made for women. My husband got the ones made for men. My little 7-year-old got the one that's made for kids and children. But it don't stop there. They got vitamins for 50 plus, prenatal, postnatal. They even have essential protein.
Listen, better health does not happen overnight, and right now Ritual is offering you guys 20% off of your first month. That's 20% off of 1 month's worth vitamins or proteins. All you have to do is go down and click the link below and use my code at checkout.
All right, let's move on to the member shout out.
Thank you guys so much for joining the membership. If you have not seen your name yet, do not worry, do not fret. I have more members to show off as we go along.
And a special shout out to I Am Just Me, Reese. Hey, hon. And I have to do one more special shout out to one of the greatest loves of my life, my mother, Denise. And excuse me if I tear up talking about this. When everybody else thought I was crazy and losing my mind for wanting to do this YouTube thing, my mama stood firm behind me. She absolutely deserves all of the greatest things in life that are coming to her. Whew, hold on, y'all. But anyways, the reason that I am shouting out my mother is because my mother has started her own YouTube channel. Baby, my mama know how to paint. I'm talking about paint houses as well as artistic painting. My mama know how to build pool decks. Baby, my mama built a whole bathroom and added it onto my childhood home. She knows how to make jewelry, how to build tables, and she knows how to craft. She has a DIY channel called DIYW Denise, which means DIY with Denise. And she just started her channel. It's literally just one woman standing in front of the camera doing her invention. And I am so absolutely proud of my mama. I'm going to put the link for her channel at the bottom of the pinned comment as well as in the description box. If you've ever wanted to do something for me, please go subscribe to my mama. It would warm my heart up so much if we could at least get my mama up to 5,000 subscribers. And that's the favor I'm asking from y'all this month. In the next couple of months, I'm gonna be asking y'all for a favor to subscribe to my husband's YouTube channel. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Right now, let's get to the cutest, most intelligent, sassiest behind child star who dominated the late 70s and the early 80s, Mr. Gary Coleman. Let's get to it. Gary Wayne Coleman was born in Zion, Illinois, February the 8th, 1968. The day after his birth, he was adopted by Willie G. Coleman, a forklift operator, and Edmonia Sue Coleman, a nurse practitioner. Now, gossip claims Willie and Sue did not know at the time, but the child that they adopted was a very sickly child. Gary suffered from something called focal segmental glomerulosclerosis, and this was a severe kidney disease. As a matter of fact, when he was born, there was something already wrong with one of his kidneys. Like one of his kidneys shut down very early on. Willie and Sue did not miss a beat. They just figured, oh well, our child is sick and we have to do what we have to do. But treatment for Gary was very, very expensive. In fact, it's claimed that that is one of the reasons that his mother sought to put Gary in show business. You know what I'm saying? She felt like her child was uber cute. You know, she felt like he had a great personality, and she felt like he could actually make it and be a star. And also, yes, he could supplement the income. So Gary's career began when he was just 6 years old, and that is when he starred in a Harris Bank commercial in 1974. After that, he appeared in a show called Medical Center. Then after that, he appeared in Good Times. He even went on to appear on The Jeffersons. This spunky little kid was on a roll. Then in 1976, 1977, word started to spread about a reboot of the show Our Gang, but this new show was going to be called Little Rascals. Gary, who was already on everybody's radar, went for the role of Stymie, and he booked it. But unfortunately, the Little Rascals just could not get off of the ground. But before they shelved the project, they shot a pilot episode, and this just so happened to be little Gary's saving grace. To see this kid in action, nobody could deny that Gary Coleman had talent. It was crazy to see a child so young to be able to use his facial expressions to get an emotion or a feeling over to the audience. A lot of child actors cannot do that. I mean, they try and they do it, but it seems kind of campy or kind of cheeky or cheesy when they do it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of child actors, when they do them little faces and stuff like that, it seems like an adult has been on the side being like, you know, do this, do that. Like it just seems fake. But not Gary Coleman. This kid was a natural, and because he was a natural, there were eyes on him. And those eyes belonged to either Norman Lear himself or an associate of Norman Lear. And of course, Norman Lear is the guy who was behind all of the big projects back then. Good Times, All in the Family, everything. And so although Gary and his parents were kind of bummed about the Little Rascals not getting picked up, they had no idea that something was already set in the works for Gary. Because Norman Lear had just started working on a show called Different Strokes, and he felt like Gary Coleman was perfect for one of the roles. And actually, let me correct that. The name of the show at this time was really 45 Minutes from Harlem, but they ended up changing the name to Different Strokes. So once Different Strokes was ready to cast late 1977, early 1978, one of the first calls made was to Gary Coleman, and they wanted him to play the part of Arnold Jackson. And he would star beside another little black boy named Todd Bridges, who would play Arnold's brother, Willis. And this show had an all-around great cast, but it turned out to be Gary Coleman who was the true breakout star. People could not get past this kid with this snappy delivery and with this strong but sometimes rude vocabulary. They identified with him. Parents saw him like they saw their own child. Little kids saw him like a sibling. So Gary was it, and Lord have mercy, honey. Don't get me started on the episodes where he was sitting up there talking about some, what you talking about, Willis? Baby, these folks was acting like they had never heard anything funny before this, honey. I'm talking about the folks just sitting in the audience just, It got a huge response, and it was not long before Gary Coleman started to be honored. And not only honored, this kid was turning into a cult phenomenon. He received so much praise that he got 5 Young Artist Award nominations, and he ended up winning 2 of those awards. Then he won the People's Choice Award for Favorite Young TV Performer 4 times in a row. Baby, it's gossip out here that's claiming this boy even earned pretty much almost $100,000 a episode. Where they do that at? I mean, especially at that age and at that time period. The boy was a star, honey. And now that we have gotten to that stardom, it is time to get into the scandalous, messy behind tea for Mr. Gary Coleman. Not only are we going to spill Gary's tea, but we also going to spill his co-stars' tea, Dana Plato and Todd Bridges. Now let's get to it. Now this first thing is not really even a rumor. It's about what I told you guys about the show when it was called 45 Minutes from Harlem. But they changed it to Different Strokes. Because apparently at that time, Muhammad Ali was all over the TV screen talking about some different strokes for different folks. Different strokes for different folks. And so Norman Lear was like, I'll take that, please. Thank you. Now for Gary Coleman, a lot of people thought that he suffered from dwarfism or some other little person disease, but that was not the case. And I know a lot of you guys thought his illness caused him to have a very short height, but that was not the case either. It was actually the medicine that Gary Coleman was on. Gary's disease was just that bad with his kidneys that he had to be on a medication so strong that this medication stunted his growth. So it really was a catch-22 when it came to Gary Coleman. Yes, you can live and possibly have a productive life on these medications, but you will be stuck in a 9 or 10-year-old body while you do it. And speaking of how bad Gary's disease was, by the age of 5, this child had already had his first kidney transplant. So he may have been a great actor, may have even been a star, but this child was suffering the whole time it was going on. Now let's get into a little deeper mess, honey, because gossip claims that when Gary Coleman became the star of the show, baby, they said his parents thought they was the stars too. Especially when Gary started getting movie roles outside of Different Strokes. Baby said Gary's parents would show up to the Different Strokes set, dressed to the nines, honey, in professional clothing, and start demanding things. And a lot of those things was special treatment for their boy. Let me tell you something, son. You got more power than you know you have. This show wouldn't be nothing without you. And Gary, who was a child, started to believe everything that his parents said. And this spelled disaster because Gary Coleman started walking around like his stuff didn't stink. Honey, Gary would start coming to the set without even a hello to the other castmates. And if they just so happened to talk to him, he would wonder why. Somebody get this peasant away from me. Allegedly, his father, Willie, was the one that really fed his son these lies or this information. He was the one that fed his son things like, you know, there's no need for you to talk or associate with these people because they're fake anyway, Gary. You know what I'm saying? They really all want your spot. They're all jealous of you. His parents pretty much alienated Gary from everybody else on the set. They even went so far as to hire bodyguards for their son. And maybe their son needed this in public, maybe not, but they had bodyguards on the set. So when Gary would finish shooting his scene, he would go and walk into the middle of his bodyguards and they would kind of enclose and make a circle around him so nobody else could come and talk to him. And being on this power trip meant Gary's attitude got nasty. Todd, I didn't want to say anything, but I think you walked in front of me on that last tape. Always telling folks to shut up, asking folks, why are you talking to me? Just always being very insulting and very snappy. And so with Gary acting this way, the relations between the cast went downhill very quick. And they did start to dislike the fact that it seemed like Gary Coleman was getting special treatment. You know what I'm saying? They started to dislike the fact that he got the best lines. They started to dislike the fact that he was always pushed forward in front of the camera. And yes, it was Todd Bridges and Dana Plato, but baby, the folks say that even Colin Bainsworth, or Colin Baines, I think his name is, the one that played Mr. Drummond, they say that he was a little bit, you know, jealous too, because gossip claims when the show first started, it was supposed to be centered around Mr. Drummond. But see, honey, they messed up. If you want the show to be centered around a white patriarch, do not put a really funny black person on the show because it's just gonna get stolen. Just like it was with Neil Carter and Give Me a Break. But anyways, to get back to the story, let me give you an example of how it's claimed Gary Coleman was acting towards the cast. So Gary came in one day and was pretty much snapping on everybody. If anybody called his name, you know, yeah, what do you want? Or if they try to come up to him and ask him something about the script or about the show, you know, Gary is running around like, you know, please get out of my face, you know. If you don't have it yet, you just don't have it. Sorry, boop, your fault. And so because he is snapping on everybody like this, Todd Bridges steps in and is like, you know, Gary, man, chill, man. Just calm down, chill out. Gary looked Todd up and down and was like, dude, shut up. And so Todd stepped up to Gary and was like, you don't talk to me like that. Baby, Gary stepped up, jumped up, and slapped fire from Todd Bridges. And so Todd is thinking about it, and he's like, you know, bop, and slapped Gary all across the room, child. Gary Coleman's legs was probably in the air. Todd Bridges slapped him so hard. But Todd soon found out that Gary was absolutely the star of the show and that he pretty much could act with impunity because Todd Bridges was punished for this. They made him sit out of 4 episodes during that season just to let him know that you don't put hands on Gary Coleman. And I am pretty doggone sure that one of the reasons that Todd was pretty much taught a lesson like that or banned from 4 episodes had a lot to do with Gary Coleman's parents. You know what I'm saying? Because that is their little boy. That is their little star. How dare you let somebody slap my son like that? Well, like I always say, the he was on his doggone parents because what they didn't realize is that they were creating a monster that even they would have a hard time controlling. The folks say that one day Gary's dad, Willie, came up to the set and I guess he told Gary something that Gary did not want to hear. Baby, Gary got those bodyguards, the same bodyguards that his parents had hired to put his daddy out. And his mama got some of that stuff too because gossip claims that one day she was on the set and she said something that upset Gary. Baby, don't you know he pushed her in her legs and then took his food he was eating and threw it in her face? And Talik, I saw you in the comments talking about stories that happened on set. Maybe you might know more than me, but I couldn't find anything past this. But I do know that Gary Coleman was acting a hot mess because his hot messery or his tomfoolery even extended beyond the set, baby. Now listen at this. This may have been right towards the end of Different Strokes or even when Different Strokes had first got canceled. But I honestly think it was right towards the end of Different Strokes. Well, anyway, comedian Molly Shannon was just now coming into Hollywood and she got lucky and she booked the same manager that Gary Coleman had. And I believe this manager's name was Mark Randolph. So Molly is absolutely excited. I mean, she is thrilled to have the same manager as Gary Coleman. And so when the manager Mark asks Molly, hey, do you want to meet Gary Coleman? Of course she says yes. So they leave the agent's office and they go over to a hotel that Gary is staying at. Molly and the manager goes in and the manager is like, Gary, I brought somebody to meet you. I have somebody I want you to meet. She just signed a contract and I'm her manager too. You know, she's very new to the town. Her name is Molly Shannon. And this Gary, how do you do, Molly Shannon? It's very nice to meet you. And then he turns around and walks to the bed and he sits down and he pats the bed beside him, you know, telling Molly, come on over and talk to me. Come on, let's get to know each other. So Molly does, and while she's talking, she notices that the manager, Mark Randolph, has left the room. But she doesn't really even think anything of it because for one, she's very young, and for two, she just now came to Hollywood. So she continues talking to Gary, and before she knows it, she's feeling little fingers, little hands, tickling her all up in here. And so Molly is like, you know, Gary, stop. Oh my God. And Gary over there telling him, I'm gonna get you. And so he keeps tickling her, possibly trying to get further and further to, you know, private places, but she keeps like pushing him away. And then suddenly Gary's tickling turned into pushing, honey. And he did one hard push and pushed Molly Shannon back on the bed and then tried to lean in and kiss her. And so Molly is like, you know, Gary, stop. And she pushes him off of her and she sits up. Well, once again, tickle, 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 pushes her back and tries to climb on top of her and kiss her again. But when she notices that Gary is not going to stop, she ends up getting off of the bed. Gary Coleman is like, oh yeah, and he stands up on the bed. Yeah. He launched himself off of the bed with his arms wide open like a bear hug and then like wrapped his arms and legs around Molly Shannon. Like the way a child would jump off the bed and wrap their arms and legs around their parent. That's what Gary Coleman did to Molly Shannon. And so she catches him and immediately Gary Coleman is like trying to kiss her and stuff. And so Molly Shannon takes him off of her and then flings him to the side. And this is Gary. Whee! And running back to the bed and jumping again and then launching himself on Molly Shannon again. He kept doing this. He kept launching himself off of the bed, getting kisses, and she would throw him off of her, and then she started to get scared because it was clear that this was not a game or not a joke or not a fun time. Gary Coleman was trying to get something from her. And so the next time she launched him, as soon as he hit the ground, she tries to take off running for the bathroom. But baby, that doggone Gary Coleman was too doggone fast, child. Baby, Gary Coleman got up from off of that ground like the leprechaun and took off running after that woman and then was hanging on her foot. Well, you going, Molly? So Molly is like, you know, get it. Gary ain't went nowhere. As a matter of fact, when she looks down there, he's holding on tight to some, come back here, let's play some more. And so Molly is like, you know, no, I don't want to play. And then finally she boom, and kicks him off to the side, and Gary goes flying back. And so Molly runs into the bathroom and shuts the door behind her and locks it. She's like, you know, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Oh my God. Honey, she cannot even get her bearings together before she looks to the door and starts to see fingers sliding up under the door, talking about some silly Billy. I can see you in there, Molly. I'm not exactly sure what happened just right then or next, but I do know that as soon as Molly knew that Gary was away from the bathroom door, she burst out of the bathroom door and ran out of the hotel room. And y'all, I know he probably wouldn't, but it just feels like Gary Coleman was probably running behind that girl talking about some who asked me to do this story? Y'all know I like to act stuff out. Now, to move along, while Gary's career was thriving when he was on Different Strokes, his health was failing. By the age of 15, he had to have another emergency kidney transplant, but this time the transplant failed to take. Gary Coleman no longer had any kidneys, which meant he had to go on dialysis. And he had to do these treatments 4 times a day and at least 4 to 5 times a week. So that meant almost every single day, this young boy spent several hours at the hospital hooked up to all of these machines, and then he would have to leave there and go on set and stay there pretty much the rest of the day. Like, Gary Coleman was being worked almost to death. And as far as dialysis, he had to do that for the rest of his life. Now, all of these problems all mixed together started to harden Gary Coleman quite a bit. He became even more miserable, even more snappy, even more smart-mouthed than he was before. And this was starting to become more and more of a problem because as the show went on through the years, Gary Coleman became way less of a cute little kid. You know what I'm saying? He started growing up and he started to look quite strange, and that was because of the dialysis. You know, sometimes he would show up to the set, he was like puffy, you know, his skin was kind of ashy and gray. And since this is the case, and that show was basically based on this cute behind sassy kid, the ratings started to go down. Like, it was still kind of steady, like steadily going down, but still it was going down. Now, it was by the 6th season that things really started to fall apart. And that is because Dana Plato, the actress that played Kimberly, ended up getting pregnant. So the show started to make cast changes and pretty much everything went down the hill. And so the cast started to feel the heat of cancellation, especially little Gary Coleman. Now, gossip claims that there had been a trust set up for Gary Coleman, and all of this money that had accumulated was supposed to be available to Gary once he turned 18. The young man was supposed to have millions of dollars. Well, Gary got to age 18 and took a look into his account. Maybe everybody around probably heard a small thump on the floor, because I am sure Gary Coleman probably fell out. The folks say that it was about $250,000 to $280,000 in there. No money. He probably wanted to jump up and slap Todd Bridges again, because the year that he turned 18 was the same year that the show got canceled. So it was not like Gary Coleman could just be like, you know, wow, $250K, that's messed up, man, but that's all right because I got more shows to do, so I'll just like build it back up. He cannot do that because once again the show was canceled. And so then Gary started looking for somebody to blame, and the blame fell right on the shoulders of his highfalutin behind parents. Gary became very upset with them, and he became very suspicious of them. And because Gary felt this way, gossip claims that a lot of vultures started circling around him. Agents, publicists, friends, all kind of people in his ear telling him, you know, your parents are horrible. Your parents ripped you off. Didn't they adopt you? Did they do that just so you can become a workhorse? Did they even love you? And then to get it a little bit more scandalous, a little bit more messy in here, gossip claims that 2 of those people that were so-called vultures were a mother-son duo named Terry, who was the mother, and Dion, the son, was a Michael Jackson impersonator. Well, gossip claims that Dion met Gary probably about 3 or 4 years earlier because Gary's daddy, Willie, had hired Dion to kind of be the family gopher. You know what I'm saying? Remember I told y'all how Gary's parents, especially his daddy, sat up there and thought he was a star too? Well, since Dion was this guy and he spent a lot of time driving Gary around, you know, taking Gary different places, he and Gary Coleman became very cool. Well, at first, Gary would just confide into Dion about how much his parents hurt him. You know what I'm saying? About how much his parents got on his nerves, and you know, he couldn't believe that his parents had spent all of this money. But even though he was telling Dion these things, he still had contact with his parent. Well, the folks say that Dion ended up planning a 2-week trip to Hawaii. Child, say something was put on Gary so doggone good, child. Said that by the time that it was over, he wanted to give his whole life to Dion Meal. Baby, Gary Coleman got back, the first phone call he made was to his parents and was like, Daddy, Mama, you're fired. And I guess I forgot to tell you guys, they were working as managers for Gary Coleman. Pretty much just had a title for a reason that they would be getting some of his money. So Gary decided to cut his parents completely off, like not talk to them again. And then he also decided to sue his parents. And baby, you know it was a scandalous thing, child. Baby, the media jumped all over the case. Word started to spread around about how his parents stole all his money, how his parents lived this very rich life while Gary basically worked himself to death. But there was another side of the story that really didn't get into the media much. And this side of the story said that Willie and Sue Coleman were not crook parents, they were just stupid. Now, this side of the story says, yes, his parents did spend a lot of his money. Yes, they spent just about all of his money. But his medical bills were stupendous. Second of all, Willie fancied himself as showbiz parent royalty. Yes, he was a man that liked to throw his weight around. He was a man that liked to feel like he was in charge. All of these showbiz type people basically took Willie Coleman for a ride simply by stroking his doggone ego. Yes, Mr. Coleman, you know your son is king of the TV. He should be on all of the magazine covers. If you give me $100,000, I will ensure that he's on a lot of magazine covers. Yep. Now you're thinking, my son needs to be on all the magazine covers. So you said 100,000? Here you go. I mean, so y'all get the gist. Like, he was just signing money away. And once again, all these people had to do was tell him what he wanted to hear. And then they were just ignorant to the business anyway. They felt like once Gary had made it, that meant he was going to be a celebrity forever. And so they both quit their job. They went and bought a big fancy house. They went and bought a big fancy car. And they just felt like, you know, we can retire now. And so I know that we can still argue and say his parents stole his money, which they did take his money. But once again, gossip claims that it probably really was not evil intentions. It's just that they were dumb and people really took them for a ride. Now, the messy word on these old Hollywood streets is that when Gary pretty much cut his parents off and wanted to sue his parents, he was living in an apartment with his friend Dion. Well, Willie sees all of this stuff in the news where his son Gary has like cut them off and trying to sue him and stuff like that. And Willie is like, you know, that boy need a life lesson. And so he goes over to the apartment banging on the door. You know, Gary, you open up this door. This your daddy. Open up, boy. And Gary is like, get away from the door. Get away from the door. Well, eventually, Gary does open the apartment door and like he just starts walking to his car. And Willie is kind of fussing and arguing with him the whole way. Baby, Gary got in that car. And next thing you know, life turned into a cartoon, honey. Baby, they said that car was running Willie all up across the yard. Honey said Willie was howling and everything. Gary, stop! Gary, stop! Then they said finally Gary had Willie like right in his sights, right in front of the car. Baby, they said Willie had to dive out of the way. After Willie had landed on the ground, his feet was still in the way, like his legs. So after he hit the ground, he had to pull his legs up to his chest and was laying down there looking like a dead cockroach. After this episode, gossip claims that Gary went ahead and pursued suing his parents for the amount of $3 million. Well, Gary did end up winning the lawsuit. $1.3 million. But again, by this time, Gary was without a job. And so that $1.3 million went very quickly. And when Gary first left Different Strokes, it was not that he couldn't get roles for like just because he couldn't get roles. It was because he didn't want to play any roles focused on his shortness anymore, like his height anymore. Well, I tell you one thing, after about 4 or 5 years and having a really spotty acting history, Gary was ready to do those roles. You know what I'm saying? Heck, he was even ready to do little kid roles and teenage roles. But he had made a fatal flaw.
once Different Strokes was initially over, Gary did a whole bunch of interviews talking about how the producers kind of like used him, you know what I'm saying? How dare they cancel the show like that and just kind of kick us out like we're not nothing. So now those same executives and producers and stuff didn't want anything to do with him. He appeared on Fresh Prince in 1996 for one episode, but that was pretty much it. And so Gary was struggling so bad, he had to take a job as a mall security guy. Once people saw him working security, everybody wanted to come and take pictures. Oh, Gary Coleman, I remember you. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? And just always in his face. And then you had the folks that was sitting up there pointing and laughing. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you used to be big. What the F happened to you? And although he started off like taking all of these pictures with people and stuff like that, after a while he just didn't want to do that. You know, he just wanted to work his job and go home. Well, one of these times there were like these two teenage boys or something like that, and they asked Gary for a picture and he said no. Well, these guys kind of walked off, but they snapped a picture of him anyway. Yeah! That's Gary. He has taken off running after these guys. And he's like, you know, didn't I tell you not to take the picture? Didn't I tell you not to take the picture? And so these guys take off and they jump in their car. Well, Gary jumps on the hood of the car and plasters himself on the windshield like this. Talking about, y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all ain't going nowhere. And these two boys, of course, have a camera. And so they take footage of Gary on the windshield like this, and they sell that footage to the highest bidder. So within days, Gary Coleman's face is going around the world, and people thinks that he's lost his mind, thinks he's insane. And then after that incident in 1998, this lady named Tracy Fields comes to Gary Coleman, and she asks him for an autograph. And Gary says no. And Tracy is like, you know, please, Gary, please give me an autograph. I'm your biggest fan. Gary Coleman once again says no. Well then, you know, I guess you just gonna give everybody else an autograph except me. Ugh, I used to like you 10 seconds before you just said no. Now I hate you. As a matter of fact, ha ha, that's why you mall security now. Your career didn't go nowhere, did it, bud? Baby buddy was the last thing that woman said before the fist of fury came after her, honey. But of course, just because people say things to make you mad or even harass you, as far as Gary Coleman was saying, you know, you cannot hit them. You cannot use any kind of physical violence. So this woman went to the law. And he didn't make it any easier on himself. Like when the media found out and they kind of asked him what happened, instead of explaining the situation by being humble and basically telling everybody, you know, I was tired, this woman started cursing me out, you know, so I just lost my cool. Gary said this, well, she wouldn't leave me alone. You know, I was getting scared and she was getting ugly. Now, Gary, why would you say some mess like that? In the end, though, he ended up getting a suspended jail sentence and he had to pay a fine, and I think that lady's medical bill. And then in 2007, something wonderful happened for Gary Coleman. He ended up meeting a 22-year-old lady by the name of Shannon Price. He and Shannon fell in love and they got married 7 months later. And then in 2008, the honeymoon was over, baby, because Gary and Shannon ended up on divorce court. And they basically told this story of how they just really could not get along. You know what I'm saying? It's claimed that Gary Coleman would throw temper tantrums and then start screaming and banging his head up against the wall. And then some people, and this was not mentioned on the show, but this is just gossip that was going on around this time, claimed that they saw Shannon have Gary Coleman in public and then kind of push him down. And like he just kind of fell down bloop on the sidewalk because she got mad at him. And then Gary talked about how he just really could not keep Shannon happy. But then he revealed something that was probably the reason why he couldn't keep Shannon happy. He pretty much revealed that he had not slept with his wife. That's probably why she had an attitude all the time, because you won't give her none. And this is crazy, but it definitely reveals something to me. Since all of that stuff has come out about him and Molly Shannon, it's clear that Gary Coleman got his confidence from his career. He was confident enough to try to sleep with Molly Shannon because he was a big-time star at this time. Well, now, all of these years later that he's actually married to Shannon Price, he has no confidence. He is not a star anymore. And so it's like he didn't feel himself worthy. You know what I'm saying? Didn't think he was man enough, I guess. And so it caused trouble in the bedroom. And then the hot, messy streets say that Gary Coleman not only admitted that he had not slept with his wife, but Gary Coleman admitted that he was actually a virgin. He had not slept with anybody. But y'all know the messy streets say that something happened in Hawaii. So, you know, I don't know. Shannon and Gary could not get it together. So in August of 2008, they ended up getting a divorce. However, they continued to live together and fight constantly. It's also alleged that over time, Shannon started to have open affairs with other guys. And so just all of this negative stuff must have just gotten to Gary, and it started to make him more bitter than he already was. Because in 2008, he got into a fight with another person in Utah. Gary once again jumped in his car and ran this man over. And then in 2009, the stress was so much, Gary Coleman had to undergo heart surgery. And after this heart surgery, he started to have very bad seizures. And one of these seizures happened in 2010 on the set of The Insider. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the same episode where Gary Coleman appeared on the show and went clean off on everybody, especially that blonde woman, baby. Baby, I thought Gary Coleman was finna get up and slap that woman on camera. I'll put the link in the description so you guys can see for yourself. On May 26, 2010, 911 received a call, and it was from Gary's ex-wife, Shannon Price, and she told them on the phone that Gary had fallen and he had hit his head and that he was no longer moving. He was taken to the hospital where he actually regained consciousness, and then that very next day, on the 27th, things started to go downhill again. And then on May 28, 2010, Gary Coleman died at the age of 42. Now let's move on to Dana Plato and Todd Bridges. And I'm not going to really tell their whole biography like I did Gary Coleman, but we're going to move on to their tea. So just like Gary Coleman, Dana Plato was adopted as a baby by a lady named Linda Strain and her husband. But by the time Dana became 3 years old, her adoptive father abandoned the family. This started a chain of events that made Dana seek affection and attention. She was always trying to be in front of a crowd or in front of a camera, and it wasn't long before she asked her mother if she could act. Soon she was cast for different strokes, and people fell in love with this fresh-faced little girl. She rose to prominence very quickly in this cast, but of course she had nothing on Gary Coleman. Well, after about 4 or 5 years of being on this show, Dana started to feel like she was missing something. You know, she had turned into a teenager, and she started to feel like all she did all day and night was work on this show. And she wanted some freedom. She wanted to be able to express herself. So she began using drugs. And it started off with just marijuana, but quickly started to include cocaine as well. Now, after 2 years of wild living and drugs, Dana ended up meeting a young man by the name of Lenny Lambert. They quickly fell head over heels for each other, and they were always together, and this resulted in Dana getting pregnant. And it's a little bit of mess in there because gossip claims that Dana Plato actually ended up getting pregnant on purpose. And it was because she was wanting to determine her own rules. That way she could guarantee some type of freedom on the show. Well, her plan actually worked, and she ended up getting the freedom that she was looking for from the show. However, she ended up looking like a clown because this freedom was permanent. They fired her behind. After this firing, life became very hard for Dana Plato because she finally started to realize that she actually was living a privileged life as a child actress because she was bringing in a lot of money. And now that she was not having any episodes anymore, she had no money. You know, her money was running out. And then what made it even worse is, like I told you before, Dana Plato loved the spotlight. Well, she was no longer getting that spotlight. And so she ended up having her baby and getting married to Lenny Lambert, but nothing could replace the feeling that she had being on TV. And so because of this, Dana Crazy Tail basically started acting like she ain't had no home training child. She essentially abandoned her husband and her baby and just started going out and living the party life. Gossip claims that she started sleeping with random people, started to do a boatload of drugs, and just like really almost went crazy because listen to this. The folks say that her adoptive mother, Linda Strain, had been diagnosed with scleroderma like some years before. And this was actually one of the reasons that Dana got wild like she did, because her mother was always seeking care or always in the hospital, so she was at home a lot by herself during her teen years. Well, anyways, by the time that Dana is 19, because I think that's when she got married and had her baby. So by the time that she's 19, her mother is sickly and pretty much on her deathbed. Honey, Dana gets so high and drunk one night, she goes to her mama's hospital room, and her mama's like, "Hi, baby." Die. Why won't you die, mother? Just hurry up and die. Honey, the mama Linda is laying in the bed looking like somebody that slapped her in the face with a frying pan. She can't believe what her daughter is saying. But see, the thing of it is, in the next few days, Dana was the one sitting up there looking like somebody had slapped her in the face with a frying pan. Because she went home to her husband and her baby and started screaming and acting a fool, and she ended up jumping out of the window. And it's alleged that she was on the ground with all of this glass all over her and all around her, waiting for her husband to come out of the house and console her. Child, that man came out of their house with his baby son in his arm, jumped in the car and drove away, leaving Dana sitting up there laying like this. When her tail finally got up and started wiping all that glass off of her, she was looking even more crazy because she got a phone call from her husband telling her that he wanted a divorce. But ain't none of that the frying pan that slapped her in the face. The frying pan was that same week her mother really did end up dying. And so Dana Plato was going through it. And after a couple of years, her money was gone. So when she couldn't always afford cocaine, she started doing crack. Now, she was continuously trying to go for auditions and acting jobs and stuff like that, but she really just could not find any luck, or not anything that was serious and paying good money. So she had this bright idea that she needed to pose for Playboy. And Playboy has made stars out of certain women. Unfortunately, Dana's backfired like a mother sucker. She looked trashy, and the only thing that came calling were trashy B movies. Eventually, all of Dana's money ran out, and she got so desperate to get her drugs that she ended up doing something like super crazy. This woman took a BB gun, went to a local video store, and robbed the cashier. Ain't had no hood, no face mask, no nothing, child. And so Dana gets like $100 or something like that, and she leaves. But the cashier picks up the phone and calls 911 and says, "Hey, Kimberly from Different Strokes just robbed me." And at first, I'm pretty sure that the police really couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? They probably really thought that the cashier was mistaken. But then something happened to confirm that it really was Dana, because while the police were at the video store talking to the cashier, Dana came back inside of the video store. Honey, Dana then came in there like, what happened here? What are all the officers here for? What's going on? Baby, them folks turned her around and put them cuffs on her so fast. And ma'am, you know what? You just about deserve that, ma'am. Because that's slow. That was slow. She ended up getting off light, though, with 5 years of probation. So it wasn't really the jail time or her getting in trouble with the law that was the worst thing. The worst thing is, just like Gary Coleman's face was splashed all across the media, so was Dana Plato's. And this looked horrible. One of America's sweethearts is now robbing a video store for drug money? So it was really, truly humiliating. So much so that Dana just wanted to get away from Hollywood. Like, she ain't even want nobody to see her face no more. And so she took off for Las Vegas, and she decided, well, I guess I'll just be a showgirl. I mean, I know it's low, but hey, I gotta do what I got to do. And baby got embarrassed, honey, when she found out that them folks didn't even want her for a showgirl. Now, this really broke Dana Plato's heart, because she was Kimberly from Different Strokes. She was a super successful star, and now you telling her that she ain't even good enough to be a showgirl in Vegas? But that's what they told her. So she actually stayed in Las Vegas for a while and started working at a dry cleaner for like $5.25 an hour. And then out of nowhere, she got an offer to be in a brand new video game. And this was one of those new digital interactive Sega video games. These type of games were just now coming into fashion, so it was really exciting for Dana to be involved with something that was obviously going to blow up and become worldwide. It was really fun for her to be at the start of it. But what the people didn't tell her is that this game, Night Trap, was a vicious game. It was full of blood, guts, and then murder on the side, baby. And of course, this is nothing for today. Like, if this game came out today, nobody would bat an eye. But for the 1990s, this was terrible. And so pretty soon, Night Trap was like all in the court. Like, the creators were all in the courtroom and everything, child. Folks wanted to sue. People wanted to lay jail time charges on these people. And so once again, Dana Plato had made a horrible choice, because when people looked at the game, she was right there on the cover. Her face was associated with this game, and people are like, Kimberly from Different Strokes, this girl going crazy. So once again, Dana Plato got on a plane and ran away. And this time she ran to her uncle's house or something like that and stole a prescription pad from his house, because I think he was a doctor, and wrote herself like a 1,500 pill prescription of like Lortab or something like that, and promptly got arrested. But again, they only gave her probation. Dana was grateful to be let off again. You know what I'm saying? She was excited about it. She was grateful. And she said now that she was done with show business. She went back home to her ex-husband and her baby. And she was with her baby almost every single day. She also ended up meeting a new man who became her boyfriend. They bought an RV and they started living in that RV together. But she just did not get the fulfillment. She missed the spotlight. It was a part of her. And so she took back off to Hollywood once again, looking for her chance. But wasn't nobody checking for Dana Plato. I mean, they just wasn't. I mean, well, like, it was one man who was checking for her. And he actually told her, hey, I got a movie for you. Well, come to find out, this movie was a soft porn movie. And Dana, with nothing else going on, she took it. This movie was named Different Strokes, Jack and Jill, and Jill. Come on, man. It was just about the lowest of the low that Dana could get. After she shot the movie, she took her money for that and she went and bought drugs, but then she went back to fly to where her son was. And I know I keep saying where her son was. Well, her son and her ex-husband were actually located in Oklahoma. She was only there for probably a few weeks before she got a call from the Howard Stern show. They wanted her to come so they could interview her. And I honestly, for the life of me, don't know what Dana Plato was thinking. You know what I'm saying? I think she might have thought that she was different. You know, I think she might have thought that these people were gonna look at her like a respectable star, you know, but they didn't. It was horrible. Baby, Dana Plato got on that show and them callers destroyed her. They were calling her a coco, calling her broke and stinking and dirty vag, and you know, you're not nothing no more, you're just trash. Like, they were going in on her. Gossip claims they were going in on her so bad that Howard Stern got a little like, you know, dang, y'all really going in on her. Honey, Dana Plato left that interview in tears. She was humiliated. She didn't even stay in California. I think this is where they were. Hollywood, I guess. She didn't even stay there for that night. Like, soon as she left the studio, she hopped on a plane and went back to Oklahoma. She gets there and she talks to her ex-mother-in-law about how humiliated she was on the Howard Stern show. You know, she talks for a minute and then she tells everybody, you know, I'm just tired. I just want to go to sleep. And so she goes out to the RV that she has that was parked in front of the home and she goes to sleep. Well, the next day on May 8th, Dana Plato does not wake up. In fact, Dana Plato is dead. She was only 34 years old and she had died of an overdose. And some people say that it was an accidental overdose, but gossip claims that it was no accident, that she committed suicide. Her life just never turned out how she wanted it to be. The very last cast member I'm going to talk about is Todd Bridges. Unlike the other castmates, it really seems like Todd Bridges' young life was pretty stable. That is until he turned age 11, and that's when a dark shadow came over his life. Because, and this is a trigger warning, Todd Bridges was sexually assaulted. And he claimed that this person was a family friend or some sort of publicist. Even though this assault had gone down, Todd did not have much time to get over it or even focus on it because he had booked a role on the show Different Strokes. And I've already told you how he kind of got maligned on the show. Him, Dana, and Mr. Drummond, and how they all kind of felt kind of jealous. And then, you know, Todd had to deal with Gary slapping him and all that kind of stuff. So when he became a teenager, he also started using drugs. Him and Kimberly, or him and Dana Plato, actually used drugs together. And gossip claims that those two messed around or dated. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen anything to confirm that, but I do know that supposedly it's very true that they did these drugs together. Cocaine and marijuana. When Dana Plato got kicked off the show from being pregnant, I think that pretty much ended their relationship, but Todd Bridges continued to abuse drugs, and the show was able to hide it for the most part. That is until 1983. Todd Bridges got into some little shaky water because he was caught carrying a concealed weapon. Now, luckily, this story didn't just blow up and mess everything up. He just had to pay a fine of $240, but it kind of showed the path that he was going on. But then when the show canceled, all hell broke loose. Todd was another one who just ended up living the party life all the time, and he blew his money on drugs, especially once he started trying to audition for other shows and he couldn't find work. The only thing left for him to do, he thought, was just live his life in the fast lane. Then he started adding methamphetamine and things sure enough started to go crazy. Gossip claims that in 1987, Todd called somebody and made a bomb threat. and he got arrested for that. And then things sure enough went off the deep end when Todd started to hang around very shady characters. And some gossip claims that Todd was actually the shady character himself. Now check me out. One night, Todd was riding around drugging and drinking with a drug dealer named Kenneth Tex Clay. And they really were just hanging out, you know, kicking back. Well, eventually they ended up going to some house together. Todd does so many drugs that he ends up blacking out. Honey, the next morning, it felt like SWAT was in that house. All you heard was boo, 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 open up, open up. And then the police barged into the house. And when this happened, Todd got scared and he ran out. And all of this is alleged, by the way. Well, anyways, like I said, Todd runs out and he knows this is bad, but he's like, oh man, you know, I messed up again. Golly, I'm finna have to face a drug charge. Well, that was not the case, honey. Not by a long shot. You see, when Todd took off running, he failed to see the dead body lying right beside him. The dead body whose blood was all over Todd's clothes. Kenneth Tex Clay was dead, and from the looks of it, somebody during the night had shot this guy multiple times. And again, from the looks of it, that somebody looked like Todd Bridges. Todd claimed immediately that he didn't do it, you know, and he also claimed that he couldn't remember what happened. He had no idea who shot this guy. But from what it looked like and from what people mostly believe what happened still to this day is that Todd got to the house and he had finished all of his drugs. And so he asked the drug dealer for more. Drug dealer said no. And so Todd shot the drug dealer and took all the drug dealer's drugs. Todd denied everything, but he still ended up on trial. And it really seemed like Todd Bridges was about to go down for murder. But then somebody walked in that courtroom with them shiny church shoes on, baby, and it changed the whole game. Johnny Cochran got in there and started to plant all kind of seeds in doubt in those jurors' heads. And basically what Johnny Cochran did was saying that Todd Bridges was a child star who was done wrong. You know, these people had used him, and now that they got all their money from different strokes, they kind of just pushed Todd into the street. Todd might have messed up getting on drugs, but he did not kill this guy. He blacked out. Johnny Cochran was able to put this stuff so eloquently, the jurors felt, you know, kind of bad for Todd. In the end, Todd Bridges ended up getting off scot-free. And ain't learned one lesson, baby, because in 1992, he was arrested again, this time for narcotics. But I do believe this arrest did something to Todd Bridges because he got arrested with meth and stuff this time. So I think this was going to be a big deal. So I think this really changed his life. So gossip claims in 1993 he did finally end up getting off drugs. As a matter of fact, he got on track so well that he started to book more roles. And one of the most famous roles he booked was on Everybody Hates Chris. He was absolutely wonderful on that show. After Todd turned his life around, he ended up getting married and having 2 beautiful children, you know, and he turned his life around. That's the end. He has a positive end, and as far as I know, he is still doing very well. So, you know, it's very sad that Gary and Dana's stories did not end well, but at least we can be thankful that Todd Bridges, right now, everything is positive. So this is the end of the old Hollywood scandalous tale of Gary Coleman and just the scandals, honey, of Dana Plato and Todd Bridges. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe, and I gotta go. Bye.
Somebody's stinking.
Babe, I know you lying, trying to say that when I just walked by.
Well, since you got so much mouth about it, it must be you.
And see, that's why I know you hate me, because, baby, I get Scentbird, which is a fragrance subscription service that lets me try one or more new designer fragrances every doggone month for $17. Matter of fact, you was doing a whole lot of talking, so let me just show you which fragrances I got this month. I got me some Dolce & Gabbana The One, and it smells delightful. Like some vanilla, a peach, and a mandarin is sitting in a bouquet of flowers. Got me some DKNY Be Delicious. And this the one when you first get out the shower, honey, when you want to smell fresh like powder. But it also has a hint of green apple with it. And last but certainly not least, I got my Burberry Brit Cheer, honey. This is the fruity one. Smell like mandarin, pineapple, and citrus. This the one where you want to smell where you want them to eat you up. There are over 600 designer fragrances to choose from for male or female. Now, each one of these fragrances is supposed to last 30 days, but child, mine be lasting a lot longer than this.
Girl, you know I was just kidding. You got any discounts or anything that I can use to get me some Scentbird?
You better be glad I'm nice. All you got to do is click the link below to visit the Scentbird website, or scan the QR code on the screen and use my code up above for 55% off of your first month at Scentbird. Baby, that's about $8 for your first month.
I'm finna do that now, girl. Thank you. You are so sweet.
This is Ashley with Ashley Says So. This is an old Hollywood scandalous story about the tortured soul of Mr. Billy Preston and what really destroyed him. Let's go ahead and get to the disclaimer so we can get to the story.
The whole video is hearsay, rumor, and gossip that I find on TV, online, magazine, books, and I ball it all up and I tell you guys a story. It's all for entertainment purposes only. Now let's get to it.
William Everett Preston, aka Billy Preston, was born on September the 2nd, 1946 in Houston, Texas. His mother's name was Robbie Lee and his father's name was George, and although they had other children on top of Billy, their relationship did not work out, and so Robbie Lee took little Billy and his siblings and she moved to Los Angeles. From my research, it seems that Robbie because he had dreams of being a famous pianist. As soon as she got there, she started playing in churches, stage plays, and possibly even some film productions. However, one of the biggest gigs she landed was playing for a tourist production of Amos and Andy. Now, I'm not sure if any of Robbie Lee's other children were interested in show business the way she was, but I know for sure that little Billy was. In fact, little Billy himself had started playing the piano around 5 or 6, and by the time his mother got this job with Amos and Andy, Billy was around 9 years old, and he was so good that his mother looked at him almost like an apprentice or a protege, if you will. And since this was the case, when she went on her Amos and Andy job, she took Billy with her. Now, this should have been a happy and memorable time in Billy's life. He's with Amos and Andy, he's got his mother by his side, you know, he's meeting new people, learning new things. Should have definitely been a dream, but this tour right here was no dream at all. In fact, it was a nightmare, because while Billy was traveling and touring with his mom, a man that we'll just call Bob, we'll name him Bob, a man named Bob was the actual tourist company's pianist. And so being the tourist company's pianist, this meant that he spent a lot of time with Robbie Lee and also a lot of time with Billy. And Bob took a liking to young Billy, and not in a good way. So suddenly, Bob would find all of these excuses of why he needed to work with Billy alone. You know, Miss Robbie Lee, you got so much stuff to do. You ain't got to be in here while I coach little Billy. You know, go on, handle your business. Oh, Robbie Lee, I tell you, I think your boy Billy would learn the piano better, you know, if you was away. You know how children are when their parents are around. You know, maybe you should leave. Excuse after excuse, reason after reason, and to everybody's horror, Robbie Lee took Bob's advice. And baby, in no time flat, Bob took advantage of the time he had along with Billy to enact his evil plans. Y'all already know what it is. Touchy, touchy, feely, feely. Well, even though Billy was only 9 years old, he was old enough to know that what Bob was doing to him was not right. So gossip claims after it had been done a few times, he ended up waking his mama up out of her sleep in the middle of the night and telling her what this man had been doing to him. Baby, the folks say that Robbie Lee told him, "Now hush your mouth up, boy. Now, you know that nice man ain't doing that to to you. You know, he trying to help you. Hush. I don't ever want to hear you say that about that nice man again. Yikes. Said not only did Billy's mama not believe him, she failed to protect him from further abuse from Bob. Basically kept on letting Bob spend alone quality time with her doggone son. Now, the abuse was already enough to wreck young Billy's mind, but his mother's dismissal and the fact that she further let him go on with this man totally wrecked his mind. And this episode right here, we get the ball rolling for trauma to happen to him for the rest of his life. And I'm gonna tell you something else. I really think that Robbie Lee's failure to listen to her son and protect him probably made Billy feel like maybe he deserved some sort of abuse. And I say this because after this episode, rumor has it that almost several men lined up to basically abuse this child, and it was almost like Billy accepted it, almost like he was defeated. As a matter of fact, when Billy and his mother got done with the Amos and Andy tour, because Billy had done so well, he started to play piano behind some huge names in the gospel community. People like Mahalia Jackson, Andre Crouch, and Reverend James. And I sure hate to say it, I really do, but gossip claims that Billy Preston may have been one of Reverend James Cleveland's alleged victims. Baby, it's alleged that Billy Preston and the singer Sylvester were over at James Cleveland's church pretty much together, and it's possible both of them may have been victims of his. And yes, y'all have been asking for a James Cleveland video, but I would like to tell you that video been done for like 2 to 3 years, but it's on the members page. I wouldn't dare release it to the public. Sorry, but if you guys want to see that video, you got to become a member. To get back to the story though, although these terrible things were happening to Billy behind the scenes, the flip side of the coin is that the people who were alleged to be doing this to him were also the people who were kind of helping him get further in his career. It was because he was appearing with these big known names and they were singing his praises that Billy ended up getting a very early career in film and show business. He started appearing on certain TV shows, most notably the Nat King Cole show. He sat up on his little bench and he sang and played beside Fats Domino. And then at age 11 or 12, he got the biggest role in his life thus far. And that is when he played a young W.C. Handy in a movie called St. Louis Blues. And this was absolutely groundbreaking for a child, not only because of who he was playing, W.C. Handy, because of the dynamite cast that was beside him. You had Pearl Bailey, you had Nat King Cole, Eartha Kitt, Ella Fitzgerald, Ruby Dee, and many more. So Billy Preston certainly was the new kid in town and everybody had eyes on him. He continued to play music behind big gospel legends, but at the age of 15, he started to play music behind Little Richard. And I don't know if it's true or not, but gossip claims that Little Richard was basically using Billy Preston as a boy toy. In fact, in 1965, a German bodyguard who basically said that he had been one of the security bodyguards on the tour, he came out with a book and basically told the world that Little Richard was using Billy Preston for this. Now, Billy Preston absolutely denied this. He said it was a nasty rumor and there was no truth to this, but though I don't know if that is true or false, and even you know that his time spent with Richard basically rocketed his name with the stars. You know, he started playing with everybody. He was playing with Jackie Wilson at the age of 16. Also at the age of 16, he started playing behind Sam Cooke. And this is when he really started getting his bearings, because he also recorded his first album on Sam Cooke's label. The album, which was called 16-Year-Old Soul, didn't really go anywhere, but it still did nothing to dampen Billy's name. There was a whole host of celebrities just waiting to play with this whiz kid, and Ray Charles was at the top of the list. So around 16, 17 years old, maybe even 18 years old, Billy Preston started playing alongside Ray Charles. And Little Richard definitely gave Billy Preston the spotlight when Billy Preston played with him, but it was nothing like how Ray Charles gave Billy Preston the spotlight. Because Ray Charles would not only let Billy Preston have piano solos and play whole songs by himself, Ray Charles would invite Billy Preston to come up to the center of the stage and sing some of his songs. In fact, Ray Charles let Billy Preston take center stage on an actual TV show, the Ed Sullivan Show to be exact. And baby, when I tell you that Billy Preston came out there and did his sing, honey, he sang a song called Double O Soul. Listen, the boy blew everybody away. His voice was fantastic, and not only that, he could Move, baby. Billy was out there thinking he was James Brown the way his feet was kicking. It's in the pinned comment under the Scentbird link. Please go watch that doggone performance and let me know when is the last time that you have seen a performance so amped up and so electrifying. Ray Charles did a lot for Billy Preston, and it was time for Billy Preston to do a lot for somebody else. And that's because it was while he was still touring and singing with Ray Charles that Billy Preston ended up meeting 4 young white guys who had their own band. And this band was the Beatles. And allegedly the Beatles were rehearsing one night and the mood was bad. You know what I'm saying? They were all mad at each other. And allegedly George Harrison was getting ready to bust John Lennon upside the head. And then George Harrison was just like, you know what? Let me take a breath. And so he ended up walking out of the rehearsal studio and just kind of walking down the street. And so he saw a sign that said that Ray Charles was playing tonight. He walks into the theater and he looks up on the stage, and there he sees Billy Preston. Billy Preston is giving another one of his glorious performances, and immediately George Harrison is like, who the heck is that guy? That's the next big thing. So he goes backstage and he goes to talk to Billy Preston, and he asks Billy, hey, you know, can you come rehearse with the Beatles? Can you just come and talk to us, man? We would love to work with you. And I didn't explain this well enough, but the whole reason that the Beatles were moody and trying to fight each other and all this kind of stuff is because during this particular time, which I think was late 1960s, they were kind of in a dry spell with their music. They needed something fresh. They needed something new. Billy brought that to the table. Baby said Billy started writing all kind of new music, all kind of new songs. Gossip claims he even wrote or helped write Hey Jude, and that song was a huge hit, but that was only one of them. There were several of them. He was so instrumental in the continuation of success of the Beatles on up until the 1970s that some of the Beatles wanted him to become a Beatle. Rumor has it that John Lennon and George Harrison were like the first two to be like, hey, we need to make Billy Preston the 5th Beatle. I don't see anything wrong with that. But the folks say that Paul McCartney was sitting up there frowned up and hating in the corner, talking about some, y'all ain't got my vote. It's only 4 Beatles. And so Billy did not become the 5th Beatle, but even today you can hear people acknowledge him and say, shoo, he really is the 5th Beatle. Either way it goes, Billy Preston helped the Beatles with their success, and he also started working on his own success. Now, I haven't delved into all of the music that Billy Preston recorded, but by 1974, I think the boy already had at least 3 or 4 hits. But it was in 1974 that his major hit would hit radio airwaves. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Yes, Billy, but you gotta have something if you wanna be with me. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Y'all didn't know I was gonna hit it, did you? Doggone it. Yes, nothing from nothing leaves nothing. That doggone intro blasted out on radio stations and baby, blew everybody's hair back. The song was a mega hit. It stayed on the top of the Billboard charts for at least a week, sold a boatload of copies, and it really just cemented Billy Preston's legacy as a musical genius. And y'all are waiting for me to say that's when he blasted into the stratosphere and what we know him as today. But I'm not gonna say that, because that's absolutely what did not happen. Because while everybody was happy and cheering and yeah, Billy, you go get him, Billy Preston on the inside was massively depressed, and he was fighting hard in a battle that he was destined to lose. Let's get to the scandal of it all, baby. So I've already told you guys that Billy Preston was molested at a young age. Well, gossip claims him being molested turned him into a gay man. I know folks say that you can't turn nobody gay and all this kind of stuff. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling y'all what the rumors say. Well, anyways, this is what gossip claims. And because Billy was a gay man, he was absolutely tormented. Because you have these grown men that did this to him, particularly pastors, church leaders, choir directors, all these kind of men that did this to him, had him where he started feeling a certain way or started realizing some things about him and his sexuality. And then these same pastors, church directors, church leaders would get up in the pulpit or the choir stand and tell Billy that the way he felt was wrong. They would stand there and they would preach against homosexuality, preach against men and men, women and women. And
so this is a 9, 10, 11-year-old child that's sitting in the audience that is absolutely confused. Not only is he confused, but the men that opened this up inside of you that possibly even made you feel this way are pointing down on you, telling you that if you feel this way, if anybody feels this way, it's wrong. And guess what? God hates it and you're going to hell. And so Billy, first of all, gets confused. Then he starts to get scared because you're telling him he's going to go to hell. And then he starts to feel guilty because even though you're telling him this and he's supposed to be scared of hell and God and everybody else, he still cannot shake these feelings. And so this is the seed that was planted in him as a young child. And by the time that he became an adult, it had grown into a big tree. You know what I'm saying? He had stressed and had been anxious with anxiety and all these thoughts and everything over the years. Like, it just basically shredded his mind to pieces. And things would only get worse from here. Because Billy was a guilty gay, and I'm not even trying to be funny saying that, that's really literally what it was. He was a guilty gay man. He spent most of his young adulthood trying to be a macho man. You know what I'm saying? A lover boy who just loved women. I gotta have them all. And he really didn't have to have them all. In fact, he didn't even want them all. Didn't want them at all. You know, but he felt he had to portray this. So this led to him trying to make relationships work with women, and they usually didn't work out. However, in the late 1960s, early 1970s, he did find a woman that he finally connected with. Her name was Kathy Silva. Gossip claims Kathy Silva is the only woman that Billy ever loved. But he confided in some of his close friends that he would have to get higher than a giraffe's TT just to get it on with Kathy. And if he could not find a drug, or if he wasn't high, then he just couldn't get it on with her. And so I'm pretty sure most signs would point to the fact that this probably meant that their love making was sporadic. But even through this, they still ended up being together, and Billy was actually going to marry Kathy. He proposed to her. She was his fiance. But just like Billy was feeling the tension when it came down to them making love, Kathy was feeling this same tension and this same hesitancy. And unfortunately, Billy ends up becoming really close friends with Sly Stone. Well, here comes Sly, who has a very healthy appetite for women, all around Kathy Silva. You know, what's up, Kat? How you doing? What's up, girl? Doing all this kind of stuff. And Billy ends up coming home from a tour one day, and he gets in the bedroom, and Kathy's legs are up to the sky, baby, or should I say up to the Sly, because that's definitely who was in between them. Baby, gossip says the Sly was just kind of like, you know, shoot, sorry, man, you know, but it is what it is. And maybe it's because he knew Billy was a gay man, you know, I'm not sure. But either way it goes, Sly was wrong because Kathy Silva was Billy's fiance. And to be honest with you, the people say that this affair devastated Billy Preston. He had put a lot into this relationship with Kathy. You know what I'm saying? He basically forced himself to be attracted to her, and also like they did have a connection. So it devastated him, and it also made him even more hard on himself because he started to feel like, here I am trying to be a straight guy and I failed. Then he had to start all over again. You know what I'm saying? Now he got to put the mask back on and start from square one, hoping that he would get another woman because he was dead set on keeping up this disguise. And it's alleged that the very small circle of people who knew that Billy was gay would kind of just tell him, you know, why don't you just live your life as a gay man? You know what I'm saying? Quit trying to be something that you're not. And Billy would basically go off. Man, don't you know that that's a sin? I can't live like that. You know, my family gonna look at me wrong. You know, I can't displease God. What, you want me to go to hell? And so he kept his mask on. And of course, this kept that ongoing battle inside of him. But trying to keep his true identity unknown led Billy down an even darker road. He started to do almost anything to fulfill his sexual desire. Rumor has it he started cruising close to the Soul Train lot, looking for dancers who may have been gay, trying to pick these guys up. There was also a claim that he ended up hiring a young musician to work for him, and when the young musician showed up for work the first day, Billy straight up asked him directly, hey man, what you gonna do? You gonna give me some throaty bodie? Hey, please give me some throaty bodie. You gonna give me some? And it's quite obvious that this young musician was a homosexual because Billy wouldn't just be comfortable just straight out asking that. But it was the way he asked. You ain't tried to get to know this man. You ain't tried to do nothing. You just coming straight out, you know, asking for him to do a sexual favor for you. Almost like Billy was just like, you know, like, I need to get my rocks off, you know. And allegedly, he did this to several men. Like I said, some soul-trained dancers, some young musicians, heck, probably even some strangers. Sometimes these men would take Billy up on his offer, and then other times these men would be like, hey, you too aggressive, and they would reject the offer. When Billy would get rejected, he would go through even more stress and turmoil because he would be terrified that these people who rejected him might tell his secret. And then on the flip side, if these men agreed to do this with Billy, he would go through a whole emotional breakdown after it was over, feeling like, golly, I sinned again. Man, I can't get rid of this feeling. What's wrong with me? And so this paralyzing fear, scared that somebody's going to tell on him, and also this other guilt after he would do what he did, all of this became a lot, and so Billy started to get away from his own mind. Basically, he started to do drugs. And over time, this just got worse and worse. So his drug habit went from like marijuana all the way to cocaine, and very soon it turned into crack. And so now at rehearsals, Billy is acting weird, if he shows up at rehearsal at all. Sometimes he's very hyped up and very amped up, and then sometimes he's falling asleep during the session. So his career started to suffer a lot, and at the end of the 1970s and into the 1980s, it really started to hit the skids. It was going to the slums. Well, let me say this. The official story is that because of the drugs, his career started going to the slums. There is a rumor out here that says something totally different. Allegedly, the reason Billy Preston's career suddenly kind of disappeared in the 1980s is because people found out that he had molested Michael Jackson. Listen, I put my hand up because I don't know, but that's definitely the word on the streets. Allegedly, Billy had worked with a very young Michael Jackson sometime in the mid-60s, and allegedly this is when he did touchy-feely. Gossip claims that when Michael was a teenager or a very young adult, he ended up confiding in a friend or family member that this is what Billy did to him. Now, I don't believe that rumor, because to me, if that was the real reason that Billy's career stopped, like, that would have been everywhere. So I really don't believe that rumor. There is another rumor out here as well that I also caution you to take with a grain of salt. But rumor has it that in the 1980s, Billy Preston wasn't too down and out about his career because he had a boyfriend to keep him happy, child. And the folks say the boyfriend was Bobby DeBar. Now, before y'all start screaming and hollering and possibly throwing stuff at your phone and TV, this, like I said, is a grain of salt rumor. It ended up on a gossip blog. Y'all know how I feel about those rumors because people could just make stuff up. But yes, for some reason, people in the gossip blogs feel like it's a possibility that Billy Preston and Bobby DeBarge messed around with each other. But let's get back to some of the real reasons that Billy Preston's life was taking a detour. One of the reasons was because Billy Preston really didn't have as much money as he should have had. A lot of that times when he was working with the Beatles and Ray Charles and some of the other people, but especially the Beatles, gossip claims that Billy Preston really didn't get paid for his work like he should have, while he should have been getting a huge percentage for the work that he put in, the things he did. And so now you have Billy, whose career is not going well. He also already doesn't have a lot of money, and he has a drug addiction. So Billy does what he feels like he needs to do for money. And rumor has it that either in the year 1991 or 1996, Billy Preston's house goes up in flames. Billy running around talking about some fire, 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 somebody help me, help me. But when the fire department and the police department get there, they done found out that he done set the house on fire, trying to do home insurance fraud. Maybe the folks helped him all right, helped him on into some handcuffs and charged his behind. I don't think he spent much time, if any time, in jail for that, but it didn't matter because Billy Preston was on a crash course. In fact, the thing that happened in 1991 is probably what started or what really propelled those Michael Jackson rumors, because in 1991, Billy Preston was cruising around all kind of California neighborhoods looking for aliens, and not the gray body black eye aliens. I'm talking about the other aliens, the illegal aliens. Child said Billy was cruising one night and found a 16-year-old Mexican boy and told the boy, hey, I need you to come back at my house. I got some work for you. I got a hole I need for you to plug. I need you to stuff a hole at my house. So the Mexican boy, who was looking for a job as a laborer, jumped in the truck with Billy, and they go back to Billy's house. When they get there, Billy tells the boy, hey, before you start working, let's just chill. Let's just relax. You smoke? You smoke? Mexican boy starts smoking. He's sitting on the couch chilling. on, Billy keep checking over, looking at him, trying to see if the boy is relaxed. And gossip actually says that on top of marijuana, Billy possibly also offered this young boy some crack. I'm not sure if the child indulged or not, but I do know that while the child is just sitting there chilling, Billy ends up turning on a prano. And the boy is kind of looking around, you know what I'm saying? He's kind of stunned, but he's sitting there watching. And soon Billy starts to rub up on the doggone boy. So the boy is like, I'm sorry, I thought you had some work for me to do. Where's the hole you want me to plug? Baby, that's when he found out that the only hole that Billy wanted him to plug was the one between his floppy cheeks, whether it was the upper cheeks or the lower cheeks. And Ashley, you ought to be shamed. But whether I'm shamed or not, baby, the Mexican boy didn't know what was going on, so he took off running straight to the cops. Police came and arrested Billy, and they charged him with sexual battery. They charged him with showing pranos to a child. Well, most of the serious charges were dropped, and Billy ended up posting a $10,000 bail, and I actually don't even know if he spent any jail time for that. But he probably should have, because in 1992, a 30-ish-year-old illegal immigrant went to Billy's house for labor. And baby, when he got into Billy's house, Billy tried to manhandle this man to make him give him some pee-pee. And when he wasn't strong enough to manhandle the guy, baby, Billy pulled out a knife on that dude, talking about, you better give up that wood right now, sucker. I mean, give me some of that good wood right now. Child, that man probably ran by Billy, slapped him in the back of the head, and ran on out the house. I really don't know how he got out the house, but he did end up getting out of the house, and he also ran straight to the police. This time, Billy was charged again with sexual battery. He was charged again with possession of cocaine, and I think he had one more big charge. In the end, though, out of all of these charges, the only thing to stick this time was the possession of cocaine, and Billy spent some time in a rehab center. All of these evil acts surprised the heck out of a lot of people who knew Billy Preston, but the ones who really, really knew him, who were close to him, kind of knew that he was acting out because of the way he felt about being a gay man. This is not to excuse Billy from his predation, you know what I'm saying, excuse the fact that he was a predator, but it's really sad that he allowed himself to become one, to be that tortured and that shamed to admit that you are a homosexual, that you have to resort to trying to take it from somebody. After his stint in rehab, though, Billy Preston did clean up a little bit, and one of the first things he did was return to his music. In 2002, he even performed at a tribute concert for George Harrison, and he made the crowd very emotional when he played his song My Sweet Lord. After he got this standing ovation and all of this love, he finally told friends that he was done with the bad life. You know what I'm saying? He definitely wasn't going to assault anybody anymore, but he said he was also done with drugs. He wanted to start over. And he probably did want to, but he did not. He continued to use drugs, and in that same year of 2002, he suffered kidney failure. He had to have a kidney transplant. And the doctors, the family, the friends, and anybody else he was associating with told him after he received this new kidney, Billy, you have to stop the drugs. You will die. You know what I'm saying? You got you a new kidney, but your body is clearly shutting down. You have to stop the drugs. I'm gonna stop. Y'all show right. You're right. I'm gonna stop. And it looked like to everybody that he had stopped, honestly. Started to look a little bit better. He got uber serious about his career. He even ended up getting a new manager, which was Sam Moore of Sam and Dave. And he grew very close to Sam Moore's wife, Joyce Moore. And rumor has it that Joyce was alleged to be a great influence on Billy. Gossip claims that she is even the one that finally got him to come to terms with the fact that he was a gay man. Not only come to terms with it, but admit it. Say it out of his mouth. The story says that she talked him into seeing a therapist. She set things up, she made his appointment, and Billy started to see this therapist. And then one day he ended up calling Joyce, and when she picked up the phone, Billy commenced to cursing her behind out. Baby said Billy was on the phone just, you stupid B, I hate you, oh my God, you stupid B, I can't believe this. And so Joyce is like, Billy, what is wrong with you? What's going on? I did it. I told the therapist, I told him about my feelings. I admitted to somebody that I'm gay. I told somebody. And Joyce basically allegedly had to calm him down like, Billy, and that's good. Don't you feel better? Don't you feel better? You see, the sky didn't fall down. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. And after this episode, this is when things get funny style, because allegedly a couple of months after this phone call and him going back and forth to the therapist, Billy made up his mind to cut his family out of his will. Not only did he make up his mind to do it, he actually did it. In the year 2004, gossip claims Billy Preston signed papers to cut his entire family out of his will. And the reason I say that things got funny style is because this allegedly happened right after he was able to admit that he was a gay man. Some people seem to believe that it was possibly Billy's family that was making him feel so guilty about being gay. You know, they were said to be staunch Christians, you know, very religious. And so it's very possible that for him, in order to live his new free life, he felt like he didn't need to have anything else to do with them. And I want to make clear that's speculation. Nobody that I know knows for sure. That's just kind of what they speculated. They speculated it was his family that was making him feel guilty. But what they do know for sure, and that I know for sure, is that Billy definitely had sisters who were incredibly upset. And I don't even know if they were necessarily upset about being cut out of the will. Gossip claims they were more upset because they felt like it was Joyce Moore's doing. They felt like Joyce Moore had taken their brother kind of away from them, moved him to a whole different town, and kind of just talked him into cutting his family off. You know, they felt like he was goaded to do it. Regardless of what anybody felt like, though, Billy Preston allegedly finally felt like he was free. And he was preparing to make a comeback. He was just looking for somebody to give him a chance. And gossip claims that that chance came one day in November of 2005. It is alleged that a day in November 2005, Billy Preston has signed a new contract to record music. He was happy about it. He was ecstatic about it. And he wanted to celebrate. And the man celebrated with drugs. And the folks say that he loaded up on them, baby. He did so much that night that he developed pericarditis. And so that very next day, Billy Preston was in a coma with respiratory failure. And as soon as his comatose head hit the comatose bed, baby, I mean, drama started. Real drama. Family drama. His sisters and Joyce Moore started to go at each other. The sisters were making claims that Joyce Moore was after their brother's money. You know, allegedly, they even possibly said that Joyce Moore could have done something to their brother to put him in a coma. They said that Joyce Moore had basically let their brother get sick and then abandoned him in the hospital. You know, she's not taking care of him. They went further to say that Joyce Moore was blocking them from coming to the hospital to visit their brother. Pretty much what it came down to was his manager Joyce Moore and his family, particularly his two sisters, fighting over his money, his estate, anything he had left. And people do this, you know what I'm saying? I hate to say it, but it's kind of common. But God dog it, y'all, people do this after the folks have died. You know what I'm saying? Y'all fighting over this man stuff like this man is dead. He is alive. He's just in a coma. Scandalous. In fact, Billy got into a coma in November 2005. He would not die until June 6th, 2006, when he was 59 years old. And after his death, I don't even think anybody grieved or really had time to grieve and mourn because they were too busy fighting. These two factions fought over Billy money, valuables, and estate years, baby. When I say years, it actually finally ended in the year 2016. And of Joyce Moore. The judge in the favor of Preston's trust and his will should stand, and that the family would not get anything. And then with all of this scandal that surrounded his life, Billy Preston never really got the due praise he should have received for all of his contributions to the music industry. I know I mostly of his hand was in a lot of songs would not have hits if it was not for him. But this man has no Hall of Fame type stuff. You know what I'm saying? He has no stars on nobody's sidewalk or anything. So it's just a sad tale. But anyways, we are at the end of the old Hollywood scandalous tale of the life of Mr. Billy Preston. If you guys enjoyed the video, please like the video. If you guys are new here, please subscribe. If you guys have been sitting on the fence, please
Hey y'all, I missed y'all so much. Okay, I am not sure what's true or false in this video. I am just here to take the gossip and scandal from online, from yesteryear, from books, from magazines, from word of mouth, from wherever I can get it. All of that together, and I tell you guys, let's get to it.
What's up, Scandalites and Says So Squad? This is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another Old Hollywood Scandals video. And before we get started, I want to give a few member shout outs. We have Katie Did, Natasha Fool, Kay Lacey, Janet Williams, Brandy S, Laquita Burke, Donna Jackson, Yolanda Worrell, CJ Jarvis 88, and Tammy Frazier. Thank you guys so much for becoming members for Ashley Says So. And if you are a member and your name was not called, do not worry, do not fret. I will continue to call out names the further that I go. Now, let me go ahead and say this because I had to say it on the Tina video and I got to say it here. I ain't scared of you mother suckers. Come on. And I say this because I know a lot of you guys are big fans of the person that we are doing the video on today, and that person is Mr. Luther Vandross. Let's get to it. Luther Ranzani Vandross Jr. was born on April the 20th, 1951 in Manhattan, New York City. His mother was a nurse named Mary Ida Vandross, and his father, Luther Vandross Sr., did upholstery and he was a singer. Now, Luther was raised in Manhattan's Lower East Side in public housing. And although his family didn't have a lot of money, some gossip says that they were very close-knit and very loving, and that his mother and father actually liked to sing and dance and go out and celebrate and things like that. So it seems like he had a pretty happy childhood. And because his parents liked to go out dancing and they liked music and his father was a singer, Luther himself became like a little musician very, very early on. It's said that at the age of 3, he taught himself how to play the piano. Now, although it seems that the family was generally happy and there were a lot of good times, unfortunately, there were also some sad times. Luther's father died when Luther was only 8 years old, and the cause of death was reported to be diabetes. After his father's death, the family packed up and they moved to the Bronx. And it's here that 2 of his sisters, Patricia loved to go to the theater, especially when he got to see people like Aretha Franklin, the Supremes, maybe even Gladys Knight and the Pips. Basically what I'm trying to get across is that he loved seeing these people sing on stage, but it is said that Luther, what her singing is like her singing, and you guys know he does blow you away because she does it effortlessly. So Luther was like, this is an angel singing before me, and some gossip even says that he cried tears of joy when he heard Dionne Warwick singing. All I know is that it is said that when Luther saw Dionne Warwick, he knew right then and there that he wanted to sing. Now there is another singer that he saw and became a huge fan of, and that is Miss Patti LaBelle. Baby, they say when Luther heard Miss Patti LaBelle hitting those high notes, child, he tried everything he could to mimic that. He just loved her voice so much that he actually started a fan club. And Luther didn't start this fan club alone, honey. Gossip says that his homeboys was in the fan club too, but of course, Luther was the president. Don't get it twisted. Now, gossip also says that by the time Luther formed this fan club, he was already in high school. And that high school was called William Howard Taft High School. And so with the information that we already have, it is clear that Luther loves music. He wants to sing and he wants to form his own group. And he either formed or joined a group called Shades of Jade. And as soon as Luther did join this group, he was serious. He felt like his group could out-sing any other group. So soon, him and his group started doing amateur night at the Apollo. And if I'm not mistaken, it was also while he was with Shades of Jade that he sang on Sesame Street. And child, you can tell in the clip when he was singing that Luther was going to have a beautiful voice. I mean, it was not developed all the way yet, but you could just tell even when he was younger, his voice was going to be beautiful. But honey, listen at this. Why come Luther on the clip walking up the steps talking about, we're only halfway? But when we, like, what, sir? Are you happy or mad? Because I can't tell. Luther needed to get his facial expressions together to sit up there trying to be on a kid's show. I'm going to put the link in the description. Go click on it and see how fast Luther's face changed up from surprise to Luther. But outside of me joking and playing about Luther's facial expressions, he said that he really did enjoy his time on Sesame Street. I do not think they got paid a whole lot. All he knew is that somebody came to him and was like, hey, we want y'all to sing on TV. And Luther and his crew was like, hey, cool, we are there. Now, they probably didn't know that several years later, people was going to be in the comments on YouTube talking about they was the Sesame Street Church of God in Christ. People just message y'all. Now, I think the dates of Luther being on Sesame Street was like 1969 to 1970. And also, I believe it is said that he graduated in 1969. So after he left Sesame Street, I do know that he attended college for a short while. And that was at Western Michigan University. But he dropped out after only a year, I believe, because he wanted to pursue his musical career. Some of the first work that he did was with Donny Hathaway and Roberta Flack. It is said that he added backing vocals for them, but it's also said that Roberta Flack fired his behind. But they said she did it for a good reason. It is said that she looked at Luther with tears in her eyes and was like, listen, baby, you cannot spend your career singing behind me. You just can't. You have a wonderful voice. You remind me of a young Donny Hathaway, and you really need to spread your wings and have your own career. After that, he worked with several other big-time artists, including David Bowie, Shaka Khan, Diana Ross, Barbara Streisand, child, some of everybody. The kid was hot stuff, honey. He could play the piano, he could sing, and he also had a way of like knowing what needs to be in a song. Like I said, he made a song with David Bowie, and in that particular song, he told David Bowie, like, you need to add this line of lyrics. Like, I'm not talking about just like a woo or wah, no. I'm talking about a whole line of lyrics that Luther was like, hey, you need to add this to the song for your background vocals. I'm just telling you that's what you need to do. And so David Bowie was like, okay, test it out. And when Luther did, and he heard what Luther was talking about, he's like, hey, I love it. We're going to keep it. So Luther had a way of, he just knew music, you know what I'm saying? He just knew what would work and what wouldn't work. In fact, he knew music so well that TV networks started hiring him to write commercial jingles. And not only TV networks, like food execs, like Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken, all of these different places started to contact Luther because they wanted him to write a jingle for their company. And he was successful almost every time, if not every time. Now, not only was Luther doing all of this work on the side, he was still singing with some of his singing members from Shades of Jade, but he was not in that group any longer. Now he really had created his own group, and the group was called Luther. Although it consisted of other group members, the group name was Luther. And I do believe the group put out 2 albums, and they were kind of successful, but they were not smash hits. So Luther was doing okay, but the light really started to shine on him when he started singing with a pop group named Change. This was not just any old regular 80s pop group. No, this was an Italian pop group. So that kind of lets you know how big Luther's name was becoming behind the scenes. I mean, what? You're working with an Italian group? Like, most people's names don't even get that far behind the scenes. So he was really doing something great. But anyways, like I said, it was when Luther sang with the group Change, and he was the lead singer on their songs The Glow of Love and Searching, that Luther became a semi-star, because everybody loved those songs because of Luther. His beautiful voice was perfect for lead. And Change knew that. I mean, they knew that they were pretty successful as a group without Luther, but they also knew that, hey, this Luther guy is really bringing in some fans, bringing in some money, like, we need to keep him. So they tried to get him to sing on their second album as well, and they come to him, Luther, we'd like for you to sing on a second album. And Luther is like, okay, you know, cool, I'll sing on the second album. So what money we talking about? What y'all gonna pay me? There's no money, you know, slight money, just a little money. And Luther was like, you're not gonna sit up there and use my voice and you ain't paying me, so y'all can go little money on out the door. And he declined the little deal. And Luther was probably a little upset by it, because I would have been, I ain't gonna lie. If my voice sounds like that and it's basically the skyrocketed some of y'all songs and y'all trying to come to me and ain't really trying to pay me, like, you trying to use me, you know what I'm saying? So he may have been feeling like that. I don't know. That's just the way I would have felt. But even if he was feeling like that, it did not matter, because he was about to step into his greatness and about to jumpstart his solo career. And he did when he put out his first solo album called Never Too Much. And of course, the title song, Never Too Much, was a huge hit, but that is not the only hit that was on the album, honey. It was probably a lot more hits, but the one I am about to talk about is This House Is Not a Home. Luther Vandross completely destroyed that song in a great way. So after this, pretty much Luther was putting out hit after hit after hit. And we know about his career. Everybody know about Luther, child. I'm talking about Big Luther and Little Luther. So we about to pause talking about the career right here, and we about to sprinkle some tea in it, baby. Y'all know what it is. The scandal, child. The scandal. First things first, let's get to some of the obvious stuff, child. Don't y'all know us folks out here talking about some Luther Vandross was gay? Now, it's claimed that this rumor has been out ever since he pretty much first came out. But a lot of people felt like it started when Luther showed his new home and all of the walls in his home were painted like a rose pink or something like that. If I can find the picture, I'm going to put it up there. But even if people were whispering he was gay before this picture came out, once this picture came out, even more people started whispering and questioning his sexuality. Gossip says that another reason people started whispering is because if you look on some of Luther Vandross's album covers, probably all of them, I don't know, he just sitting up there like, Luther's lips was pursed for the gods, honey. But maybe he wanted to kiss the camera woman. I don't know. But his lips was pursed. But there's this one post I saw where someone claimed that it was no rumor at all that Luther was gay. They claimed that they saw Luther in the gay club with them. Baby, they said they used to be partying right beside Luther at a club named Laray's and a club named The Generator. Those clubs were located in the Boys Town section of Fulton, Chicago. Now listen to this, T. Somebody out there said that even if Luther was gay, if you are a dark-skinned black male, baby, you might as well go ahead and stand on the sidelines or have multiple seats, because they said Luther did not have nothing for you. But I do believe that this T was that person's personal opinion, so I'm not sure if that's really T, but apparently Luther gave off signs or vibes that he would not date dark-skinned men. To build up on that same gossip, there is a story out there that may confirm that person's opinion, because there's also a rumor out there saying that Luther Vandross was actually in a relationship with an Italian guy named Larry. Now let me tell you the backstory to this. Gossip says that in 1985 Luther Vandross spotted a 15-year-old boy named Jimmy Salvamini on Star Search, and apparently this little boy could blow. He could sing so well that Luther got on the phone right then and was like, hey, I need to meet that kid. I have some songs that I have written, and I think that little Jimmy can sing these songs perfectly, so I want to make him a star. I want to meet that kid. And it just so happened that the person that Luther was talking to was Larry, because Larry was the elder brother and manager for Jimmy Salvamini. Now, Luther was not lying about trying to help this boy and make him a star. He actually helped Larry negotiate a contract with Elektra Records for Jimmy in the amount of $250,000. And when little Jimmy signed up, Luther, Larry went straight to work. They got a completed album. Everybody was excited about it. As a matter of fact, they were so excited that they were like, hey, you know, we've inked this deal. We've made an album. Let's go celebrate. Let's go jump in the car and just go wherever the car takes us. Unfortunately, the car, which was Luther's convertible Mercedes, took them into the other lane on a 2-lane street, and they smashed into 2 vehicles. All 3 guys were hurt really, really badly. In fact, they were all rushed to the hospital. Luther and Jimmy made full recoveries, but unfortunately, Larry, the rumored boyfriend of Luther, died in that car crash. Now listen at this. At first, it is claimed that the Salvamini family were supportive of Luther. You know, they were like, oh, it was an accident. We understand, you know, Luther, we're just so thankful that you got our son a contract. We understand it was an accident. You know, we all miss Larry. Somebody got into their ear and told them just how much money they could get. Next thing you know, in 1986, Luther Vandross was facing vehicular manslaughter charges and a wrongful death suit. But Luther, who I'm sure if he and Larry were in a relationship, was still mourning over his boyfriend's death, and you know, he didn't want to deal with everything, so he ended up pleading no contest to the charges, and he also settled out of court with the Salvamini family in the rumored amount of $700,000. In recent times, the author Cola Booth claimed that Luther Vandross was gay. But see, the tea that she put out is a little deeper than everybody else's, honey. Because not only did she blast Luther, she also blasted Mr. Randy Jackson. She basically got on a social media platform and she posted a post that says something to the effect of like, oh, I remember this night all these years back. Honey, I had a great time that night. That is the night that I ran into Luther Vandross and Randy Jackson on their date. And child, we just drank and had so much fun. Wait a minute, wait. You can't just say that you saw them on a date and then just keep on talking like everything is fine. The audience is like, what do you mean you saw them on a date? And then other people were like, maybe you shouldn't say the word date, because when people think of date, they think of romantic stuff, and maybe you should have just said something else, like they got together as friends for dinner or something like that. But listen, baby, Cola wasn't playing those games. Cola let it be known that she said what she said. And she put another post up and was like, hey, by date, I mean date. Like a romantic, kissing, hugging type date. This is what these guys were doing. And when she said that, apparently people just went absolutely crazy, absolutely insane. People were like, what? You are telling us that Randy Jackson and Luther Vandross dated? Like, what in the world? We had no idea that they were even around in the same circles or talking to each other. And of course, the word got back to Randy Jackson. And I guess Randy was like, he was so upset and he couldn't believe she was saying these lies and all this kind of stuff. But honey, listen to this. If Randy Jackson thought his little say-so or his little hurt feelings was gonna calm Cola Booth down, it did not. She came out with another post and said something to the effect of, I'm sorry, Randy Jackson. Your feelings must be hurt just like those women that you beat on all those years. Bloop. And checkmate. Baby, she hit Randy with that kabooyah. You hear me? Child, know Randy was sitting up there looking cheap and embarrassed. Baby, he wish he could disappear in that wall over there. He was so doggone embarrassed. Because I would have been. But let's go ahead into the next rumor. And that rumor says that Luther Vandross was a diva. He was attitude, and he was like, just throw stones and hide your hand behind your back. First up are the rumors about the scandalous tour that he had with Miss Anita Baker in 1988. Now, before we get started, I want to let you know that there are two different sides to this rumor. The first side says that Luther and Anita did not get along because Anita was an absolute monster. In fact, it is claimed that there are several stories of Anita Baker having a bad time with people, about her cursing people out or talking to people like they were nothing. And in this particular story, she was a hot mess, because rumor says that every time she was doing her own shows, she would sing some of Luther Vandross's songs. And I'm not talking about just songs that he wrote. I'm talking about his actual songs that he sang. She would sing on her shows. And it said that Luther was cool with that. You know what I'm saying? He did not mind that. But y'all, let me tell you how messy Anita got. These folks is out here saying that even when she got on the tour with Luther, she still sang his songs in her set. She did not have enough respect or dignity to take his songs out of her lineup and still sing them even when she was on tour with him. And I'm sure that while she was doing that, Luther was backstage with all kind of Jerry curl juice dripping. Then there's another rumor that shows how shady Anita Baker was being on this tour. Luther came to Anita and was like, hey, since we're on this tour together, we could team up sometime during the show and sing a duet together. I think our fans will really like that. And Anita was like, okay, sure. And Luther was like, okay, good. Let's sing one of Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell's songs. And I believe the song was Ain't No Mountain High Enough, okay? And so they're practicing and rehearsing, and Anita up there, I put everything on my wedding ring. It ain't no mountain high enough, baby. I made that up. But anyway, she's smiling, having a good time. They're connecting. They're looking each other in the eyes. I mean, they are really, really connecting and doing a great job at rehearsal. Luther is very excited to debut this to their audience. Baby, don't you know, either the day before or the day that they were due to perform this, Anita called Luther's camp and was like, hey, I don't want to do the duet thing. I'm not comfortable with it. I just don't think it's a good idea. And so she pulled out of the duet. And Luther is like, are you serious? Really? We've been doing rehearsals. You claimed everything was good, but Anita was not going to do it. She pulled out. It was what it was, and that was the stops right there. But others say the story, no ma'am, the story does not stop there, and it actually gets much, much messier. And that is because some say that after Anita told Luther, I'm not comfortable with the duet, I don't want to sing that, she walked on that stage that night and sang that same song that they had been practicing by herself. And then listen to this, the tea gets even messier, honey, because some stories claim that after she sang the song, when the audience was going crazy, oh, Anita, you did so well, yeah, we love you, all that kind of stuff. Baby, don't you know they said that Anita had the nerve to raise up her hands like, thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Child, Luther was furious, baby. And if his Jerry curl was dripping juice before, baby, it was dry that night, and I don't blame him. Now, all of that I just told you was a part of the first rumor as to why the tour was such a mess behind the scenes. That's the first rumor, okay? Remember when I told you it was two versions? The second side says that it was Luther's fault as to why there was so much mess behind the scenes. They said Luther was back there doing diva stuff like putting up a curtain. Look at her. He felt like she was disrespectful and he just didn't have time for that. It is also said that he would make his sets a lot longer because he wanted to take away stage time from Anita. He wanted all the focus on him. Another rumor says that Luther felt like Anita was just getting way too much shine. He felt like that he was the superstar on this tour and she was getting too much shine. And that is probably true because it said that when the newspapers printed out a headline that said Anita Baker steals the show from Luther Vandross, that when Luther read that, he decided right then and there that there was no way that this woman was going to upstage him on this doggone tour. So all of those rumors collectively are supposedly the reason that things went awry behind the scenes on the tour with Anita Baker and Luther Vandross. I'm going to say this is my opinion. I feel like it was both of them. I feel like both of them had big old egos and both of them were divas, and I just feel like they clashed. You know, the tour was not big enough for the both of them. Now, let's get into this. Some people say that Luther Vandross did not get along with Anita Baker on that tour because Luther Vandross did not get along with women anyway. Child, they said that while all these women were screaming and crying and Luther, take me home, Luther, I want to be with you. Baby, they said when they got to Luther's house, the only thing they was finna get from him was cussed out or maybe ask what size shoe they wear. Baby, they said Luther ain't had nothing for them women. And the fact that he supposedly didn't like women in general, no matter what, is possibly why he behaved the way he was rumored to behave when he was on tour. Since 19 Vogue has shocked it in the last couple of years. You know, they have gotten some real good hits. And it is said that Luther felt like, you know, these girls are good. They have a good stage presence. I would really like for these girls to be my opening act for my next tour. And En Vogue agreed. And they were all smiles and thank you, Luther. We love you so much. And Luther was like, you know, you girls are going to go real, real far. And baby, that is where the pleasantries ended, because child, as soon as the tour got started, you know it was some mess. Now, gossip says that En Vogue were actually the ones to start the mess. And the ladies may not have meant to start the mess, but they did. And that is when they requested for Luther to come out on stage while they were singing their last song instead of what he was doing. And what he was doing was letting them sing their songs. And then after they were done, they would walk off stage. And then the curtain would close. And then Luther would come out in all his grandiosity. You know, that is how the show was going. But En Vogue was like, instead of him coming out with this grand celebration and stuff, why don't he just come out on the stage while we are still on there and make it good for the audience? But baby, let's do it. That'll be, y'all have to think y'all smart, don't y'all? Y'all think I'm stupid, don't it? It ain't got nothing to do with what the audience would like. What y'all want me to do is come out while y'all are on stage so I can kind of lift your profile. And y'all also mad at me because I got a grand entrance. Listen, don't be mad at me because I'm big with a grand entrance and y'all got to do a little Tinkerbell walk without no big grand entrance. That's not my stage. And so Luther said no. And En Vogue were supposedly very disappointed by this and felt like Luther was not as supportive as they felt like he should have been and all that. But child, Luther said, y'all ain't slick. And so with En Vogue doing that, Luther started looking at them sideways and started treating them, you know, kind of sideways. Basically, he was like, okay, I'm sitting up here thinking y'all some sweet little girls and y'all doing this, but really y'all kind of shysty. Luther could get even shystier. Now, this next rumor says there was a dispute over En Vogue's wardrobe, that Luther did not want the girls wearing anything that was going to be similar to what he was wearing. And then it's also said that when folks was like, you know, what you mean, Luther, or En Vogue was acting like they didn't understand, baby, they said Luther got too petty and came and said this. Hi, everybody, guys. It seems like there's some type of misunderstanding to what I said about the wardrobe. So let me explain it to you. If Frank Sinatra was doing a show and he was the star and I was the opener for Frank Sinatra, I would understand that he's the star. So therefore, when I went to the wardrobe rack and there's a tuxedo hanging and a sweater, if Frank wears the tuxedo, I have to wear the sweater. That is the way it works. First choice comes with status. And in this show, I am the star. Okay? Baby, you know En Vogue was boiling mad. They stomp away all mad and stuff like that. But they claimed the reason that they were mad was not because they were wanting to wear the clothes that he was wearing. I mean, it's En Vogue, they're a female group. So they're not trying to wear tuxedos and suits like him. They were upset because Luther was saying that they couldn't wear any colors that he wore. And basically he put in their contract that they were not allowed to wear red, white, blue, black, basically all of the primary colors. He would not allow them to wear any of those. So they felt like, you know, well, what else is there to wear? Yellow or something like that? Like, we need to be able to at least wear one primary color. But Luther was not hearing none of that. And although I see where En Vogue is coming from, honestly, while everybody is like, Luther petty, he should have let them do this, Luther that, ain't nothing petty about it because the man put it in the contract. If En Vogue did not want to sign the contract, they should not have signed the contract. That is how business works. So I understand that they didn't like it, but you can't come back afterwards and say, hey, I don't like this, because every time Luther is going to hold up the contract and be like, well, listen, baby, you might not like it, but you signed it. Is this not your signature? Whose signature is this? Is this your grandma's signature? I mean, what's going on? You signed it, didn't you? And En Vogue got to sit up there and be like, yeah, we signed it, but we don't like it. And baby, I don't give a doggone if you don't like it, you signed it. And that is pretty much the stance that Luther was taking.
And listen, I just thought about this, y'all. En Vogue was probably so upset about not being able to wear them little primary colors because they wanted to wear them little red skin tight dresses from giving him something he can feel. Child, Luther told them, I give you something you can feel, all right. Your lips up against my backside and your money being short from breaking this doggone contract. You are not wearing those dresses.
So now that En Vogue has not only complained about Luther and his grand entrance and also them not being able to wear the kind of colors they wanted to wear, now is when Luther get a little petty. You know what I'm saying? He get a little shiesty because y'all are keeping up too much mess for his liking. And let me explain what I mean by this, because the next rumor says that En Vogue began to complain again, and this time they were complaining because Luther was keeping the band on stage while En Vogue was doing their set. So they was up there like, shoo, yeah, shoo, not to trip and fall because the band is right there. And not only was it a semi-hazard because they could possibly trip because the band was so close to them, it also was a problem because the audience would complain that they paid their good money to see En Vogue and they couldn't see En Vogue because from where they were sitting, the band was in the way, and they felt like they did not get their money's worth. And gossip says that when En Vogue told Luther this, Luther got petty like David Ruffin, honey. Luther was out here like, what fans? What fans come to see y'all? Ain't nobody come to see y'all for real. And even if they do, it's just a little bitty bit of fans. Fans are here to see me. I'm majority of them the star. So no, I will not move the band off the stage for y'all little bitty fanfare and so y'all audience can see y'all. They'll be all right. It got even more messy and almost downright ridiculous. And this is because En Vogue supposedly overheard or may have even seen with their own eyes Luther store. Now that in itself is nothing wrong with that, but child, listen to this. They claimed that Luther Vandross were asking about a woman's boot, honey. That Luther was like, hey, I like these boots, I want them. So can I get some in my size? And said the Versace lady was like, these are thigh-high boots, sir. So you want these thigh-high boots in your size. And Luther was like, is that a problem? And honey, I guess the Versace store sent him the boots in his size. You know, I don't know. I have no idea. But what I do know is supposedly when En Vogue found out about this, there was a lot of giggling and kiki-keying going on because Luther was trying to walk around looking like Patrick Starr. But Luther was like, don't do me. Y'all doing all this giggling and laughing and all this kind of stuff, little talking up under your breath. How about I don't even look in y'all faces no more? How about I put up a curtain between our camps and we never eat together, we never see each other on this tour? How about that? And that's exactly what he did. Shut En Vogue out. And not only did he put the curtain up, baby, he made it clear that En Vogue was not to come on his side of the curtain, that he was not to see their faces the whole rest of the tour. He ain't want nothing to do with them. And En Vogue was like, no, he did. And who he think he is? Then they tried it because they thought Luther was playing. So one night on their way to the stage, and I think this happened in Miami, but on their way to the stage, they went behind Luther's curtain. And they claimed because that was the easiest way to get to the stage. They said if you went the other way, you had to go all the way around the building or something like that. So supposedly This was the easiest route to get to the stage. Baby, don't you know they walked on his side of the curtain, and on their way they passed by his dressing room, and Luther looked out the door and saw one of their faces. And so in Vogue gone, you know, giggling, running off to the stage. When they got off the stage, they got the shock of their life, honey, because Luther had called the police on them and said something like trespassing or something like that. Basically told the police that he told them he did not want to see their face. He told them to stay off of his side of the curtain, so he feel like, you know, they need to face some time or something. I don't know what Luther had going on, but it really showed in Vogue that you do not play with Luther. Now, from what I saw, it seems like when in Vogue tells this story, when they say all of these things, that they try to make it seem like, you know, Luther was just so evil, so bad. In fact, it is rumored that they started calling him Lucifer after that tour. So they kind of put it like, you know, he was just acting like this. He could have been more lenient. He could have been better with us. We were young. But to me, I don't think both sides of the story are being told, because when you really think about it, in Vogue in 1993, 92, 91, whatever, they were still very young adults. So I'm pretty sure it was a lot of whispering behind Luther's back. Girl, look at his shoes, girl. Girl, no, he did not come out with them shiny pants on. Girl, you know, I'm sure it was a lot of that going on. So, you know, Luther just responded in kind. Probably. I wasn't there, so I'm not sure. But I just cannot believe that Luther was just like ruthless and mean without any type of provocation. I really feel like some of the things he was provoked to do, but that's my opinion. But let's move on to another little bit of tea. And this rumor involves the subject of one of my recent videos, and that is the DeBarge. Rumor has it that Luther was on tour with the DeBarges and he could not stand the DeBarges. It was okay at first, you know what I'm saying? He felt like everything was good. But honey, they say the DeBarges got on the tour and I think they were high, and I don't know if they were missing shows, and I'm not sure about that. But it's also claimed that they trashed their dressing room. They were, well, I don't know if they were stealing stuff out of the vending machine. That might be another rumor. But it was like they were doing a lot of stuff and loud and just crazy or something. And Luther did not like that. You know, he felt like they were not professional. He felt like they had too much going on. So he was pretty upset with them on that tour. But it's also claimed that he did their face. Gossip says them DeBarges will knock you out, baby. I didn't know that when I did that video. They are out here saying that the DeBarges were some thugs, child. Somebody said that Jermaine Jackson had put out there that them DeBarges will knock you out. They was ghetto or something, you know what I'm saying? So that little light-skinned DeBarge folk was ghetto or hood or something, child. I don't know how to explain it. All I know is it is said that out if you try them. Now that tea is kind of funny about the DeBarges, but now it's finna get a little messy, a little deep. I'm not going to repeat the details of the rumor like I did in the DeBarge video, but I am going to say that one of those rumors that I told you in the DeBarge video about Bobby and James being caught in a room or something like that, it is claimed that that was not a Switch member that caught them. Somebody sent me a message and said, hey, Ashley, you got this wrong. That was not a Switch member that caught them. It was Luther Vandross. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of y'all be like, why, Ashley? Why should we have to check what you say?
Why can't we take what you say as
fact? Because I don't know, and because they're all rumors, just like how that rumor was switched up. One rumor is out saying it was a Switch bandmate that caught them, but then here goes a whole nother rumor saying it was Luther Vandross that caught them. And even though the basis of the rumor is the same, the details of Luther Vandross catching them gives a whole different insight into what might have happened afterwards, which, by the way, I have no idea what happened afterwards. Maybe the blah, 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 that's all, folks. Maybe that happened again. I don't know. But anyways, back to some of Luther Vandross's feuds. It's also said that he got into a feud with Aretha Franklin. Supposedly, he had written a song that he wanted her to sing, and while they were recording for it, Aretha had sang it her way and, you know, was ready to leave the studio. And Luther was like, no, you're not gonna leave nowhere. You didn't sing this the way it should be sang. And Aretha got an attitude because supposedly Aretha was known as One Take Aretha, meaning she was so good she could get the song done right the very first time. But Luther went on ahead and knocked that little crown off her head and was like, hey, I don't know what one take you supposed to be, but tonight you finna be 2, 3, 3, 4 takes because you didn't sing this the right way. And some gossip says that Aretha was like, well, look, hey, baby, you fresh out of luck sitting up there waiting on me to record it again because I'm not doing it. And was trying to be out her way out the door. And Luther came back and was like, Miss Ma'am, Madam Queen, you're out of luck. Because if you think you finna sing the song that I wrote and ain't gonna sing it the way you supposed to sing it, baby, you won't be singing this song at all. I will take this song and give it to somebody else to sing it the right way. And that's when Miss Aretha came on in there, child, put a little crown back on and was humble and was like, now what do you need me to do? And sang the song the way he wanted her to sing it. Oh, and I forgot to tell y'all this rumor at the very beginning. Wycombe said that Luther Vandross almost failed his sophomore or junior year, one of the years in high school, because he was too toe up about the Supremes. Honey, they said when the Supremes broke up, Luther Vandross was like crying every day. He was very depressed. He just could not stand it. He needed the Supremes to be together. Now, this next rumor says that Luther Vandross led a very, very sad and depressed life. That behind the scenes, Luther was very, very lonely. And it said it was like that because he loved very, very hard and he latched onto his lovers with everything he got. And he could not be with these men. Now, some people say it's because a lot of these men were married men. That's what some people say. Then other people say that they just did not look at Luther the same way. They just didn't look at him like that. I mean, they liked him, you know, they were cool, but they didn't want to spend the rest of their life with him. And so apparently Luther could rarely find a man or any mate to share his dreams with. And some people say that his yo-yo dieting, the reason he became, you know, big and then got skinny, then got big again, they claimed that it was a result of his heartbreak, of the fact that he longed to have a partner. But I don't really think that part is true, because I read that Luther Vandross was on a yo-yo diet because he was fighting diabetes and hypertension. Now, I do know from my research and just reading comments and reading posts from the general public that it seems like some people are sympathetic to Luther. You know, they feel like, oh man, I wish he could have just came out and been who he wanted to be. I feel so bad. And then other people, and most of these people that I read these comments basically said they were homosexual themselves, felt like, I ain't got no sympathy for him. He should have just came out and lived out and proud. They were comparing him to Sylvester. They were like, you know, Sylvester did it. He was out and proud. Nobody shut him in a corner. So if Luther was depressed, that's on him. He should have just came out instead of trying to please other people. But to me, that's too much of a harshness to that, because Sylvester was just that way from the get. You know what I'm saying? From the gate, he was that way. He was flamboyant. You know, he was homosexual. He was out and proud. And that's what his music reflected. Luther, it's kind of hard for him to come back after he put out his early hits and then just come back and be like, hey, you know, I'm homosexual. I do feel like that would have been career suicide for him. And those people who have these Sylvester arguments said that, you know, oh, well, Sylvester came out. He was good. His music career did not suffer because of it. But once again, that's because Sylvester came out being like that. Luther did not come out being like that. So it was just kind of hard for him at any point in his career, to me, to come out and say that he was a homosexual without his career falling to the gutter, you know, especially since women were his biggest audience. Whatever the case about Luther Vandross, it is clear that he was a very, very private man. There was not much scandalous tea info out about him. You know, I don't even know if he talked to people and told people his gossip. If he did, he had some very, very loyal friends with a closed mouth. Nobody really put his business out. That's even if he talked to anybody. Maybe he didn't. Now, people do say that one person put his business out there, and that was Miss Patti LaBelle. It is rumored that after he passed away, Patti LaBelle confirmed that he was indeed a gay man. And when she did this, some people got angry and was like, you know, that was not your place to tell. He wouldn't have wanted you to say anything. You're not a good friend to him. You know, I don't know. I don't know if she was wrong or right when she said what she said. I have no idea, because I don't know the insides of their relationship. You know, maybe he told her that after I pass away, it's cool to say what you want to say. I don't know, so I don't have any judgments or opinions on that. Regardless if the man was gay or straight, he was absolutely a superstar. And if I don't know anything else, I do know that he shined his entire career when he first stepped on the stage. And then on April the 16th, 2003, when Luther Vandross was 52 years old, he suffered from a stroke. And although Luther was still able to talk and communicate after the stroke, his life would never be the same. He never really fully got over the symptoms of the stroke. And on July 1st, 2005, at the age of 54, he actually ended up passing away due to a heart attack. It is said that all of his sisters and brothers had already predeceased him,
him, but his mother was still alive and well, and she actually died in 2008. And this is the end of the old Hollywood scandal for Mr. Luther Vandross. I love you guys so much. Go ahead and like and subscribe, and I will be out with another video soon. Bye, guys. Never gonna get it, never gonna. What's up, Scandalites and Says So Squad? This is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another old Hollywood scandals video. This video is going to be about the very wild, scandalous, and very, very talented Rick James. Let's get to it. James Ambrose Johnson Jr. was born on February the 1st, 1948. His mother's name was Mabel, and his father's name was James Ambrose Sr. James Ambrose Jr. was one of 8 children. Unlike others on this list, Rick James's parents were not the super strict and religious kind, taking their children to church every Sunday. No, not at all. His mother Mabel had actually used to be a dancer for Catherine Dunham. And his father was a hard drinking and some say violent man. And he actually left the family really, really early, when Rick was about 7 or when he was 10 years old, depending on which source you want to believe. Since the family already didn't really have any money, when James Sr. left, oh baby, they struggled big time. And baby, I mean big time. Rick himself said that the rats and roaches used to be his friends. He said he used to line them up to race to see which one was gonna get the food first. And it's not funny, but I'm just thinking of how Rick James was saying all this. He also said that they do things like open their cereal and be eating it out of the box, and then suddenly a roach would pop out. They lived very poorly. One thing about their mother Mabel though, she was a real woman. She was not about to sit there on her behind while her children were struggling and the whole family was starving. Oh, no ma'am. She got out and she started hustling. She began to run numbers for the Italian mafia. Because of this, Rick was pretty much born into a very fast lifestyle. People like to say as he got older how everything was just so fast paced, how he was wild, but that's what he was born into. His mother used to take him with her when she used to collect for the numbers. So yeah, he was born into it. He really almost had no choice but to live very wild. And by the age of 8, he had been to nightclubs, juke joints, house parties, wherever you want to call it, just being with his mom. Now, because he was accustomed to this very wild life, he started wilding out at a very, very young age, and he became a teeny tiny Mac Daddy. He actually lost his virginity at the age of 9 or 10 years old by using his Mac Daddy skills on a girl the age of 14 years old. And some of y'all are probably like, but Ashley, wouldn't it make more sense that she as a 14-year-old was the one that talked him out of it? But no. Listen, y'all. They said that Rick James was really all that. He was doing the most. He even said himself that he had got kinky fetishes even before then, that he was the one doing all this. There's even tales of him stealing his mother's car to go around town to see his chick. Child, that little boy was doing the most. And then he was bad at home. He would do crazy stuff at home, like one time threw itching powder on his sister's back. You know, she running around scratching and itching and stuff. Then another time he brought a bunch of stray dogs home and put them in the family's bathtub. Like, he was just always doing something. He was one of those children that the parents would be like, oh my God, I don't know what to do with you. You are just wild. You know them kids is just everywhere, child. That was him. He was even behaving this way at school, and the school was like, boy, your mama probably can't kick you out, but guess what? We can. And next thing you know, can you please send James Jr. to the office? And that's what they did. And Rick James got kicked out of elementary school, middle school. The boy just kept getting kicked out of school. And eventually he did attend high school. I think it was Bennett High School and Orchard Park High School. And sources don't really say he got kicked out of those high schools, but he did quit high school. And this was also around the time that he started using drugs. He was using marijuana as well as heroin. And soon he would start breaking into places, burglarizing people's homes and businesses, and he spent a lot of time in jail because of this.
To keep himself out of jail, and some would say to earn some fast money, he also joined the military. And he did this by lying about his age so he could join the reserves. Not the active military, but the reserves. And his trick worked because the military did let him join the Navy Reserves. But see, Rick didn't know what he was doing. He got in the Navy Reserves and all he started to do is still do drugs, play jazz music, do what he wanted to do. But in order to stay in the reserves, you had to go to like a twice monthly meeting or a once monthly meeting that was like a reserve session. You had to attend those. And if anybody watching this is in the military, correct me if I'm wrong, but apparently he did not attend those meetings, so that let the higher ups know that you don't want to be in the reserves then. You want to go out to real war. So they chose his name and he was ordered to go to Vietnam. Child, Rick James heard about this, got scared, and took off, honey. He left and went to Toronto, Canada. And when he got to Canada, he got over there with that cocky, I'm Rick James attitude that he always had, and he promptly got jumped on by 3 guys, and they was whooping his tail. But luckily 3 other guys that were standing around had pity on Rick, and so they came and pulled the 3 bad guys off of Rick James. And I guess after the fight, them folks was like, no, we gonna find you. This ain't over. We know your name. Boy, you better get ready for us. And Rick was like, well, come on then. You know, bring it on. Look for me. It's nothing. He was doing this because he was about to change his name. From then on, he was going by the name of Ricky James Matthews. So they can look for James Johnson all they like. They wasn't finna find him. And y'all, I don't really know if it happened like that. Y'all know how my imagination is. It is true that he was jumped on by 3 guys, okay? That is true. But I don't know if he changed his name because they were like, we're looking for you, we're looking for you. Most likely he changed his name because the military was going to be looking for him under the name James Ambrose Johnson Jr., okay? That's probably the real reason, but we like to have fun. So let's move on. Turns out those 3 guys that came to the aid of Rick James were musicians. And so Rick and them became fast friends. He also met Neil Young and Joni Mitchell while he was in Canada. And so Rick is surrounded by all of this talent and he has the mind to start his own band. So he and some friends get together and form a group called the Minor Birds. And the Minor Birds start to book a lot of gigs. They do really well and they catch a lot of people's attention. As a matter of fact, they did so well that Rick hooked up with somebody, child, and ended up taking his band back to Detroit. And the Minor Birds signed with Motown. And if you listen to the Minor Birds, it makes you feel like, what? Barry signed in a group that sounds like this? But you have to remember, he was trying to combat the Monkees and the Beatles and the Zombies and other European groups that had come over and basically brought this European sound that everybody was going crazy over at the moment. So that is why he was so quick to sign the Minor Birds. And the Minor Birds did put out a song on Motown that did fairly well, but then they got stopped in their tracks. And that is because Berry Gordy found out that this Ricky James Matthews person was actually James Johnson Ambrose Jr., and he had a federal warrant out for his arrest due to deserting the military. So Barry's like, wait, no. I cannot afford to have a law sniffing around Motown and searching stuff out. And of course he couldn't afford it. If he got a serial killer walking around there, I'm just kidding, y'all. Marvin Gaye was not a serial killer in my book, okay? I just had to throw that out there. But still though, he really couldn't have the law coming all around Motown because there's no telling how many shady business deals that Barry had going on. And so Barry tells Ricky James Matthews that, look, I can't work with you like this. You need to go turn yourself in. There's nothing I can do with you with a background like this. And so Rick goes and talks to his mother and she tells him the same. Son, you need to go turn yourself in, get this over with, let this part of your life go. And so he does. And I think in the beginning he's sentenced to like 5 or 6 months in the brig or something like that. But y'all got to remember, Rick James is a free spirit. It was hard for him to be locked down and do military duties, basic training and all that good stuff. And it's still hard. He couldn't even sit still in the classroom, okay? So 6 weeks into his lockdown, he escapes. He leaves, child, takes off and goes on the run. He again runs to his mother, who again is like, what? Take your tail and go back. Why did you escape? Get that mess over with. I don't know how that whole process went, but I will say that he did spend a full year inside of the brig. And then in 1968, when he's released, he goes back to Motown. He is no longer with the Minor Birds, but he's by himself and he's ready to work. And Barry, I don't think, believes in him as a solo singer. So Barry is like, I can use you, but not on the mic. I want you to write for me. I want you to produce for me. And that is what Rick James does. He had writing credits for The Miracles and some other Motown groups. And I know I joked about Marvin Gaye earlier, but while Rick James is employed at Motown, he has the pleasure of meeting Marvin Gaye, who Rick James says is one of his heroes, and he actually became a godfather to Nona Gaye. He also has the pleasure of meeting Stevie Wonder, and Stevie Wonder lets him sing for him. He really thinks that Rick James has talent, and he's actually the one that was like, okay, now what's your name? What name you go by again? And Rick James was like, well, I go by Ricky James Matthew. And Stevie Wonder's like, okay, that's kind of stupid a little bit. That name is too long. You need to cut it down, son. Why don't you think of going by the name Rick James? Yeah, that got a nice ring to it, Rick James. And so Rick James is like, yeah, okay, cool. Whatever you say, Stevie. You have more accolades than I do. Obviously, you know something right, so cool. I will go by the name Rick James. Now, Rick James does spend more time writing and producing at Motown, but he's like, I'm not making any money for this, which I'm sure was very true because Berry Gordy was and is notoriously known for being cheap, for not really paying people that worked for him, and he sure enough didn't really pay his talent. Well, hold on. They said there was this one person who got paid more and better than everybody else, and that was Smokey Robinson. But everybody else, no. They were not making any money, and Rick James was no different. But Rick James didn't want to stand for this. He was like, I can't deal with this. And so he starts talking around his friends, and one of those friends is Jimmy Ruffin, David Ruffin's brother. And so Jimmy is like, I know, man. Yeah, we ain't making no money, man. Hey, Rick, have you ever thought about pimping? And so Rick is like, pimping? I mean, I guess. And Jimmy is like, yes, man, let's become pimps. And so Rick is like, okay, well, dude, even if I'm interested in what you're saying, like, how are we going to get the females? Like, I don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? I don't have any experience in that. And Jimmy is like, don't you have a girlfriend? And so Rick is like, yeah. And so Jimmy is like, there you go. I do too. We got girlfriends. Let's make them walk that stroll for us. And so Rick was like, okay, you know, I guess that can work. So he and Jimmy Ruffin start trying to prostitute these women in Detroit, and they also take those women to Canada and try to prostitute them there. But Rick James quickly found out that his pimp hand and his slap hand was not strong enough to be some pimp, especially for those Detroit girls. I mean, those girls pretty much got away with everything. They could just tell Rick, you know, I don't feel like working today. And he would let them get away with that. Or, you know, Rick, I didn't have any money. I didn't bring any money. Can I borrow some money from you? He would let them borrow money. Pimping does not work like this. There is no pimpology in that at all. If you don't have my money, it is what it is. But Rick was like, okay, you don't got my money? Here, let me give you some money. It's okay. You know, so he was definitely not built to be a pimp. So since being a pimp named Rick back did not work well for Rick James, he not only left Detroit, but he also left Canada and he moved to LA. And this move really invigorated Rick James. You know, he was so happy. He was glad to be in a place that was free and glad to be in a place that was all about rock and roll, because his idols were Jimi Hendrix. His idols were the Beatles. Those were his idols. Like that doo-wop stuff, that was good and all. And he really looked up to the Temptations because Melvin Franklin was his uncle. Okay, I don't know if y'all knew that, but Melvin Franklin of the Temptations was his uncle. So he did look up to them, but rock and roll was really his thing. So when he got in LA, he let things take him over. You know, he got back on the drugs. You know, he tried and experimented with everything. He hung out with all type of rock stars. It is said that Jim Morrison from The Doors tricked Rick into taking acid, and he was tripping balls. Some people thought that he was never going to come down, but thank God he did. He also became very close friends with Jay Sebring, who was a celebrity hairstylist, or just a hairstylist. I'm not sure. I think it was a celebrity hairstylist. But he was very close friends with him. He and Jay Sebring used to hang out a lot. They used to go to parties together, drink together, do drugs together. Okay. So Jay Sebring invites Rick James to Sharon Tate's house one night. Okay. He's like, Rick, come on over. We're going to have a good time. And Rick James told him that he would come. But then Rick James got drunk. He couldn't wait till the nighttime, honey. He went ahead and got drunk while it was still daytime. So when it was time for everybody to go to Sharon's house, Rick was already drunk off his tail. He couldn't even see his nose in front of him, and he was passed out. So he missed it. Well, when he wakes up, Jay Sebring and everybody else at Sharon Tate's house is dead. They have been slaughtered by Charles Manson's followers. And Rick always thought it was kind of weird how he was supposed to come that night. While Rick was in LA, he became a lady killer. The ladies loved him, ladies from all type of cultures. But there is one woman that he met that he really took a liking to, and her name was Sybil Morgan. And he and Sybil ended up having 2 children together. They had a daughter named Ty and a son named Rick James Jr. Although Sybil and Rick made a very cute couple and he loved his kids, adored his kids, and took care of his kids, he and Sybil did not last because Rick James was a ladies' man and he was not about to give up messing around with other women. So Sybil wasn't having it and they broke up. Now, all of this was happening in the early 70s, and it was also in the early 70s that Rick was like traveling everywhere. I mean, he was traveling to India, Africa, Morocco. Well, I think Morocco, I'm not sure. I'm basically trying to let you guys know that he was traveling pretty much all over the world. And he was becoming very cultured. He wasn't just traveling just to be traveling. He was traveling to go try out their drugs and also to learn about the cultures. And that is supposedly where his hair came from. Those braids and those beads, that supposedly came from an African tribe. In 1973, Rick records with a record label named A&M Records. But the music that he puts out does not do well. Then in 1976, he gets his own band together, honey. And that is called the Stone City Band. And they are bad, honey. When he gets them together, no other band is said to touch the Stone City Band when they first started out with Rick James. And with his band in tow and some music and songs that he had written, Rick James ended up right back at Motown. Well, not Motown per se. He actually ended up at the subsidiary label of Gordy Records, which was located in Buffalo, New York. Now, Rick had the feeling that he was going to blow. He had a confidence level of 10,000. As a matter of fact, not only at this moment, but his whole life, Rick James had a confidence level, just like, honey, we would be lucky to have as much confidence in our lives that Rick James had in his little pinky. So when he came to Berry Gordy with this idea of this band that was kind of like punk and rock and all that kind of stuff, he basically convinced Berry Gordy to sign him, and people were amazed that Berry Gordy did sign him, because this is a man a few years before that argued Marvin Gaye to the ground that he didn't want him to put out any type of socially conscious records. So you're going from arguing Marvin Gaye to the ground that you don't want those type of records put out to signing a guy like Rick James, who is about to sing about everything under the sun? Oh yeah, people gave Rick James all kind of big ups. And I'm not saying that Rick James did not deserve all of those big ups, but I am saying that it's not necessarily that he was a better negotiator than Marvin Gaye. It's just the fact that Motown and Gordy Records and all of them were not doing as well as they were back when Marvin Gaye wanted to put that record out. They were doing well. They had money, so they could pick and choose what they wanted to put out, and he could argue Marvin to the ground. Well, now, baby, we're going into the late 70s, early 80s, and Motown just do not have the groups like that. They can't compete with some of that new age music that's out there. So Berry Gordy is now ready to sit down, listen, and talk and try to see, okay, how can we make money? If you think your record is gonna make money and hit with these new young kids, yes, Rick James, let's do this. And then in 1978, Rick James put out his first solo album called Come and Get It. And the album was good, but it had a smash hit single that was put out called You and I. And You and I was so good that it hit #1 on the charts. And it's not like You and I had groundbreaking lyrics or Rick James just had a voice better than anybody on the planet or anything like that. That was not it. It was about the music. People had never heard somebody put funk and rock together like that. Like, they just had never heard that. It was either rock and roll or it was either funk. And yes, they had heard funk and soul through James Brown. They also heard the type of funk that Parliament had. But still though, neither one of those was funk and rock. And some type of way, Rick James's genius was able to put both of those together, and it just blew people's mind. And then when he came up with the follow-up single, Mary Jane, oh child, you know, y'all know what it was. I don't really have to talk about that. Instant classic. People still love that song today. And the funny thing about that song is that song was not supposed to be, honestly, really and truly, because back at the time when it was put out, people could face 5-10 years in prison just for having a little bit of weed found on their person, okay? So this was not a time period for that. And the only reason that it did get put out is because the Motown executives were from a different time period, y'all. They were with the older people, you know, the doo-wop groups. They had become older by now. So when they heard Mary Jane, they really thought that it was about a woman. They were glad. They were like, yes, this nice young man, now this is what we need. We need music like this. Tell the ladies how beautiful they are and how much you can't live without them. They really thought that Rick James was making a love song to the woman that he loved, and her name was Mary Jane. And that is how that song got released, because they didn't understand. If they did understand, that song would have never even got off the shelves. But they didn't. And thank God they didn't, honey, because Mary Jane became a true hit. Now, we pretty much know where Rick James' career went from here, but let's go ahead and sprinkle some tea into this thing, honey. Baby, people thought Rick James' hard partying ways could not get any harder than they already were. And they were hard partying ways. It is even said that his girlfriend Civil, the one that he met at that party, supposedly that wasn't just a regular party, that was an orgy that they met at. So she was doing some wild stuff too back in LA. This is how wild that he was living. But if you ask Civil though, they said that at first she wouldn't even admit that it was an orgy. But they say now that she does admit it's an orgy, but she says that she and Rick were absolutely not participating. They were just standing on the wall looking at everybody else. Girl, but come on, let's move on. The point I was trying to make with that story though is for you guys to see how wild he already was. People didn't think he could top that. Baby, after that first album came out, he topped that and then some. All his life consisted of is women, drugs, music. Women, drugs, music, day in and day out, spending money, splurging. He really was living a very wild and expensive life. But the worst thing he did while doing all of this is surrounded himself with yes men. They were all around him because, see, they wanted that party life too. Rick was paying for everything. Nobody was going to tell him no, even when he was doing too much. And let me tell you, the man was doing too much. I mean, doing absolutely too much. But there was nobody to tell him to stop. There was nobody to tell him that you shouldn't do this or you can't do this. And the fans and everybody else is just viewing this. And honestly, people don't know what to do with Rick James. They don't know what to make of Rick James. He's really almost... He was a black man who was very comfortable with who he was. This was him. He was not apologizing. He wasn't conforming to anything or anybody's ideas. You know what I'm saying? We had seen strong men before. I'm black and I'm proud. That's James Brown. Then we had seen the opposite. Betty, you're my girl. You know, we saw black men do stuff like that, which wasn't so black. You know what I'm saying? Rick James was smack dead in the middle. You were going to take him like he was. If you didn't, then he didn't care. He was going to force it up on you. And this it's different strokes for different folks, okay? Down some of the greats. It took down Billie Holiday. It took down Frankie Lyman. It took down Lenny Bruce. But Rick James was able to face him. There was no type of real attachment there for him. But cocaine would defeat him in every way possible. And as soon as he hit coke for the first time, he was hooked. The drug matched him. You know what I mean? The drug is a wild, free-spirited, got over the place type of drug, okay? And that is what Rick James was. I mean, the guy was pretty much walking on sunshine in the clouds because he kept taking cocaine all the time now. And he was also in the clouds when he met Miss Tina Marie. Yes, honey. Rick James just as high as he can be, walking around Motown's hallway and hearing this voice just booming out of the audition room. like, who is that? This is amazing. He goes there and is shocked to see this big voice coming from a teeny weeny white girl. He quickly takes a liking to this girl on this channel. He was smitten by her voice. It was something there that really attracted him, and he knew
All this stupid ass Wi-Fi's gotta go. Ah. Oh, this Wi-Fi sucks.
that he could develop her voice and further use her voice for his upcoming live performances, as well as help her develop her voice for her upcoming album. And what he did is he actually took a song he was planning to sing with Diana Ross and bumped Diana Ross off his list and was like, this girl's voice is much better than Diana Ross's. I'm going to use her. So he virtually took this nobody, this up and comer, and replaced the Queen Bee with her. He was right. Tina started singing with him and the audience ate it up. It's just like they could make magic together, especially with their song Fire and Desire. People love that song. And the reason that they could sing Fire and Desire so well and stir up all of these passionate emotions is because Rick James and Tina Marie had started dating. And just like the song, they had a wildly passionate affair. They really, really loved each other and really, really fed off of each other's energies, and it's just like a wild, intimate, passionate thing. They would fight hard. Some people even said that they fought on stage while they were singing. Like they would be singing, love them and leave them, you know, all that kind of stuff. And when Rick gets in her face and sings to her, she's mushing them upside the head or mushing them in the face because they are fighting about something. You know, so it was really something else. And like I said, the audience ate it up. Unfortunately, though, his relationship with Tina Marie did not last because she said that Rick didn't want to change his ways. She was trying to get in a more serious, regular, normal relationship and let them be normal people where they weren't so high strung all the time. You know what I mean? Weren't so passionate, either making love or we're arguing. Like, why is that our relationship? It doesn't have to be where we're at one extreme or the other extreme. Rick James, however, was just an extreme type of guy. And he was not matching up with that normal stuff that she wanted. So at the end, Tina Marie said they were just two different people. So they broke it off. So Tina Marie and Rick James break up, like I just said. And Rick continues living his life in the clouds. He continues getting high. He continues being in the fast lane. And everything is good until a little bit came and took this high away. And these are Rick's words, not my words, okay? Because that little bit was Prince. Yes, baby child. Rick James could not stand Prince. Do you hear me? And this is crazy. I know it's crazy, but listen now, according to sources, it wasn't always like this, okay? Rick even said that when they first met, he actually felt sorry for Prince. He was looking at Prince like, why they do this to him? Why they get this little shy midget to tour with me? I mean, man, look at him sitting over there. Oh, man, he got on his little trench coat with them high heels. He's sitting over there just looking. Like, come on, dude. They should have got somebody with more power than this. Somebody high powered. Because I'm about to do my show and I'm about to blow this dude out the water. This is how Rick James felt about Prince. And then, boom, Prince was called to the stage to perform. And here go Rick James, you know, running behind after him, peeking behind the stage curtain. And then he watched as Prince threw off his trench coat, revealing stocking, like a stocking suit with panties up under it, and watched as Prince played a mean riff on that guitar. And all he heard from the audience is, ha, ha, just going crazy. And that's when Rick James got a cold chill to run all the way up his back. And he was looking in disbelief. He just couldn't believe it. But then he composed himself. And he was like, okay, hold on, wait. Don't get nervous. Don't worry about it, Rick. You are the star. These people have paid money to see you. You are the main attraction. But baby, while he was talking to himself, the screams got louder. Just, Prince! They were actually calling his name. Now, Rick opened that curtain again, and he saw now where Prince has ripped off that stocking suit. He pulled down his panties to his knees and covered himself with just his hands like this and started shaking and gyrating towards the crowd. The people in the audience were going insane. They had never seen anything like this. This little guy, Prince, was commanding everybody's attention. And it was after seeing this right here that Rick James knew this little MF was upstaging him. As the cheers and screams became deafening and overpowering, Rick James grew madder and madder. He grew more and more scared, and the main thing, he grew more and more jealous. And as the tour went on, Rick got more and more envious. And then he would start trying to like instigate fights with Prince. You know what I'm saying? Say certain things. But let Rick tell it, Prince never said a mumbling word. Like Prince would just like, you know, sit there all shy and quiet and wouldn't say anything. And I don't know if this is because he was scared of Rick James, or who knows, Rick James could have been lying, because other people say that they almost came to blows. I ain't gonna lie, I don't think they almost came to blows with me personally. I feel like that Prince probably didn't say anything, but I don't know if it's because he was scared. Prince always seemed like the guy to me that was kind of manipulative. Like, you know, I don't have to say anything. You know what I mean? Like, you can see what the audience is saying, Rick. I don't have to try to fight you. You mad because I'm better than you. That's how I feel like Prince was, which is probably why he didn't say anything. But honey, Rick was like, he ain't say a mumbling word. He knew what was up. It even got so bad between the two artists that even their bands started not to like each other. Rick James's band felt disrespected because they felt like, you know, we are the main attraction. We are the best band. And then here come Prince's band. Y'all want to come up here and act like y'all somebody. Y'all are not even acknowledging us. Y'all are not giving us the proper dues. And the Stone City band, Rick James's band, said even when they were in the elevator with Prince's band would be like this. You know, just like they leader with their nose up in the air. They felt like nobody could touch them. And so they was just, y'all know how folks like that is, baby. Rick James and his band were furious. And then we come to a point where sources differ. Rick James claimed that Prince actually started stealing from him. He said he started stealing his movements, his call sign, even the way that he held the mic. He said Prince stole all of that from him. Other people said that Prince didn't steal anything. They said that Prince was just the better performer. That was the end of it. In the end, all sources agree, even Rick James himself, that Prince ruled that tour. He stole it right from up under Rick James, and he came out the winner. And after this colossal battle with Prince, there were two things that made Rick James feel better. The first one was when he, his band, and Prince and his bands and their managers all had a meeting, okay? Because things had got just that bad. So they had a meeting, and in that meeting, both of them patched each other up. You know, there's daps all around. Yeah! You know, everybody's friends now, okay? And so Rick James is like, okay, you know, he goes over, walks over to Prince. Yeah, you know, man, everything is cool. And then yanks Prince's head back like this, honey. Took his liquor and poured it down Prince's throat. You know, and Prince is just like, and running away, you know, and Rick James just thought that was so funny. He had to get some vengeance somewhere, and that's the way he did it. And even after this, he said Prince still didn't say anything to him. So that was the first thing that made him feel better. The second thing that made him feel better was, hey, yes, honey, Super Freak had been released, and it was #1 on the charts, baby. And this made Rick feel like Prince may have won that tour and been master of the tour, but baby, I am master of the charts. Now what, Prince? And as the success of Super Freak swept the whole nation and everybody was on this dance craze to Rick James, he started acting even worse than he already was. That high from cocaine also was not giving him that just, ooh, feeling anymore. He needed something more. So he got him some aluminum foil, and then he started freebasing the cocaine. And baby, they said Rick James would get so high that he would just be out of it and paranoid. He also covered the windows of his home in aluminum foil because he was just paranoid. He didn't want nobody looking in on him as he sat in the house and got high all day. And not only was his drug use becoming worse, his behavior itself was becoming worse. People started looking at him as a nuisance, and he did become a nuisance in public. And that would have been okay, except for the nuisance part started to outshine the fact that he was a pop, R&B, rock star, whatever you want to call him. The nuisance started to outshine that. And let me tell you just how much of a nuisance he was. This man just started slapping people. Just started slapping folks left and right. That Dave Chappelle skit of what did the five fingers say to the face? That is said to be true. He really did slap Charlie Murphy. But Charlie Murphy was not the only person that he slapped. Mike Tyson told a story about how he and Alfonso Ribeiro, I guess that's how you say his name. But anyways, they were drinking in a hotel lobby. And actually, Alfonso was underage at this time while they were drinking. But anyways, they were drinking in the lobby, okay? Rick James comes in and is like, hey, Mike Tyson, what's up, my guy? Blah, 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 blah. And then he says, who is this with you? What's your name? And Alfonso introduces himself, and Rick James is like, ain't you an actor? Bow! Before Alfonso can even say anything, Rick James slaps this child across the face. And after he slaps him, Mike Tyson rises up and is like, hold on, man, you're doing too much. Like, dude, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're doing too much. This is a kid. Why did you slap him across the face? And like Rick James is like, well, whatever, dude, I'm gone. And he walks off on his way. But, what? Why are you slapping folks, sir? But y'all already know what I'm finna say. He got the right one. Because, baby, he would have slapped me like that. Him and them braids would have been laid out across that floor. And to add to this shock factor and all this shock level activity that he had going on, he started dating Linda Blair, whom was the star of The Exorcist. And I'm not saying their relationship was not real, but Rick James was a shock factor person. After dating Linda Blair, he actually got a woman much more his speed. And she was a model, and her name was Denise Matthews. And y'all want to know what happened? Y'all know what happened next? Prince, honey. He came clacking through on his heels, baby, and stole Denise Matthews from Rick James. Not only did he steal her, he fixed her up and changed her name to Vanity and started to help her with her music career as well as sleep with her. Rick James once again was left furious. Prince had got him at something else. And to make matters worse, by this time, Prince's star is shining. Prince is on the map big time. And Rick James's mother, Mabel, is an avid fan of Prince's. However, Rick did not have too much time to remain upset because he was becoming very fast friends with an up-and-coming comedian that liked to party just like he did. Murphy. And that comedian's name was Eddie Murphy. Eddie and Rick James, once they met and found out their personalities meshed, they were together a lot. That is where a lot of those stories, the Charlie Murphy stories that he told on Dave Chappelle, a lot of that came because Eddie and Rick James were friends, really good friends at one point. Because Eddie did hang with Rick James so much, he was at the studio a lot because that is where Rick James was. And a lot of his parties and activities with the women were at the studio. So Eddie Murphy was there a lot. And it was while Eddie was there that he was just watching. He just watched Rick James create this magical music and do great things through this music. And that is when Eddie Murphy was like, you know what? I think I can do this. I think I can make a song. And Rick James is like, well, come on, Eddie, let's do it. I'll help you with it. And they come out with Party All the Time, which turns out to be a hit, not only for Eddie Murphy, but for Rick James. But the thing was, even though it was a hit for both of them, it was considered Eddie Murphy's song, and it was Eddie Murphy's song. So it was good that Eddie Murphy's song was on the charts and doing well, but Rick couldn't help but notice none of his songs that he was putting out at this time were really doing anything. They were not really making a fuss. So he did what he knew would comfort him, like always, the drugs. And I had wanted to tell y'all that the drugs actually started affecting his health very early. In April 1984, his friends found him collapsed and unconscious in his home because of the drugs. So they had already started to take a toll on his health. Now, supposedly in the late 80s, Rick James did check himself into rehabs, but child, it didn't help. Nothing happened. They said that he was in the rehab with Steven Tyler of Aerosmith, and all they used to do is tell drug stories to each other. And then Rick James used to give Steven Tyler piggyback rides. I don't know, but what I do know is that Rick had upgraded from freebasing and now he was doing crack cocaine. And he was seriously falling into a dark place.
he also has yet another run-in with Prince at the American Music Awards, okay? Rick James is there with his mother, all right? And Prince is there. And Rick James's mother, Mabel, asked Prince for an autograph. And baby, they said Prince was like, and walked on by that woman, honey. Baby, they said Rick James was like, hold on, and started running behind Prince, y'all. Prince took off running, baby. Do you hear me? They said it was gonna be over with if Rick James caught him. But Prince's little old bitty tail was too quick, child. He ran, he dashed behind his manager, and his manager was like, hold on, what's going on? And so he and Prince talked, and the manager came back out and told Rick James, you know, Prince is sorry. He never meant to do that to your mom. He did not know that she was your mother. But Rick James did not believe that. And he walked away from the meeting with the manager calling Prince a little turd. Then, next thing you know, dum, dum, dum. What? What's going on? I don't know what just happened. But what I'm trying to say is You Can't Touch This by MC Hammer came out and took the world, the whole globe, by storm. And because of this, Rick James's Super Freak was cast back into the spotlight as the perfect song to be sampled to make a super hit. And I honestly want to do my full MC Hammer dance moves because, baby, I know a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not in shape like I want to be, so since I ain't, I can't. But MC Hammer himself was dancing his little tail all across the nation. People were right there dancing with him. This song was phenomenal, and everybody was hyped and hooked, honey. Everybody except Rick James. Baby, Rick James was sitting over there like this. I don't like that song. Turn that song off. Don't be playing that song around me. Baby, he was upset, honey, because he felt like, first of all, MC Hammer had not asked him permission to use his song. Second of all, he felt like y'all trying to call MC Hammer a genius, but he ain't no genius. He didn't even make his own music. You can't build your success and your genius off of somebody else's genius. He kind of felt like that MC Hammer was taking the easy way out, and he didn't deserve the accolades that he was getting because he didn't start from the full bottom by using someone else's music. And so Rick James got his lawyer on the phone and they sued MC Hammer. And it ended up being where Rick James would get a cut of the royalties from You Can't Touch This. I think it was past and future royalties, if I'm not mistaken. But I know for sure it was all future royalties. And Rick James said even up until the day he died that song paid him very well and continued to pay him very well. And even though he sued MC Hammer and talked all this crap about MC Hammer was a very good sport. And not only in this case, but in all cases. Y'all, I'm going to tell you how I feel. MC Hammer has a very good heart. Seems like the man has always had a good heart. And so he didn't try to fight anything. He let Rick James have everything that the man felt like he was due. And they ended up becoming cool, or not super cool, but they were cool enough where MC Hammer invited Rick James to come and perform Super Freak while MC Hammer was doing You Can't Touch This. And they got on stage together and the crowd thought it was crazy. Everybody had a good time. But what the crowd didn't know is the true craziness took place backstage. And that's when Rick James decided to smoke crack backstage. And then he wasn't high enough, so he decided to smoke the residue that's inside of the crack pipe, okay? Put the residue on a plate and tried to light it on fire and, you know, smoke it that way. And then he ended up dropping the plate. And when he dropped the plate, the flames ended up going from the bottom of his robe all the way up to his arm. Like he was on fire, you know what I mean? And he was shaking and everything. And then other people helped put him out. And as soon as he got help put out, he picked up the plate off the floor and continued to walk into his room like nothing happened. Like, what? You were just on fire, sir. But that's just how far his mind was going on these drugs. This may seem like a sorry state that Rick James was in, but y'all, it was about to get way worse. In 1991, Rick James lost complete control of his life. Like, he pretty much just gave himself over to drugs. And he set out to destroy all the good things in his life. And then he met a woman who set out to destroy all the good things in her life. And she was also having a problem with drugs. And her name was Tanya Hajazi. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Tanya Hajazi or Tanya Hajazi. And when Rick and Tanya got together, complete mayhem ensued. And one of those things happened on July 12th, 1991. On that day, Rick and Tanya met 24-year-old Frances Alley. And Frances was a lady that was having hard times. She didn't have anywhere to live. Very broke, very destitute. So Rick and Tanya were like, come on, girl, you can live with us. Like, we're not going to let you live like this. We will take care of you. And Frances believed them. So she went to the house with them. And it's good at first because they're all partying. They're all having a good time. And then I guess after a few days, I think they said it was on July 16th, she wanted to leave. Baby, why come them folks said that Rick James pulled a gun out on that woman and told her, you're not going anywhere. You're going to stay here with us. That supposedly happened on the 16th where they tortured her with guns and scared her and things like that. And then on July 17th, Rick told Frances that she needed to go down and perform on Tanya. And he was holding her at gunpoint and was like, you need to do what you need to do to Tanya and I'm going to sit there and watch. And I suppose he watched and pleasured himself while Frances had to go down and do what she did on Tanya. And I'm not saying this is all rigged because Tanya was in on this too. Like sometimes the gun was in her hand and she also was forcing Frances to stay and do these things. During this stay, not only did they sexually assault her and force her to do these things, they also burnt her. Like they were burning her with the lighters, they was burning her with the crack pipe, they would light it and have it hot and then burn her on the stomach, burn her on her legs. They supposedly tied her up and beat on her a little bit. They also made her smoke crack. She also had to smoke crack along with them. And it said that she was burned up to 20 times on her stomach and legs and stuff. So anyway, on the 18th, Frances finally gets away. They let her go or she escapes, I'm not sure, but she gets away. She goes to the hospital. When she goes to the hospital, she tells them about their ordeal. Next thing you know, the cops are coming to pick up Rick James and Tanya Hijazi. Rick is charged with assault with a deadly weapon, false imprisonment, forced oral copulation, making terroristic threats, and furnishing narcotics. At the maximum, he is facing life in prison. And although people know how wild Rick James is and they kind of know about some of his antics, they didn't know he was like this. So this really shocks people. But the person who was shocked most of all was his mother, Mabel. And not only did the crime shock her, the real shock to her was that her son, one of her babies, was facing life in prison. And this was really damaging to her mental and physical health. And even though she already had stomach cancer and she was already battling that, this just kind of took it over the edge. And she died 1 month after his arrest, which was in September of 1991. Miss Mabel Johnson was gone. And Miss Mabel Johnson was Rick's backbone. Her death pushed him over the edge. He went into a terrible depression. And not just the regular like grief, depressed, like when people are when they lose family members. No, his was more than that. He went into madness. So he ended up paying bail and getting out. And he was hell-bent on destroying anybody and everybody, especially himself. So he let drugs consume him. His whole life, everything about him, he let it consume him. And he said himself that it was at this time that he descended into the deepest pits of hell. I mean, Rick James started doing a lot of crazy things. Among them were bestiality. Yes, Rick James said himself that he performed bestiality. And for you guys who don't know what that is when you have a sexual encounter with an animal. And I don't know what kind of animal it was. I don't know if it was a dog. I don't know. But he did say that he experimented with an animal. And as far as regular intimacy, where it's just like one woman or something like that, no, those days were completely gone. His regular intimate stuff these days were just straight orgies. He said himself that at this time, he was the Roman Emperor Caligula, reborn. He liked filth. And he wanted everything to rot. He even called himself the Marquis de Sade. And the Marquis de Sade was a person in history who was a nobleman, but he was all about perversion, all about sadism, and, just
Plain old filth. He had given up on life so much that he and Tanya once again, y'all, that next year on November the 3rd, 1992, or I think that was the date, they did the same thing again, except with a different woman. This time it was music exec Mary Sauger. She said they did the same thing to her. They beat her, forced her to do things, and this was over a 20-hour period. He just did not care. And this time the courts were like, oh, no, sir, no, sir. You're not posting bail. You're not getting out again. You're about to serve some time. And some of them wanted to give him the max of the life sentence. They wanted him so bad that the prosecution started bribing like crackheads and stuff like that and giving them drugs and money if they would testify against Rick James. And this is why their plan didn't work. They went too far because the judge and other people started to find out that they were bribing witnesses and getting evidence the wrong way. So they were not able to give him a life sentence. They ended up giving him 5 years in 1994. He ended up only serving 2 out of the 5 years, and he was released in 1996. After his release, he was pretty much flat broke because he had to pay that Mary Sauger lady $2 million in a civil suit. Now, he did do something constructive while he was in prison, and he wrote about 200 songs. And he released an album in 1997, and it did okay. But of course, it was nothing like Super Freak. It wasn't even like Mary Jane. Then in 1998, he got in trouble with the law again because a 26-year-old woman accused him of sexually assaulting her. However, the case was thrown out of court. And it was also in 1998 that Rick James's hard living and all of this hard time and just everything that he had done to ravage his body finally caught up with him. And during a concert, he suffered a stroke after a blood vessel ruptured in his neck. And even before then, though, I forgot to tell y'all, he had a hip replacement in 1998 too. But that hip replacement was before the stroke. After this stroke and hip replacement, Rick kind of just really quieted down and started living his life in the shadows. He really just started living like a normal person, and he did clean himself up, not fully, but he did do a lot better and stop partying and just acting a fool. He was doing much better than he used to be. And the public moved right along like they always do, and they largely forgot about Rick James. That is until Dave Chappelle came out with those famous skits regarding Charlie Murphy and Rick James. This right here brought so much attention back onto Rick James. He was back in the spotlight once again. People remembered. Folks started buying his music again. You know, music sales went up. People wanted to talk to him. They wanted to interview him. Rick James was a celebrity once again. And it is said that Rick James really enjoyed himself. Like, he really enjoyed reminiscing about these stories, talking on camera on the Chappelle Show. And it also warmed his heart when not only he, but he and his protege, Tina Marie, were invited to perform on the BET Awards show. People around him said that this really gave comfort to Rick, because he always wanted to make sure that he was going to be remembered. He wanted to know that somebody cared about Rick James and his music. But all of this gave him the comfort and calm needed to reassure him that people would indeed remember the legendary Rick James. And it seems like when he did get comfortable with this, the end came. On August the 6th, 2004, Rick James was found deceased in his home. He died from a pulmonary failure as well as a cardiac failure due to diabetes and the stroke that he had earlier. After he passed, they did indeed find drugs in his system. Amongst 9 drugs, they found, I believe, Xanax, they found meth, they found a little bit of cocaine. You know, they found a lot of stuff in his system. But they did say that his death was not because of the drugs he had taken that day. They were caused by the drugs that he had taken over the years. You know, just the damage that it did on his body. So this has been the Old Hollywood Scandalous Tale on the life of Rick James. Y'all know the tea don't ever stop right here. So let me go ahead and drop some T-bombs at the end of this video. There's this woman who in 2020 said that she was suing the Rick James estate for $50 million because she said she was 15 years old and the year was in 1979, and I guess they were in some type of mental hospital or something like that. And she said that Rick James had came to her and she was sitting on her bed, and he came to her and he started like rubbing on her hair and, you know, like trying to talk to her, and then all of a sudden he just pushed her head into the pillow and got on top of her and raped her. So she's trying to sue now, but I don't know if she's going to get anywhere because of course this man is deceased now and there's no evidence. So, you know, I don't know. And I'm not one to say whether he did or didn't rape this lady. I don't know. And that is all of the tea and gossip that I have on Rick James. However, I want you guys to click on the link in the description and watch Rick James's interview. He was on a show called Lifestyle of the Rich and Famous or something like that. They were looking at his house. And first of all, his house looks a hot, gaudy mess. Like, that's first of all, but that's not why I'm telling you guys to watch it. The thing that really got me about Rick James is that Rick James made it a point that nobody was going to stop him. He said on that interview, other folks be talking about the man holding them down. He was like, I don't believe like that. Don't nobody hold me down. And I really admire him for that. I love that. Go watch the video. And also go ahead, like, share, subscribe, and comment on this video.
James Johnson left the ghettos of Buffalo, New York to become super freak superstar Rick James and ride a wave of success to the top of the record chart, selling 15 million copies of one album alone. But the road to success led Rick right back to where it all began.
Buffalo's my home, you know, and it always has been, and it always will be. And I'm much more comfortable there than I think I am in Hollywood or New York. You know, when I go to Buffalo, it's really a time in my life where I can really just chill out. I bought this home when I was just starting to happen, 1978, and I have a recording studio of my own. It has an indoor pool and jacuzzi, and there's horses and a tennis court. And my mom was there, you know, and she's getting older, and it's nice just to be around her, you know. I'm trying to buy the neighborhood up, really. It's a really nice area. It's about 25 minutes, 30 minutes from Buffalo. It's in the country, and it's a sanctuary for me. It really gives me a good balance on life, you know. It's a real nice place to be, to know that your roots are right next to you. And whatever you need them for strength, you go there. I grew up a family of 8, 4 boys, 4 girls. A very deep heartthrob of the ghetto.
What's up, Scandalites and Says So Squad? This is Ashley with Ashley Says So, and I am back with another Old Hollywood Scandals video. Before we get started, I want to let you know that everything in this video is alleged. I am not sure what's true, what's false. I am just here to take the gossip and rumors of yesteryear and online and tell you guys a story. And today we're going to be talking about the outrageous, crazy, and possibly the most scandalous of all, child, Little Richard. Let's get to it. Richard Wayne Penniman was born in Macon, Georgia on December the 5th, 1932. And what some people don't know is that his first name was really supposed to be Ricardo, but the hospital messed up and called him Richard. He was the third of 12 children, and his mother's name was Leva Mae Penniman, and his father's name was Charles Bud Penniman. His father was a deacon and a brick mason, but then he owned a little club called the Tip Inn, and then he sold moonshine liquor on the side of the club. So I already know Little Richard about to be a mess because his daddy was a mess. Now, Little Richard was called Little Richard even when he was little because he had a small little bitty frame. And he also had a birth defect which caused one leg to be a little bit shorter than the other one. And that actually gave him a gait that really looked feminine. And then he always acted a little spicy on top of that. You know, that effeminate behavior. Little Richard basically acted the same way he acted as an adult, as a child. And so the school children would pick on him because of this. Now, Little Richard's whole family was super religious. And I'm talking about the Pentecostal church folks. The ones that was in church from day in to day out. But Little Richard didn't mind. He loved this because this is where he was in his element. And when he would get to church, he would scream out and holler and sing. And everybody around him told him how loud his voice was. They was just like, boy, you just a hollering, getting on folks' nerves. But he didn't care. He just kept right on screaming. And so they ended up calling him Warhol. Now, as Little Richard was starting to grow older, he found out he had a real knack for singing, and he really was good at it, and so this is something that he might want to pursue. And so he started listening to a bunch of different singers, and they influenced him. Some of those singers were Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Mahalia Jackson, and Brother Joe May. And actually, this guy, Brother Joe May, was known as the Thunderbolt of the Middle West because, honey, he could belt out those tunes and he had a big, long range from A to Z with his voice. And honestly, though, the man can sing, baby. I'm gonna go ahead and put a clip of one of his songs in the description. Go listen to that song so you can hear him tear it up. Y'all probably gonna get the Holy Ghost, though, because he sure enough got Mother Sally Martin singing on the record with him. And baby, she will take you straight to church.
Listen, y'all, I just got to say this real quick. Y'all know the link I was just telling y'all about the gospel song? Listen now, when y'all go and listen to that song, make sure that y'all continue to listen until y'all get to, like, I think it's the third singer. She got a high-pitched voice. You'll know when she come in because baby can sing. Okay, let's get back to the video.
As a teen, Little Richard attended Hudson High School, but honey, he was more worried about cutting up in class and singing and flirting and playing with everybody that he didn't focus on his grades, so the teachers listed him as below average. But one thing he did learn how to do was play the alto saxophone, and that is because he joined the marching band. And this partly quenched his thirst for music, and the other part of his thirst was quenched because he got to work at the Macon City Auditorium. And there he watched all the music groups come and go, all the while selling Coca-Colas to the audience. He was still working for the Macon City Auditorium in October 1947, and that is when Sister Rosetta Tharpe came through and started singing one of her songs. And then when she was finished, she noticed that her song was still going, and that is because behind the curtain, somebody was back there going to town. And Sister Rosetta Tharpe was like, who is that? Like, somebody is really getting down back there. So she goes to check, and she finds out that it is Little Richard Penniman. She is very impressed by what she hears, so she invites him to open her next show, and she pays him for this as well. Little Richard would later say not only did she pay him, she actually had a serious talk with him and told him that he really probably should pursue a musical career because the boy could really sing. Now, Little Richard was still playing his saxophone. He loved that thing to death, and he was all about it. That is until he turned on the radio one day and all he heard was, and by the way, don't be laughing either because my voice is still not 100%. Now let me sing my song. You heard a jalopy, heard the noise that they make. Now let me introduce my Rocket 88. Yes, it's great. Yes, honey, Ike Turner's Rocket 88. When Little Richard heard this, he was floored by the way Ike Turner was playing that piano. And the fact that Ike Turner's song inspired Little Richard confirms to me that he was the true originator of rock and roll. Now, at this point, which is around 1949, Little Richard found out that not only did he like playing the piano, he also liked something else, and that was putting on makeup and wearing his mother's dresses. And then he found out that he liked something else that was even better than this, and that was having sexual dalliances with males and females. But this came with a problem because one day his father came home and caught him doing either the sexual stuff or the makeup and dresses. Either way it goes, his father felt like, no, you're not about to be doing this ungodly stuff in this home, so you need to get out. And he kicked Little Richard out. When Richard is kicked out of the home, he realizes that he has to do something, and he definitely needs some money. So a traveling snake oil salesman comes into town, and he comes in and he's doing his show. Who wants this medicine? It'll heal you right up, and everybody's coming up there, me, doctor, oh, my shoulder's hurting and all this good stuff. So when the snake oil salesman, and his name was Dr. Nubilo or Dr. Nubilo, something like that, when he spots Little Richard, he's like, hey boy, come here. I want you to be a part of my show. And Little Richard was like, sure, fine, I'll be a part of whatever, because right now I'm out in the streets, I don't have anywhere to go, I don't have anything to do. I will do whatever you want me to. So he joins up with Dr. Nubilo, and while he's performing with this man, Not only is Dr. Nubelo impressed with Little Richard is impressed with Dr. Nubelo. You know, this guy is wearing a turban, he's wearing a cape. He really has this magnificent stage presence, and he's a great salesman. He also carried around a black stick and then some kind of spooky thing called the Devil's Child. And what this thing was, Little Richard described, looked like a dried up dead baby with like a hawk's claw or something on the feet. And there was also horns on this baby's head. And like I said, Dr. Nubelo would call this the devil's baby. Now, I don't know what this was about, but my guess is that Dr. Nubelo was actually witch Dr. Nubelo. And he would come to these towns with his witchcraft medicines and, you know, I'll put this spell on you and this will heal you. That's what I think that was about. Either way it goes, Little Richard was awed by this. He was amazed by it. And so early in his career, he too used to wear capes and turbans and stuff like that because that is what he saw from Dr. Nubelo. Now, while performing with Dr. Nubelo and a little bit after he left Dr. Nubelo, around 1950, Little Richard used to also perform in drag. And his drag name was Princess Lavon. And Little Richard took Princess Lavon on the road and started performing in several minstrel shows. And all of this traveling and performing eventually brought him to Atlanta, and that's where he settled for a while. While in Atlanta, Little Richard started heavily listening to all type of R&B singers. He also started frequenting the nightclubs, namely the Harlem Theater and the Royal Peacock. And while he was going to these places, he saw Roy Brown and Billy Wright, and he loved their stage presence, especially Billy Wright, because he had a very flashy and flamboyant stage presence. And since he was so impressed with Billy Wright, Little Richard, who didn't meet a stranger with anybody, walked right up to him and let him know how he felt. And Billy Wright was like, okay, cool. Come with me, I'll show you the ropes. And he helped Little Richard on his startup of becoming a professional singer. He basically told him what clothes to wear, you know, how to style his hair in a nice little pompadour, how to be flashy on stage, the basics of the Little Richard persona. But this is just the very basics of his persona. This is not the Little Richard we know. I'm gonna tell you who they say he got that style from soon as we get to the tea. So of course, since Billy Wright is helping Little Richard get himself together and turn professional, he hears Little Richard sing and he is very impressed. He feels like this guy can sing. He needs to make it. So he puts him in contact with all of these different people, and soon Little Richard is signed to a record label named RCA Victor. Soon after this, he records a song that becomes a minor hit, and it is called Every Hour. And the song does really well in the South. In fact, the song helped repair Little Richard's relationship with his own father, because his father noticed that everybody in his nightclub loved the song Every Hour, and he's like, this is my son, that's my son singing that. So he would play that song all the time in his nightclub. But this rekindling of their relationship unfortunately did not last long, because it happened around 1950, 1951, and then in 1952, his father Bud was shot and killed because of a confrontation outside of his nightclub, the Tip Inn. Little Richard mourned his dad, but of course he kept going with his career. And then in February 1953, he signed with Dunn Roby's Peacock Records. Now, none of Little Richard's singles hit with Peacock Records, like nothing got on the charts at all, but nobody was worried about that because his stage presence was amazing. He was electrifying, of course, so that brought in some money. But the problem was Little Richard was not seeing any of the money. So he confronted Dunn Roby about this, and Dunn Roby did exactly the same thing that Harold Melvin did to Teddy Pendergrass. Boy, what did you say to me? And Little Richard was like, I'm not getting enough money. You ain't paying. Boop. Dunn Roby knocked him clean out, like for real, like sleep, baby. Mad about being knocked out and disillusioned with the record business in general, Little Richard moved back to Macon, Georgia in 1954. And of course, he still had no money. So he ended up becoming a dishwasher for a Greyhound. But while he was there, he ended up meeting a man that would lift his spirits. And this guy's name was Escurita. And he didn't lift Richard's spirits just by being his friend. What lifted Richard's spirits is that he knew he was about to steal Escurita's full style, honey. Child, they said that everything Escurita had going on, Little Richard snatched it and got famous for it. And baby, when he stole that main stuff, all Escurita could do was sit there looking through them shades, looking like Ray Charles, baby. So now that Little Richard basically has an outline of how he's gonna bring fame to himself, he hurries up and gets a band together called the Upsetters, and he goes back after his career. So the year is now 1954, and Little Richard has his band together and he is ready to go. But where? What should he do? And then he sees a show with the very talented little Johnny Taylor singing, and he figures, hey, let me take my band and tour with him. So he got with Johnny Taylor's manager and he started touring with little Johnny Taylor. And while touring with little Johnny Taylor, Little Richard catches the eyes and ears of another singer, and this is Lloyd Price. And Lloyd Price is like, you can sing, you really need to send a demo off to a place called Specialty Records, man. I'm telling you, they might sign you. And at first Little Richard was like, man, I don't know, I'm already in a contract. And Lloyd Price is like, send a demo. They may want to buy you out of your contract, you're just that good. So Little Richard does send a demo, and he is just so happy and so happy and so happy and so happy, and nobody contacts him. Nobody at all gets in touch with him. And just to put it in perspective of how many happies he had to go through before he got a call back, he sent the demo off in February of 1955 and didn't get a call, letter, or nothing, honey, until September of 1955. Either way it goes though, Little Richard was happy that the call finally came. And the owner of Specialty Records liked Little Richard's voice so much that he was like, listen, I will buy you out of your contract with Peacock Records. Don't even worry about them. Just come on over here to Specialty Records, because we need you to answer to that little blind boy, Ray Charles, that think he out there making all these records. You're gonna stump him in the dust. We need you now. But Little Richard was like, I don't want to be like Ray Charles. I don't want to do that type of music. I was thinking of being more like Fats Domino. And so Art Roop, who is the owner of Specialty Records, is like, that's not really what I want you for. But you know what? You can sing so well. Come on over and basically do what you want. And that's what Little Richard did. So Richard gets over there, gets in the studio, ready to do his magic. And when he gets in there, every song he sings flops. And I don't mean like they put the record out and the record flop. I mean, it flops right there in the studio. The sound engineers and everybody that's listening, they're like, you're not doing good. We don't like this, Richard. What else can you do? And Little Richard was like, man, I don't know. This is all I can do. I don't know what else to do. So they're all like, you know what? Let's take a break and let's go to the club. That night they go to a club called the Dewdrop Inn nightclub. And when they get in the Dewdrop Inn nightclub, Little Richard gets loose, child. And he starts singing a song that comes to his head. And the song is called Tutti Frutti. And he's just singing it to himself, And all of a sudden, the people around him are like, what are you singing? What's that song? And so he sings it to him. But child, the words that he sings are a mess. And so they're like, woo, hold on, brother. Now, we could probably do something with that song, but you're going to have to change those lyrics. Let me tell y'all what the lyrics said, honey. Tutti frutti, good booty. Tutti frutti, good booty. If it don't fit, don't force it. If it don't fit, don't force it. You can grease it, make it easy. You can grease it, make it easy. He was basically singing about homosexual anal sex. Tutti frutti, good booty. If it don't fit, don't force it. You can grease it, make it easy. Woo! Child. So obviously they could not put the song out with those lyrics. So of course they changed the lyrics and they put the song out. Instant hit. As soon as it hit the airways, everybody wanted to buy that record, and they did. It sold over 2 million copies. And then after Tutti Frutti, he put out another song that skyrocketed to the top. This song was called Long Tall Sally. Little Richard was on his way. Okay, so now we have made it to Little Richard getting his first taste of fame. Let's get to the tea. So Tutti Frutti came out in 1955 and Long Tall Sally came out in 1956. And there was something else that happened in 1956. Little Richard met his first serious girlfriend, and her name was Audrey Robinson, better known as Lee Angel. And although Lee Angel was only 16 years old when she and Little Richard got together, immediately she started getting into sexual kinky activity. For one, Little Richard told her that he liked group sex. He told her that this is what he expected from her. And she went along with it. They had group sex with a lot of people Also, he would watch her have sex with his friends, all type of different men. It is also said that not only did she have group sex with men, she had sex with women, which I guess that'll be a part of group sex where it's like both genders, but that is what was going on. And although Little Richard was having sex with Lee Angel as well as other women, gossip says that his true preference was indeed men. After a while, he strictly slept with men, even though he was still with Lee Angel. Child, Little Richard and Lee Angel was getting it in with everybody, honey, getting a taste of every flavor. And gossip says one of these people he got it on with was Buddy Holly, honey. They were doing a show together, something like that, and Buddy Holly, I guess he walked by Little Richard's dressing room, and honey, he heard some noises that he liked, so he went into the dressing room, and from here, Little Richard says he walked in and he saw Lee Angel sucking on Little Richard's chest. And Little Richard actually said titty instead of chest. So he says he was masturbating and Lee Angel was sucking on his titty, and Buddy Holly walked in and he saw that. He said immediately Buddy Holly started undoing his pants and he jumped in the bed with them. Child, he said when Buddy Holly jumped in that bed, Lee Angel opened up her legs, and he said Buddy Holly got in between, honey. And he said all the while he was just letting Lee Angel suck on him, and he was watching them go at it. And then he said that Lee Angel went from sucking his titty down to sucking his. And when this happened, Buddy Holly's name was being called for him to go on stage. So he said Buddy Holly got up, zipped up his pants, and ran off on stage. And hey, Little Richard is the one that said this gossip, so if anybody got a problem, take it up with Richard Penniman. And not only did Little Richard talk about that orgy with Buddy Holly, he also used to just tell people how he loved orgies. There's this one story where he says he was having an orgy and somebody was knocking at the door. He was like, just a minute, I am having an orgy. And the people on the other side of the door were mortified by this. And then he also tells a tale of how he always kept his Bible near him. He said that while this orgy was going on, his Bible would be in the bed right beside him because he couldn't forget about religion and God. Messy. So you guys remember that I told you that Little Richard also liked to watch other people get intimate. Well, let's get into another rumor. And there's two versions of this rumor, but the first version says in 1955, he was in the car with another couple. He was in the front seat, they were in the back. They started getting it on, doing the do, and Little Richard was just watching from the front seat, okay? And then the second version says that he wasn't in that car at all. As a matter of fact, he didn't even know these people. They were strangers. He found them doing whatever they were doing in the car, and he was peeking through the window, child, just looking at these folks. And then there's one more rumor about him watching people. He said himself that he used to like watching his band members have sex with women. Another rumor is that Little Richard masturbated constantly. Other people used to tell him, hey man, you need to get a trophy for that. Like, you do it so many times. Little Richard said he used to do it 8 times a day. But then one of the worst things and the nastiest things and the craziest things he used to do, he used to take a doo-doo, y'all, in a bag and then wrap it up and then give it to people. And I'm not talking about set it on somebody's porch and then like light it on fire and run away and they step on it and the doo-doo get on their shoe. No, I'm talking about he used to actually gift it to people, like, here you go, I hope you enjoy. And then they used to take it, and when they used to open it, it was boo-boo, child. That he did this to his own mother. And not only his mother, he did it to an elderly neighbor. And when the old woman opened the bag, he said while he was running away, he heard her say, I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna kill him. And she was just screaming because it was boo-boo, child. All that tea I just gave you was stuff that was happening when Little Richard first became famous. He was going absolutely crazy and wild. And some people thought that he was going off the rails. And Little Richard himself in his mind felt like he was doing wrong. And this is something I want to explain that is always a part of him. He always felt convicted and guilty and felt like what he was doing was not pleasing to God. And you can tell this was his personal feeling because if you read about him, you get this sense that he always feels like, oh man, I am really doing wrong out here. Like, I need to stop. And because he felt like this, any little thing that happened to Little Richard that scared him, made him want to pull away from all this craziness and pull away from his career and go to the church. And that is what happened in 1957. Little Richard performed a tour in Australia that also had Gene Vincent and Eddie Cochran on the tour. And unbeknownst to Little Richard, at the same time that he was doing this tour, as a matter of fact, the exact same time that he was on stage, Russia, who was in a space race with the USA, decided to launch their satellite over Australia. So Little Richard is on stage and he's singing, and he looks up and he sees a big bright light flash in the sky, okay? Immediately, he thought it was God. He just about had a heart attack. He thought the angels was gonna take him and throw him to the pits of hell, honey. So he stopped singing immediately and started praying and everything, child, telling these folks that I'm finna quit, I'm finna go into the ministry. I gotta get myself right. He let the public know that I am done with secular music because he thought God was coming back. And honey, Little Richard was like, you ain't finna catch me out here doing this mess. And of course, like I said, he's still on tour while he announces this. So everybody around him is trying to get him to reconsider, change your mind. You're having a great success with your secular music. Little Richard was like, no. And then this no was confirmed when on the way back home from Australia, the plane started shaking a little bit, hitting some turbulence, and it was pretty bad. Little Richard took this as a sign as the plane was going to crash. He said the only reason that it leveled back out is because angels were holding up the plane, giving him another chance to get himself right. So now he was definitely about to back away from the secular music. He did a farewell performance at the Apollo Theater, told them folks deuces, and this happened around 1957, 1958. So after he does that farewell performance, he goes to Huntsville, Alabama, which is close to where I am, and he enrolls in Oakwood College, and he starts to study theology. But moving on, after stepping back from secular music, Little Richard got together a Little Richard evangelistic traveling team or something like that, and it was him and a group of people, and they would travel and preach sermons and sing at all these different churches, trying to get money from the gospel circuit. And while he was traveling this gospel circuit, he met a lady named was Ernestine Harvin. And he and Ernestine married on July 12th, 1959. And according to Ernestine, she said that initially their marriage was a success. She said they even had normal sexual relations, all the time. And you may be wondering, what happened to Lee Angel? Well, child, he had to get away from all that worldly stuff, that secular stuff. Lee Angel was out there doing group sex and all this kind of stuff. Never mind, he is the one that told her he wanted her to start doing that. Child, she out there doing all that. I need to get with me a good Christian woman. And he did. But this is not who Little Richard was, and I hate to say it, but y'all, it's true. It wasn't, and he couldn't keep this up for long because he preferred male company. And rumor says that soon he asked a deacon's son to expose himself below the belt so he could see what the young man had going on in his pants. And after this, Little Richard tried again to keep himself from doing that gay behavior. He didn't understand why he had these feelings, and he hated himself, and he tried to cover himself up, but the pull was too strong. And in 1962, Little Richard was arrested for having a homosexual encounter in a bus station's men's room. Now, after this arrest, Little Richard realized that, okay, I am not doing well as a heterosexual Christian man. This is not really working out too much for me. And then soon a concert promoter got in touch with him and let him know, come down to Europe, people love you over here. So Little Richard was like, oh God, I need to try to stay Christian. I don't need to just give in like that. So he tries to bargain, and he's telling God, okay, God, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start touring again. But listen, though, God, listen. It's not really going to be backsliding because I'm going to sing gospel music on the tour. And so that's what he does. He takes a teenage boy named Billy Preston, and they go to Europe to tour. They get there on this tour at the concert, and Little Richard goes out on stage and he sings his gospel music. And the crowd went deathly silent. They couldn't stand it. They booed him. They were like, what are you doing? Where is the old Little Richard? And Little Richard didn't complain. He didn't say anything. He understood. And he was like, I understand the crowd is mad. I get this. But hey, this is what I do now. I sing gospel music. I'm sorry. I have to do this for God. That is until Sam Cooke walked on stage behind him acting like, oh, guys, okay, I understand, crowd. Calm down, calm down. I get it that y'all booing. But don't worry. Sam Cooke is here now, and we gonna have a good time. Of course, Sam didn't really say these words, but rumor says that it was the air that he had, you know, the way he carried himself, the facial expressions, you know, walked out all debonair and suave and basically, you know, don't worry about it, baby. Don't worry about it. I know that guy messed up, you know, but forget him. I'm going to make it good for y'all. And he sang wonderfully. Crowd goes wild. Everybody loves Sam Cooke. Sam. I mean, the audience completely outdoes itself with adoration for Sam Cooke. Honey, Little Richard was backstage, and you know he couldn't have this. Somebody getting more praise, more shine than him. The audience going wild over somebody else while he was on the same bill? No, he couldn't have this. So immediately, Little Richard was like, oh, don't worry about it, brother, it's on. So the next time he goes on stage, everybody is just like, and then all of a sudden, all you hear is, and rumors say that teenage Billy Preston had no idea that Little Richard was gonna break into this secular song. So when he hears it, he's just like laughing and playing and singing too. And when the crowd hears it, oh baby, blows Sam Cooke out of the water. You know, they go absolutely insane for Little Richard. And of course, you know, Little Richard is like, don't do me, sir. Don't ever do me in your life. Sam Cooke, you might be good, but baby, can't nobody rock an audience like me. And he was right. Now, even though Little Richard is back in the spotlight and back in the life, it is now the 1960s. The 1950s are over and the 1960s are different, especially the mid-1960s. They're different from how the 1950s was. So Little Richard, you know, he's moving along with the times. And so he hires guitar virtuoso Jimi Hendrix. And now I'm going to tell you the tale of Jimi Hendrix from a different point of view. This is from Little Richard's gossip tales point of view. And these rumors say that Little Richard and Jimi Hendrix clash over Jimi Hendrix being tardy, over Jimi Hendrix trying to steal the spotlight, over Jimi Hendrix's wardrobe, and Jimi Hendrix's stage antics. And a lot of that lines up with what was said in the Jimi Hendrix video, especially Jimi Hendrix taking over the spotlight and his stage antics and Little Richard getting upset about that. But the part that doesn't match says that Little Richard did come on to Jimi Hendrix. He did want Jimi Hendrix in a sexual way. And this put Jimi Hendrix off. On top of the fact that Little Richard was not paying Jimi Hendrix any money. And Jimi Hendrix's father said Jimi actually told him, you can't live on promises when you're on the road. So I had to cut that mess loose. But Little Richard's camp says that actually Little Richard's brother, Robert Penniman, fired Jimi Hendrix. So I don't know which one of those to believe. Which ones do you guys believe? Now, when Little Richard became famous that first time after Tutti Frutti, after Long Tall Sally, he got into a lot of stuff. We already know that. But one thing that he stayed away from was drugs. He was a teetotaler for real. He did not mess with any of that stuff. This second time around, right now, the 60s, going into the 70s, he was a massive drug user. He started dabbling into marijuana, cocaine, PCP, LSD, heroin. On top of that, he added alcohol. He said himself that he spent about $1,000 a day on cocaine. And also when he blew his nose, blood and flesh would come out on the handkerchief. It is said, though, that after a lot of setbacks as far as his career, his music, things not charting anymore, and another low point happened. He and his wife separated in 1964, and Little Richard said it was because he was just always too busy. He was too busy for her, and she also said his celebrity got in the way. He stopped doing his marital duties as a husband because, of course, he wasn't interested in that. And then finally, the death of his brother in the mid to late 70s, I believe it was. That is when he worked to get clean. And going back to his career, starting at the mid 60s, early 70s, his music was not going anywhere. I mean, he still basically had that same style of the pompadour and the flashy suits and stuff. He still had that going on, but that stuff was really, really out of style now. Things definitely were not going well. And Little Richard wouldn't really take the blame for any of this. He said the reason that his music was not going anywhere is because he had left that first time and got into the church, and then he had backslid and was trying to do his music again, and all the ministers and the pastors were basically protesting him and boycotting him and telling people not to buy his music. Now, most people don't believe this. They just feel like his music just wasn't hitting anymore. No matter the fact that his music was not selling, though, the one thing Little Richard was still doing was shows. And not only was he still touring and doing concert shows, he also was coming doing TV shows, like TV interviews. He did the Dick Cavett show and a few others. So he still was getting money from somewhere, but certainly not as much. Well, now that I think about it, he wasn't even making money back then. But back then he did make enough money to buy a huge house and move into a wealthy neighborhood. Whatever the case, he was making more money then than he was able for his career. And then people started accusing Little Richard of lying because he would go on these TV interviews and he would just say stuff. Like on one time he said he was going to appear in a Rock Hudson movie. He said he was going to be playing the insane minister. No movie ever came out with that happening, and nobody ever had on record that they cut the film. There's just not any record of that. He also said he was going to be on a project with Mick Jagger and Joe Cocker, celebrating his 20 years in show business. Again, nobody ever heard of anything. Mick Jagger, Joe Cocker, nobody corroborated this story. It was just like, what? Then sadly and embarrassingly, in 1972, he did a rock and roll revival show with Chuck Berry. And the embarrassing part about this is that Little Richard, when he came on stage, he came out and announced himself as the king of rock and roll. You know, I am the architect, I am the originator, I am the innovator, I am the elevator, I am the escalator, I am the percolator. He goes into all that stuff. And then once he starts singing, the crowd is not into it at all. As a matter of fact, they start booing him. But instead of switching up his style or doing anything different, he just ignores the crowd. But he does stop playing and he climbs on top of the piano and I guess start dancing or something like that. And the reason the crowd was booing is because it said that his energy was very low. I think it was playing his songs differently. Also, he only had like 5 musicians. The microphone wasn't working right. The lighting wasn't working right. It was just a really bad show for him. And I'm sure it was embarrassing. He didn't came on stage doing all this king of rock and roll stuff. The crowd is booing you and, you know, and I hate it for him. That ain't right. Y'all should leave Little Richard alone. Now, 1975 was a good year for Little Richard. He did a world tour. It went well. Newspapers reported that he had probably had the best band behind him that he'd ever had. Everything went well. But in 1976, he decided to retire again. He said he was wore out. He was tired. He did a lot of wild partying. He was heavy on drugs. Just too much doing all this touring. You know, he was getting older. His brother had passed away. He was sick of it. So he retired. And then in 1977, he went back to evangelism. And he stayed off the scene for a while. In 1984, he did make the news because he ended up suing Specialty Records. Although he supposedly signed that contract saying he wouldn't get any more royalties, Little Richard was like, somebody needs to pay me somewhere. Shoot, y'all done made too much money. So I need y'all to pay me this $112 million. Which is the price that he was suing them for. The matter was settled out of court. And I think in 1985, he accepted a role in a movie called Down and Out in Beverly Hills. Also, 1986, somewhere around there, he and Billy Preston reunited and they put together a faith-based rock and roll song, and this song was called Great Gosh Almighty. And after this, Little Richard spent the rest of the 80s appearing on TV and movies. Another thing he started doing in the 80s was marrying people. Little Richard was marrying everybody you could name, child. He became the go-to wedding officiant. He made a lot of money being this celebrity preacher that was marrying everybody. He married Stephen Van Zandt and Maureen Santoro, Tom Petty and Dana York. And at this wedding, he acted out, child. I guess the audience was speaking to some while he was talking. Baby, Little Richard told them folks to shut up. He also married Cyndi Lauper and Dave Thornton. And one of the biggest couples of all that he married was Demi Moore and Bruce Willis. Little Richard was marrying people so much, they even had him marrying people on TV, honey. He married a couple on the soap opera One Life to Live in 1995. Speaking of 1995, Little Richard didn't do much musically, but it was okay because, see, by this time, he had become the legend Little Richard. Like in the 60s and 70s, he was not legendary just yet. But by the 90s, he was legendary. Everybody knew him as the architect of rock and roll. Some people like to argue that point, but Little Richard himself, as well as others, called him the architect of rock and roll. And the reason I say and others, because after he passed away, one newspaper tried to be shady, child, and basically just was like the self-proclaimed architect of rock and roll. He ain't the only one that say it. A lot of folks say he's the architect of rock and roll. Now we get to the year 2000, and this is the year that they want to put a movie out about Little Richard, and he's cool with it. He's loving the idea, and he calls them up and they're like, hello, and Little Richard is like, woo, shut up, I want Prince to play me in this movie. And the folks are like, good, yes, Prince, that's a good choice. We'll definitely get him to play you. And so they let Prince know. And I don't know if Prince said yes or no, but some rumors say that he said yes, but he was taking a long time. Like he wanted these people to hold this movie until he got ready to do whatever he had to do. And Little Richard was like, okay, like you doing too much, Prince. You must not know that I came before you, so somebody needs to get it right. And I'm going to get somebody else to play me. And that's what he did. He got Leon to play him, and Leon did a fine job in that movie. Go check it out when you have a chance. 2005, 2006, Little Richard was like a celebrity judge on a few shows and just still making TV appearances, doing interviews and stuff like that. But once again, not really doing much with music. And then in 2013, he says he's officially done performing. Like he's done with music. He's retiring for good. And then in 2014, he does one more performance, and that is in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And then he retires from singing completely. Now, of course, as he got older, Little Richard's health started to fail. But there are things that also happened to him earlier in life, health-wise. In 1985, after filming a guest spot on the show Miami Vice, he got into his sports car and he ran into a telephone pole. He suffered a broken right leg, a broken hip, and head and facial injuries. In 2007, Little Richard developed sciatica in his left leg. He had to use crutches to walk at that time. In 2009, he had hip replacement surgery on his left hip. In 2013, he suffered a heart attack. And then on May the 9th, 2020, Little Richard died in his home in Tullahoma, Tennessee. Turns out he had suffered with bone cancer for 2 months. And now we are at the end of the old Hollywood scandalous tale of Little Richard, but as always, there's little drops of tea still left in the pot. Let's get to those. Now, D.L. Hughley, the comedian, did say that Little Richard one time tried to hit on him in front of his children. And I'm not sure if he was joking or not, but it seems like he was telling this story as the truth and basically doing it in a joking way. I'll also put the link to this interview in the description. Here's another tea drop. Turns out the man that shot Little Richard's father, Bud, was Little Richard's best friend, a man named Frank. And Little Richard said they never did find out what really happened. Another thing Little Richard said is that while he was touring on the road, the police used to stop him for nothing, and they used to beat him up and hit him in the face with sticks and just treat him any kind of way. They also used to march him to a bathroom and make him wash his face and get all that makeup off of his face. And then Little Richard himself was very nearly murdered by a guy who was his friend at the time. His name was Larry Williams, and Larry Williams had got very, very high on PCP, cocaine or something, or he was coming down and wanted more, but the drug man told him that he owed a debt. So the guy goes to Little Richard and wants Little Richard to pay the debt, and Little Richard says no, and the guy pulls out a gun on him and very nearly shoots and kills him because he demands for Little Richard to pay this drug debt. Little Richard allegedly said that one night he and the lady and 3 guys all smoked angel dust. And I think they were supposed to be having group sex, but instead they all spent the night crawling around the floor like dogs, barking at each other. And then he said there was a knock at the door and they were all afraid to answer the door. And then the telephone was ringing and they were afraid to answer the telephone. They were high out of their mind. And one last detail, and this is more fact than rumor, which a lot of this stuff was more fact than rumor, but y'all know how I use my disclaimer. But anyways, it said that Little Richard was heartbroken and very angry at the fact that Pat Boone and others like him were taking his songs, singing them in a different watered down way and making millions of dollars from it. He was very upset with this, and so he tried to sing his songs as wild and as crazy as he could, so he would be the only one that could sing his music, and they couldn't recreate all of this woo, yeah, all of that kind of stuff. stuff. That wasn't like Little Richard, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So they couldn't recreate that. But of course, they tried anyway, honey, even though they could not match the power and fire from Little Richard. Guys, go ahead and like and subscribe and share and comment this video. Also, go follow me on Instagram and Facebook. I must admit that I don't post on either one of those very often, but I'm trying to get there and post more. But anyways, I love you guys so much. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Bye.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, folks. It's the Chad Factor. I'm your host, the Chad, and we have here today, we're going to talk about homosexuality in the black community. Is it a factor, or is it just a non-issue? J-Lo47, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dawab Israel, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes. So we're here to have a good discussion about the issues and a solution to what's going on. But I'm going to start off with you, J-Love. You don't believe homosexuality is an issue in the black community. You don't think it's something being pushed in society. Can you tell our listeners why it's not an issue?
Well, I think I want to first start off by having, whoever feel like it's an issue, explain to me why it is an issue.
Okay. So, Dawa, why don't you start off first then?
Well, basically, all of us beings that walk the face of this planet, and I'm just going to deal with those of us who are so-called black.
Right.
Some say Moors, some say black Moors, some say African, some say Negro, all the different titles. I just say those of us who have a transatlantic slave background, or those of us who are connected to those who travel from motherland to this land to be slaves, captives in this land, those of us who carry that or have that same blood within us, I'm speaking to that group of individuals. We are people who come here under a belief system that did not allow homosexuality and lesbianism to be pervasive in our culture. It didn't happen until we came here. That's the first thing right there. We are a non-cultural people today. We're following somebody else's culture, and that's a problem. This is the culture.
So when you say, hold up, to get a better understanding of what you're saying that that's something that we did not practice prior to coming to America. What is it? Can you prove that?
what I'm saying is the history books have already proved it. I mean, if you're looking for one particular source, I don't know where you're going to find one particular source. I would say this. We also have to realize that a lot of our history has been destroyed by the Europeans. We also have to realize that some of our history has been passed down orally. And just because it's not written in a book somewhere doesn't mean that we did not practice it or that we did practice it. You see what I'm saying? So some of these things you can go
I
to
think that before we can make statements like that, saying that something didn't exist prior to coming to America, we need to be able to have a reliable source to back up that.
Hold on. I didn't say that it didn't exist. I said, again, I'm saying it one more time, I said it was not pervasive in our culture, and it was not. I didn't say it never existed. When it did exist and we found out, according to what has been passed down again orally, which is just as good as something written in a book somewhere, and I was trying to say before, the elders, if you can ask the elders today, those who are 80, 90, they will let you know we did not practice this. This is not something that we did. It came into existence and became more pervasive in our community once we started integrating with whites. Now that
you just said that you just said that it came into existence once we start integrating with whites, which means that you're saying that it did not exist in Africa.
It came into a pervasive thing. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It came into it got to a position where a point where we have become accepting of it. We were not accepting of it before we came.
And my question to you is why shouldn't we accept it? What's wrong with it?
Well,
I mean, I'm just speaking from my behalf. With me being a gay black male myself, you know, I speak to a lot of Afrocentric people that they feel like I'm not a part of the black community, or they want to treat me as an outcast, or they just don't want me to be a part of the black community due to my sexuality. And I just don't understand, why is me being gay, why is that an issue with, you know, is it harming the black community in some way?
Well, yes, it is. It definitely is.
How is it?
Well, let me put it like this. There are some, I don't know about you per se, but there are some homosexual males who have been raped. And they say that this is some of the reason why some of them are or become homosexual and when they become adult. Now, rape, we know rape is a problem, whether it's raping of boys or it's raping of girls. So that right there has to be dealt with. That's the first thing that has to be dealt with. That's a problem. If men out here raping boys and turning them into homosexuals, that is a problem, period. So I guess we go to the source of what happened. We need to get to the source of why so many males that are black men today have decided that it's okay to be homosexual. And if rape is the problem, we need to deal with that. And I know that it has
I actually disagree with that. I know a lot of gay black men who were not molested as a child and who were not raped. I also know a lot of straight men who were molested, and they're still straight. They're heterosexual men. They desire females. So I wouldn't say that child molestation is the main cause of homosexuality. That cannot be proven as well. And if there's anybody that's responsible, considering the fact that most black men are raised in single mother homes by women, I think that, you know, you have to, I guess, hold black women accountable for not being as responsible or watching over the children, allowing different men to come into the home because there's not a stable father in the home. They allow different men to come into the home and do these type of foul acts to the children. So I think that that's what you actually have to hold accountable for this taking place.
I would say I agree with that. I agree with the fact that you have to hold women accountable, but I also know that there are some, and I didn't say all men. I didn't say a lot. I said there are some.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just speaking in general because I know a lot of people that are actually against homosexuality. They believe that that's the main cause. I wasn't directing it towards you. I'm just speaking on 60s in the Jim Crow era. Nobody wanted to be black back then. You know, we went through so much. So nobody would choose to be gay, especially in a black community with black people being so homophobic and hateful towards homosexuality. Another thing I just want to point out, side note, is that I noticed that black women who are homosexual, they don't receive the same hatred and I guess you would call it backlash that the black men do in the black community. And it's just a lot of hypocrisy that goes on. I respect everybody's opinion. If a person don't agree with it or think it's wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm not trying to make everybody think that being gay is okay. But I just think that we need to be, if you're going to stand by something, stand by the 100%. Don't say that homosexuality is wrong, but you condemn men, but then you go sleep with two women that kiss each other, you know, or if you're going to use, some people like to use the Bible against homosexuality. If you're going to use the Bible, then you have to also realize that there's things that we do on a daily basis that go against the Bible as well, like fornication, having sex with women before marriage, or having sex with multiple women, being prideful, thinking that we're above other people. That's a sin. That's one of the 7 deadly sins. So it just confuses me, I guess, why homosexuals get so much hate, but then the other people who do things that are against Christianity and against the Bible, they get a pass. Or people say that homosexuality is sick and unnatural. Yeah, but you got men that let women suck their dicks. The dick is not made for the mouth. And you got women, you got men that, you know, are oral sex and suck on vaginas. That's not made for the mouth.
Wait a minute. Now you hit on something.
About with the outcome. Okay.
Now you hit on something right there. You just said that the penis is not made for the mouth. Now, by your own what you just said, I'm gonna say this: the penis is the penis. Let me ask you a question: is the penis made for the rear end? Then?
No, it's not made for the ass. No.
Okay, so then that right there, you have condemned your own act.
But the thing is, okay, well, listen to this. I never came on here saying that being gay was normal, or if it was something that I never said that the sexual acts that we have was made for its purpose. I never said that. I never came with that argument.
So what are we discussing here? If we're not trying to come to a conclusion on whether homosexuality is right or wrong, then what are we talking about? Because I thought that we were trying to come to a conclusion on whether this is something that is something that is supposed to be done, or something that is good, or something that's not good. What are we talking about?
Just to interject, what we're trying to do is try to see if homosexuality is a focal point for white supremacy, and if it's being pushed not just on blacks, but mostly on blacks to aid in the depopulation and the assimilation of blacks, and also if it's to feminize African American men. That's the argument here.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the discussion. And also, I mean, just because something is not necessarily made for something, don't necessarily make it, I guess you would say, wrong, or is not. That doesn't give blacks a right to condemn it. I've earlier said that I respect everybody's opinion. If you're against something, be against it. But why is it that, you know, black homosexuals receive so much hate? Why is it that we put that one thing on a pedestal when it's really not condemning, or it's not really affecting, I guess, or harming the black community? So many other detrimental issues we got going on, but we put so much emphasis on homosexuality. Why do you give two craps what two men do in the privacy of their home? And how is it? Where's the agenda? This agenda that you guys are claiming that's being pushed. What agenda is it? I don't see anybody telling people be gay, you know, or you know, I don't see that. So that's what I'm bringing forth.
Okay. Well, again, I'm gonna go right back to your own point. You hopefully you can listen to this radio show after the show and hear what you just said. You just condemned yourself.
How do I condemn myself?
Because you said that the penis is not made for the mouth, and you also said it's not made for the rear end. So what are you doing, brother? Come on.
I never said, sir. I never said it was made. I mean, because I said that it's not made for something don't mean that it's wrong. Just because something is not made for something, that doesn't make it wrong. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do in society there's a lot of things we do that's not made, but we don't use it for its purpose all the time. I mean, that gives you a right to hate homosexuals. Because that's the real issue in the black community is the hatred.
Jay, while you had made the video, Eurocentric Sexual Deviance, definition of a broke ass, you also made a book about it. I think you should tell him the facts about the agenda. Just give them the real facts about the agenda. Tell them what Nicki Minaj is doing. Tell them what the rapper's doing, and tell them what Obama has done.
Well, I'm pretty sure he can see what Nicki Minaj and the rappers are doing. I'm pretty sure he knows that. But I would say this. Oh, you don't? Well, I don't want to insult anyone's intellect, but I will say that under this Obama administration, homosexuality has been pushed under this presidency more than any other president I've ever seen. Arnie Duncan was over the school system in Chicago, Illinois, and he's a known homosexual, and he wanted to have a all homosexual high school in Chicago, and Mayor Daley at the time decided that he struck the idea not because of homosexuality being wrong in his eyes, but because he didn't want other individuals decided they wanted to have their own school just for themselves too. Now he was taken from Chicago, Illinois, and taken to the White House to become the person that's over all of the school system. And then there's another man, Kevin Jennings, who is over another part of the schools as far as the White House goes. He's over the drug-free and safe schools. He's over all of that whole entire program. He went into a school system trying to push homosexuality. So you have these men who are not just in the highest administration of government here, who are not just behind closed doors living their lives. They're trying to push this lifestyle throughout the whole entire school system. Now you have young people being taught in school that homosexuality is something that should be accepted. I was in Milwaukee one time. I did a lecture in Milwaukee last year, and I was listening to the radio, and there was an advertisement on a commercial on the radio where a young black girl was speaking in reference to homosexuality and how we should accept homosexuality into our lives. It was just weird.
Okay, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. So when you say that, what you mean by push, are you saying that they're trying to turn people gay, or they're just trying to make it acceptable? Is that your main point, that they're trying to make it accepted? They're trying to get people to accept homosexuality or homosexual behaviors in society?
That's exactly what they're trying to do. That's what I'm saying. It's not closed doors. They're not.
Okay, so what is wrong with that? I think that we should accept it. Why shouldn't we accept it? I mean, people. They can live their lives the way they can live their lives the way they choose. If a man likes other men, why should he not be allowed to have sex with another man?
Well, okay, let's go here then. Since we don't see, since all the points I'm trying to make ain't getting through. Let's go here. The body itself. Let me ask you a question. Is the anal tissue made for exiting or entering?
Exiting.
Okay, so the body itself tells you that it's wrong. We're not going to deal with the administration, the White House. We're not going to deal with religion, the Bible, none of that. The body itself, the penile tissue and the anus do not go together. It just doesn't. Okay. So the body itself will fight against this. The whole body will fight against homosexuality. It will fight against the penis going into the anus, and it will show you that it's not supposed to be done by bleeding, the tearing of the erectile tissue. And then at the same, on another note, if you continue to live this lifestyle, you will end up with a rectal prolapse in some cases. In extreme cases, there are rectal prolapse. You have men who cannot hold their bowels. I mean, like 20 years old, 25, 30, 40 years old, can't hold their bowels. The body was not made for this. The body itself is trying to tell you you have no business with some man's penis in your rear end. You're clogging up open. You are diseasing your own body. And another thing, semen itself. Let me ask you this question: what is the main and only purpose of semen?
The purpose of semen, I guess, is to produce. That's what it's for.
Okay, can you produce babies, children, in the anus of a man or a woman?
No, you can't.
Now, let me ask you this question. What happens when sperm is released into the colon, into the intestine? What happens?
I think eventually, well, nothing happened. It just sits there, but you can't produce anything.
Not correct. Not correct. Let me tell you what happens, and then you can verify this. I'm going to give you somewhere where you can go and verify this information. I did research on this. There's a book called The Body's Many Cries for Water. It's by Indian from India who had a PhD, a doctor. And I would happen to buy it because I wanted to read about the water. But I happened to turn to a certain section. I don't remember what section it was, but it's in the book. And it said that when semen enters the intestine, semen is a live substance, first of all. It's alive. It has to be alive in order for it to come out of the penis and go through the canal of the woman's vagina and into the egg and puncture the egg. It has to be alive, first of all. That's the first thing. It's a live organism. It wants to live like any other organism. Now, what it does is there are 3 operations of semen. That one operation is you have the semen, the part of the semen that blocks the cervix. And it'll block the crevices and little parts in the cervix that will stop the egg getters from getting to the egg. And then you have behind the egg getters, you have the killers. The killers who will actually kill the other man's semen. If there's any other semen inside this womb of this woman, this semen will attack that semen. That's the job.
This is like basically what you're saying. This is in extreme cases, assuming if another man is not using a condom, right? Is that what you're assuming? That these men are not using condoms? That doesn't only apply for them that's not.
No, hold on. I'm not even talking about the condoms. I'm gonna get to the condoms later. I'm not even talking about the condoms right now. I'm talking about the natural. First of all, we shouldn't have to be using condoms. Period. That didn't come from us either. We shouldn't even have to be putting no plastic and latex on our penises and all that. No, that shouldn't even be done. That's unnatural too. Putting rubber inside your woman's vagina, especially some man's rear end. Homosexuals, matter of fact, the first condom was found in a cave in Europe. That didn't come from us. That came from them. That's what they do. Because they've always been attracted to the anal tissue. Always. Matter of fact, there's a book out. All these different things over the years now of people coming to his office with stuff stuck up in their rear end. Europeans have always had this fascination with the anal tissue. They want to stick something in their behind. That's just what they do. You wouldn't believe the stuff that they found in X-rays stuck up inside folks' rear end. Matter of fact, white folks have had intercourse with dogs and have went to the doctor and have had dogs stuck in their rear end. They just like bestiality and wild types of things. That's what their culture is. Getting back to what I said before, culture. Now, let me jump back up here again, what I was talking about with the semen. Now, with the semen issue, the semen, once it enters into the intestines, it attacks because it's not familiar with that. It's only brain function. The semen has a brain, believe me. Believe it or not, it has a brain. That's how it's able to get to the egg, to puncture the egg. It has a mission. Even though it's something that's so small that it cannot be seen without a microscope, it still has a brain. Each part of the semen has a brain. Each ejaculation has a brain. It's just an egg. That's the main purpose. But got to make a baby. That's the whole purpose of it. It serves no other purpose. Now, releasing it again in the anal tissue of male or female, it attacks the intestines, which breaks down the so-called immune system, which makes you susceptible to AIDS. This is why homosexuals end up getting AIDS more easier. This is why they're susceptible to more infection. You're living a practice that's going to break down your body. How the hell can anybody logically say homosexuality is good for any culture? Because it's not. It's going to break down the people. Everybody that's homosexual, I don't want to say everybody. The majority of homosexuals are going to have a lot of physical problems, medical problems throughout the course of their life. They're going to have to fight diseases that are set up and designed just for homosexuals. The God you claim to love so much has designed this ease just for you that other people won't even get.
Well, first of all, I'm not quite sure if that can be proven. So I'm not going to believe that. I'm not quite sure that. Okay, I'm just saying I'm not quite sure that can be proven. Assuming that it is true. Assuming that it is true. Most men, I assume, or people in general, would be smart enough, heterosexual or homosexual, to use a condom because HIV and AIDS is running rapid in our society, especially within the black community. So I assume that most people would be using condoms anyway. So that would eliminate that whole, whatever you just was talking about, all the damage that the semen and the anal system can cause. If you're using a condom, and I'm assuming that this is not just after one occasion. I guess this will have to continuously happen for this amount of damage to be done. So having sex a couple of times, that even if you was to have another man ejaculate into your anal system, that's not going to cause damage that one time. If what you're saying is true, which I don't believe, I think it's a little extreme on your part. But if it is true, that's not going to happen after 1, 2, or even 10 times. That's something that would occur if you was to continuously doing it, maybe 50 to 100 times. That's what I'm assuming. But most people should be using condoms anyway, so that would eliminate that whole possibility. Now, having anal sex, it does cause a tearing. You're correct. That is the reason that I guess gays contract HIV and AIDS at a higher alarming rate, because the semen from the affected person would get into make contact with blood, whereas though the vagina stretches. So when the vagina is being penetrated, and because of the fluids in the vagina, it fights off infections more, plus it's more lubricated. And the vagina, because it was made for the penis, it stretches. Whereas though the anal, it stretches over time, but not as much as a vagina would. So because of the tearing in the blood and the semen from the infected person getting onto the blood, that's the reason why HIV is more prevalent within the gay community than it is in the heterosexual community. That's the reason. And that's been proven. We can look that up on Google.
That may have something to do with it. Yes, it does. But another reason why homosexuality is so strong in the black community is because these down low brothers are having sex with these women too. That's another reason why. Because you cannot go inside.
Sir, what's your name? Dawell Israel? That's your name? Dawell? Is that your name? What is your name?
Yeah, it's Dawa. Yeah.
Okay, Dawell. Oh, where does that name come from?
Well, it depends on, what language. You can do Hebrew, Swahili, Patois, either one.
Okay. Anyway, the reason that there's so many down low men in the black community is because of people like you, homophobic individuals. The black community I'm serious, brother. Just pay attention. I mean, you have to think about that. I mean, I understand that you think that this is wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that. But my problem is, even if it's wrong, why do we condemn it? Meaning, why do we put so much emphasis on it? Why is the hate towards it so strong? In our communities, we accept, listen, brother, in our communities, we accept murderers before we accept homosexuality. Okay? And we got the black men and the hip-hop culture. A lot of black people, we live by that hip-hop culture. And the 50 Cents of the world and the Jay-Zs and all these other rappers that sometimes preach about murdering or killing your fellow brother. We accept them.
And they're also homo thugs as well,
No, I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just saying that we accept these people. This is how twisted and backwards the black community is. We accept these murderers and killers. These rappers are cool to be a killer. That's cool. That's uplifted and glorified in our community. Being a killer, that's good. But a man kissing another man, well, I can't stand you. You're sick. You're fucked up. I want to kill you. I want to blow your fucking head off. And if what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is true about the causes that anal sex had and homosexuality had, it damages your body, that's over a longer standard period of time that those things, I guess, would happen if what you're saying is true. But the real issue in the black community, we need to be focusing on more important issues like the black on black crime, you know what I mean, or the straight black men running out on their women. But as far as the down low thing and bringing this to a close, I know you want to speak. The down low, I think that comes, the reason why it's more prevalent in the black community more than in white and Asian communities is because of the hatred and the homophobia, which comes from the Christian religion, because most black people are believe in Christ and believe in Christianity. And that's where that hatred comes from, which causes down low men to be afraid to come out, because that's something that's just despised in our community. So I think that this is the reason why I think that we should be more accepting of it, because I think that we're going to get more good out of accepting it than we do out of condemning it. It may be wrong, but let's allow people to do what they want to do, because then it will be more easy to live their life openly. So then we don't have a bunch of black men on a download, deceiving black women, having black women thinking that they love them when they really don't. They're just using them to protect their own image.
Okay, Jay, I gotta get in here. I'm gonna let Darwa talk next. What we both believe in is that there's an agenda going on, and they're trying to push it because the racist white man is not afraid of feminine black men. And if you've seen the spook behind the door, I'm not going against gay people at all. Can a homosexual black male do the same thing this man did and spook behind the door? Can that happen, Darwa, or no?
Can what happened? Let me clarify what you're saying before.
Can a homosexual be the spook behind the door?
Spook to be sat by the door? I don't even see why a homosexual would want to be a spook that sat by the door. Because the homosexual black male is busy trying to get his rights, along with all the other nationalities. That their fight is not the people first. That's not what it is. The homosexual is trying to get their rights. They all are together trying to get their rights to marry and things of that nature. They already got the right to marry. Hell, just marry somebody of the opposite sex. You already got the damn right to marry. And you just want the right to marry somebody of the same sex. So then you all can get together and you can have this intercourse, and I'm pretty sure there will be no fix. Ain't just me talking.
Black men in period, men in general are promiscuous, sir.
Well, look, again, if these homosexuals are going to stay together, I'm pretty sure they're going to have intercourse more than 50 to 100 times. And I'm pretty sure that what they're going to do, they're going to make each other sick. Somebody going to get sick. That's just the way it is. Condoms or not. Somebody going to get sick. They're going to have to get their booty sewed up.
I know. That's true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. You shouldn't. That's not true. There's many gay couples who have been together for years. They are not sick. They're healthier than some straight people. What are you talking about? How can this be proven?
Okay, they're healthy on a physical level, but I tell you what, when two, just listen, there is nothing psychologically sound about two men sticking each other in the ass. You're telling me that.
Hey, but just to tell you, Jay, it's nothing good about two women licking each other's pussy either.
So you're telling me that let me try to understand this. You're saying that I'm psychologically fucked up, basically?
Well, you already.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Listen, if you go back and listen to this conversation and let other people.
I will, sir. You keep saying that.
You have, please do, because you already condemned yourself like in the first 10 minutes.
I did not. It's a difference. See, okay, maybe I'm stupid. Okay, maybe I need to get a dictionary and look up condemn. Okay, because and I can admit that I don't know everything. I'm only 25 years old. But when I said that it's okay to be against something, I think there's a difference between not agreeing with something and being against something and condemning it, meaning, preaching hatred towards a group of people and hating a group of people. That's what I said was wrong. I never said it's wrong to be against it, but condemning is the problem that I have with the black community, and that's the reason for the download, because these people are hated. They're hated. If you come out, I'm going to fuck you up. If you come out, I'm going to abandon you. If you come out, we don't want to have anything. That's a difference. It's like, the ultimate sin. That's what I'm saying. So, you keep saying I condemned myself. I just admitted that the penis was not designed for the anal sex. It wasn't designed to go into, I hate to say the word, but the ass crack or whatever. It was designed to produce. That's what I said. I didn't condemn myself. That's not what I did.
Okay, well, if you don't feel like you did, then that's your thought. That's your train of thought. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's fine.
Okay.
But to me, if I'm to say, well, I know I'm not supposed to be, doing a certain thing. This is not made for this. I'm gonna do it anyway. I think with my train of thought, I'm condemning myself. At that point, all I can do to me is say, well, you know what? I know this is not proper, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But it's just me. And leave it at that.
Okay, but that wow. Not all gay men have penetrating sex. I know most do, but not all of them do. Okay. Another thing that I want to say is that goes into another conversation of, you know, are we born this way? Are we, you know, what causes us to be this way? But if that's the only thing they desire, and they don't desire women, what are they supposed to do? Just sit there and jerk off and just not have? I mean, if this is what they desire men. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Is there some type of spiritual cleansing?
You know what, Jay? Let me ask you a quick question. Okay, do you believe that homosexuality is a method of white supremacy?
Say it again.
Do you think homosexuality is a method of white supremacy?
No. I don't think they have any agenda to feminize black men. I mean, I think that if society has an agenda out there to push homosexuality, I think it's going to affect
we
everybody.
talked about this before. Do you know who Tyler Perry, Steve Harvey, Knights, other black comedians and actors are?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay. You know why I bring them up?
What?
Because almost all of them
all of them did what? Say that again?
Wore a dress and acted feminine and acted like women.
Okay.
I told you when little black children see this, they can say, "Oh, I can wear a dress and I can make millions of dollars too, as long as that's feminine."
Okay, but the problem with that, if you're
but also, I don't blame the homosexual. I blame the black woman. A lot of black women for not taking care of their children. They have to take accountability.
No, but I'm saying if you're basing this off of subliminal messages that this may send to children, then I mean we see more when we look at the media. We see more heterosexual, sexual contact on TV than I don't really see many shows with men wearing dresses and men kissing each other. Okay, and these little kids, they don't actually see Tyler Perry put the dress on. So when they look at the show, they don't know if that's a man in a dress or if it's just a old woman in a dress. They look like an old woman in a dress. They don't actually see him put the dress on, okay? So I don't think them looking at TV is going to suddenly make them say, oh, you know what, I think I'm going to like Ned. I think I'm going to start messing with Ned. I think that that's something that's just, I don't know if it's genetic, but I don't believe that that's something that could be taught. I think that if you're straight, you're straight. It ain't nothing I could do or show Brother Wild to make him gay. It ain't nothing I can show you to make you gay. It ain't nothing y'all can show me to make me straight. You either gay or you straight. I don't believe that subliminal messages can, I mean, if that was the case, we would all be gay right now. There's been images on TV of men wearing dresses throughout the centuries and throughout so many years ago. And homosexuality has existed since the Bible days, and it has never affected the black community. Actually, the world population right now has increased. It's increased. It hasn't decreased. So it's not like it's causing a genocide, and it's not like it's causing some type of, it's not affecting mankind in any way, because there's going to always be more straight people than gay people, and that's just my opinion.
One more question before I get back to Dawa. What do you think of the civil rights movement?
Who, me?
Yes.
I mean, what am I supposed to think about it?
You know that integration in the church pacified black people and made them into a peaceful race. And some of the leaders, who was the one of the leaders, Martin Luther King was homosexual, Dawa? I forgot his name.
Yeah, Baynard Rustin was a flaming homosexual who was sent by the government to Martin Luther King, who had gotten tired. See, this is something they don't tell you about Martin. Dr. King got tired of getting whooped and hit upside the head, and he had got to the point where he was getting ready to take up arms to fight against the Europeans. And they sent this flaming homosexual, docile Christian fag named Baynard Rustin. You can do the research on this guy. He was a flaming and
disrespectful. You are just so disrespectful. You are so disrespectful.
Okay, Jay, how is he being disrespectful? He just gave you facts.
He just called this person a fag. Like, wouldn't you calling me a fag would be like me calling you a nigger?
So calling a fag is like saying nigger?
Like,
just calling a fag like saying nigger?
Yeah, it is. It's a derogatory term. It's a derogatory term.
Wow, okay.
Okay, Jay. All right.
This is what y'all black people do. This is what y'all black people love to do. Y'all want to inflict the same pain on homosexuals that was inflicted on you by a white man. Now y'all want to turn us into
Please, homosexuals didn't go through jacks anything, man. We both know this.
Okay, but
they didn't go through 400 years of slavery, Jim Crow, racism.
Chad, this is not a competition to who went through.
It's not a competition. This is real time. You cannot compare the homosexual agenda to the civil rights era.
Discrimination is discrimination, whether small or big.
You can choose whether to be gay or not. You can't choose to be black or white.
You cannot choose whether. That's the ignorance from straight heterosexual people. It's not a choice.
Yes, it is. You can't tell somebody's gay. You can't tell.
It's a choice? Okay, well, let me ask you this. If it was a choice, why do so many gay men choose to be gay? I mean, not
girls,
choose to be gay, but
girls can be bi in high school, and then when they get to college, they're straight. They can be bi in college, and then they can be straight when they get to their husbands and get to the kids.
My God, Lord, no, that's what you call a bisexual. That's what you call a bisexual person. That is not a completely gay person that just choose. You can't go from being gay to straight. You can't choose that. If that was the case, there's so many gay black men that have killed themselves because they couldn't take the pressure of life. If it was something they could just switch on and off, don't you think they would just turn back to being straight? Some of these arguments that you straight people come up with are so fucking delusional. You guys are really ignorant. You need to educate yourselves and try to walk in our shoes and maybe the hate that you have.
Okay,
for us
Jay, don't cuss on my show.
You know,
this is not a show for cussing, and we don't do that.
For what?
Okay,
Can I interject something here? You saying that homosexuality is not a choice.
No, it's not a choice. Okay. No, let me correct that. Can I correct that?
Okay, now, do you choose your partner, or that's not a choice either? Do you choose the person you want to be homosexual with, or no? I'm asking you a question. You choose the person that you want to be homosexual with. Is that a choice or no?
And you going to allow me to answer the question?
Please do.
Okay. The act is a choice. The desire isn't. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh, okay. So our desires are not okay. When we act upon our desires, that's not a choice.
Acting upon it is a choice, but I'm talking about homosexual. Being a homosexual, means the desire to have sex with men, or the desire for men, or the attraction towards the same sex. That's not a choice.
I thought homosexual was a person who acts on the desire. A homosexual. It's homosexual.
No, homosexual is a person that has a desire for the same sex. Like, even if a little boy he never had sex with.
No, hold on. That's not according to the definition that I have. That's not the definition. Homosexual is one who acts, who has homosexual acts. They either sucking penises or they taking them up the rear end. That's what homosexuals do. That's the definition according to the definition.
Okay. But what you just said, you said homosexual. And let's stop right there. Homosexual is the desire for another man. Acts is the actual action that's being take place when they have sex with each other. So a homosexual is a person, like, you could be a homosexual and there's homosexual virgins. They're virgins, they never had sex with another man before, but they know that they're homosexual, you know what they like. It's a homosexual, and then it's homosexual acts. Like, you have a criminal mind, even though you're not a criminal, you still have a criminal mind. You know, you're a criminal, in your mind. You're a criminal. Like, you have a criminal mindset, even though you never done anything yet or committed a crime. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're not a criminal. You have a criminal mindset. So if a man has desires for other men and he don't have desires for women, he's gay, right? Just because he didn't act on it don't change the fact that he's gay and that he's a homosexual. You look at the definition of homosexual, it's a man who has desires or sex with other men.
So in other words, what I said is correct and what you're saying is correct. But it's the same thing, right? Both are correct. If it's either desire or it's the act, both of them make homosexual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I get back to what I was trying to say about Baynard Rustin, who was a flaming homosexual? I leave it at that then. Flaming homosexual. Gay as all get out. Just all the men of his time called him disgusting.
I'm just telling you. Now, you go back and do the research. You say you're 25 years old. You don't know a lot of this stuff. And I tell you what, a wise man chooses his battles. And it's not wise to choose a battle when you don't know the research. Do the research. Then you can come back and then we can have an intelligent discussion. But until then, let me educate you, because I know what I'm talking about. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just telling you I did the research. Now, Baynard Rustin was a flaming homosexual. Baynard Rustin was sent again by the government to stop Dr. King from taking up arms to fight. When they send the homosexual in, he created the march, or he was the orchestrator of the March on Washington. The one that all the white folks love and they show us every year. The March on Washington. When he was out there doing that speech, I Have a Dream. Baynard Rustin orchestrated all that. He was a homosexual that took all of the fight out of the black male, and we have been docile ever since. This is what the brother Chad was just trying to explain to you. They do not care about a homosexual black male. He is not a threat. The black male who decides to take up arms, like in Django Unchained, that is a threat. That's the threat. They don't want us to do that. But when you're homosexual, you on the side of the European, period. You even using this word. You're talking about homophobia. That ain't no word we created. There's no such thing as homophobia. I'm not afraid of homosexuals. This is a word that came from Europeans. As a matter of fact, it's in my book. Europeans are the ones who created phobias. They have all kind of phobias. They have a phobia called gynophobia. Gynophobia, where white males in the Greek society were afraid of the female genitals. Did you know that? Go and look up the word phobia and see where it originated from. You will see it came from the Europeans, and they have many phobias. They want to say that you're homophobic as in you're the one that's sick. But the person that's sticking his penis up in another man's rear end, tearing his anal tissue, he ain't sick. But the one who says it's disgusting is. Now, that right there. If that ain't a play on mentality, I don't know what the hell is. They are the sick ones.
Well, I think the reason
guys, we got a caller in queue. Okay. Guest 3, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Oh, hey, what's going on, Chad? First, I just want to say shalom to Brother Dawa. I'm a big fan of yours, brother. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching your show and all that. I think you're a strong, intelligent brother, you know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
I just wanted to comment on Main Man that homosexuality is purposely being pushed, which is why you see these cupcake-ass rap niggas like Kanye and Puffy wearing dresses on stage now, because brothers like Professor Griff said 5 years ago, as they continue to push the homosexual agenda, you're going to see rappers come out on stage wearing dresses, and here we are in 2013, you're seeing rappers come out on stage wearing dresses. It's being purposely pushed to our boys, just like Brother Dawa said, because even General Sarva Sudi said that the cracker don't fear cake boys. He fear brothers like Malcolm. He fear brothers like Khalid Muhammad. He don't fear RuPaul. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I mean, if he don't, I mean, why would he not fear a homosexual? A homosexual man is capable of doing as much damage mentally or physically.
No,
yes, we are. Why are we not?
Hold on. Let me say this. Look, I served in the military. Okay, in Iraq, if we found out you were gay, you were a dead man.
And that's exactly why the download exists. That's exactly why the download exists.
Look here.
That's why the download exists, because of that.
Listen. It disturbs the structure.
What structure? There's no structure. There is no structure in the black community.
Listen. You're not listening. That militant, masculine structure in militant black men. Militant black men have a masculine structure. If you bring a cake boy in there, he's going to disturb that. Nobody's going to trust him. Everybody's going to be trying to figure out a way to make him fall on a grenade. They can be more focused.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. You're telling me that a gay man is not capable of doing what a straight man is capable of doing physically? Are you serious?
We still have testosterone. Last time I checked, we're still men. I see gay niggas whoop straight niggas ass all the time and make them mad bitch. So what are you talking about? Mentally, there's more. Listen.
We're talking about
I'm talking about what?
We're talking about militant black men, and there's way more militant black men than there are gay black men. Okay. So we're talking about brothers loading up magazines and AK-47s. We're not talking about these wannabe diamonds out here sagging their pants, talking about they gangsters shooting their guns sideways. We're not talking about them.
Okay, well, of course there's going to be more militant straight men in the Army because homosexuality is not allowed in the Army. So quite naturally, it's going to be more. Because you're not making sense.
You're not making sense. You just so pressed to push your
and my whole thing, another thing, when you talk about the rappers that go on stage wearing dresses, right? Let's address that. Okay, the rappers are going up there wearing dresses. So you're saying that because these rappers are wearing dresses. Let's just say if they did wear dresses, how is that going to affect a straight black man? What is it going to do? Make the
Now Nickelodeon now. They got gay shit on Nickelodeon now, okay?
Sir, what is wrong with that, my brother?
What you mean, what's wrong with that? It's being purposely pushed to our babies. It's so
okay, so let me ask you this.
It is
let me ask you this. Because Bow Wow didn't want to answer this question. Maybe he couldn't answer the question. So let me let you answer the question. When you say push, you mean that we're trying to get black people to accept it or become it?
They're trying to get black people to become it.
Okay. Now, you answered this. Hold up, I'm not done. Sir, I'm not done. Calm your emotions down. Black people too out of control with your emotions. Calm down. Relax. So what I'm asking is, if they promoting this on TV, right, is it going to also affect white little boys as well? So that evens out the playing field, right?
I don't give a fuck about white little boys.
Listen.
I don't care what they do. I don't care what they do. I'm talking about us.
Listen. I understand that, but his whole argument is that the racist white man is trying to weaken the black man. Well, then I guess he's trying to weaken everybody. Okay, he's trying to weaken everybody. But sir, you act like it's a specific agenda for black men. We're trying to weaken black men. If anything, they're trying to weaken everybody then. If that's the case, they're trying to weaken everybody. Because white men are also looking at these things fucking shows.
I'm trying to weaken everybody.
Okay, what is your point?
I don't give a fuck about everybody. I care about black people. Okay,
you racist?
I'm trying to weaken everybody, but I don't give a fuck about what the white people do. I care about
okay, so stop acting like it's an agenda designed for black men. Let's destroy black men. If this and another thing, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. I got a question for you. Okay, if you're saying that these subliminal messages, these little kids watching these gay ass cartoons.
It's not subliminal no more.
It's open.
That's what you think.
Okay, it's not subliminal. Okay, well, it's not subliminal. So if these little kids are watching these non-subliminal, which is they're coming on right on open now. They ain't even trying to hide it no more, right? So if these little kids are watching these shows, and it's going to affect the mind, contaminate the minds of these innocent children, and make them turn gay or feminize them, okay? If you're saying that if you're saying that's what images do, wouldn't straight images also turn them back straight? Wouldn't that turn like gay men like me straight? Because when I look at TV, I see more straight images than gay images. Like I see more cartoons with boy and girl. And I see more movies with man and woman.
It's a step process.
Wouldn't that contaminate me?
It's a step process.
Huh?
They're not just going to come. It's a step process. They feed you spoonfuls. They don't just.
Sir, you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. What I said was, you said that these images are contaminating little innocent straight young boys, and they're trying to feminize them, right? So what I'm saying is, aren't there more straight images out there that we see on TV every day? Shouldn't that, I mean, the effect that these gay images have on straight little boys, shouldn't straight images have that same effect on gay people like me?
Homeboy, you missing the point, okay?
No, you're not answering the question because you got shut down right now. You just got shut down when you can't answer the question.
No,
okay.
The point.
What I'm saying is,
your question has no validity. It has no validity. Look, there is no question. There is no question. Listen, there is no question whether a man and a woman is supposed to get married. Because if being gay was so natural, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if it was natural. Okay?
Bruh, what I'm asking you, why is it so hard for you to answer my question? Why is it so hard for you to do?
There's no need to answer your question because your question has no validity.
It has perfect validity. It has perfect validity because you're saying that images affect people. You're saying that gay images affect straight little boys. So what I'm asking you is, do straight images affect gay men? How does it have no validity?
Gay men?
Oh my God! It
affects straight gay men. That's why they kill themselves because they know they're not supposed to be doing it.
guys. I know we're in an intense argument. It's always good to have conversations, but come on, guys.
Chad, am I talking crazy? I'm asking.
You're not talking crazy, but you're yelling at the man and you're bugging him.
I'm not bugging him. I'm asking the brother a simple question. He was talking. I was just wanting him to be quiet so I can ask him a question because he's saying that these gay images are affecting straight men. So I mean, but there's more straight images out there. So I mean,
okay, so
that don't make sense to me.
Okay, well I'm gonna say this: the straight images, when the gay men see the straight images, they're like, I know that's what I'm supposed to be doing. That's why they commit suicide, and that's why they know everybody hates them because that is normal. That is normal behavior. It is normal behavior for a man to penetrate a woman. It is normal behavior for a man to marry a woman. If it was so natural, if homosexuality was so natural, there wouldn't be this big debate on gay marriage and all this because it's natural. Taking a crap and wiping your hands off is natural.
But sir, you said that the gay images, I guess you was trying to imply that they would, I guess, change little boys and affect them in a way and feminize them. So I would assume that the straight images would do the same thing to gay men and
okay, you know what? Besides the images, I want to ask you a question, Jay. I want to ask you a question. Do you know?
And another thing,
you define white supremacy?
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. I got to make one last point.
Can you define white supremacy?
The reason that
this is my show. I'm asking you a question.
Okay, I didn't get my last point.
Can you define white supremacy?
Can I get my last point? Can I get my last point? Okay.
Can you answer my question first, please?
Can
you answer my first question, please?
No, I'm not going to. No.
Can you define white supremacy?
Can I get my last point out?
Get your last point out.
Okay. So what he was saying about the reason that people don't accept it, all right? They don't accept it because psychology shows us that we don't accept things that is not as common. Things that are less common, we fear. And things that we fear, we usually hate. So that's why we're having this debate right now. This is why homosexuality is so condemned in the black community. It's something that we don't see. We don't understand it, you know. And it's not just homosexuals. It's anything that's different. People that date interracially get hated on in the black community. Things that we're not as common, things are not as common, things that we don't see, black people get funny about it. You know, most black men like the fact that pants and they like listen to a certain type of music. When a black guy come along like country music, well, he
and where did that come from? Where did the pants sagging come from? The pants sagging came from homosexual jail culture. It came from homosexual jail culture.
You can't deny that, Jay. You cannot deny that.
That was the first spoonful. Like I said, they don't just pour a gallon of homosexuality down your throat. They give it to you in spoonfuls and you know, they give it to you in teaspoons. You know, they think
my whole thing is you guys still haven't told me.
Years ahead. They think 20, 30 years ahead.
You still haven't told me how is it affecting our community? It has not damaged our community. Homosexuality.
The major point is you're not goddamn it listening. That's the point. You ain't listening. You're just like a woman.
I'm listening. You're not making no logical arguments. I'm not going to believe those logical arguments. You got to say something that makes sense. I'm an intelligent young man. You got to come with sense. You can't come with stupid arguments and then expect me to understand you. Sorry.
Okay, you know what, guys? Let's just take. This is the first time I've done this. Let's just take a 2-minute break. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can get some music to be put on. Okay, Jay, Dawa, guest 3, be right back. Let me just play some music for y'all. Just give me a moment. Look good. Hold on.
The truth hurt, brother Dawa. I know.
You're still on the air, Jay. You're still on the air. I'm about to play the music right now.
If you think you're affecting me, son, you got a long ways to go. That shit you're talking was weak as hell.
I know, but your arguments are weak. They're not valid. They're not logical. You got to be more logical.
Jay, we're taking a break.
Well, that's why we're going to get rid of you faggots. That's for sure.
Got to go exterminate them. They got to be exterminated. They got to be exterminated.
No, y'all black men, y'all free black men running out on your children. That's the issue.
Got to go, for real.
They got to be exterminated.
No, y'all straight black men are the problem, not us. Y'all the ones killing up, shooting up the black community, not us. Y'all the ones running out on your children, not us. We don't have children. You know, that's what the problem is. Run out on your children. Raise your children.
They letting y'all adopt kids and fuck up their minds. Even 50 Cent said he was confused seeing his mama kiss a girl.
Wow. It's funny how most of the gay bastards that I've met in my life end up being gay.
Boy, please.
Oh, shit. That's why they call it homophobic, you know, homophobic. That's where the fear part comes in there. Fear of being exposed.
A man ain't got nothing I want, son. I'm going to tell you, you know, I'm a lot older than you. And I did the research. I didn't give you research. You deny the research. I don't believe the research. Listen to how stupid you sound. Nobody that, let me tell you, I'm going to say it again. A wise man chooses his arguments and his fights and his battles. There's no way I'm going to battle a man that's done research and I ain't done the research. That's just stupidity on my damn part. You sound like an idiot. And I guess you got to be, if you taking it up the rear end, you're trying to defend it, you already, like I said again, you condemn yourself in the first 10 minutes of the conversation. And you're still talking, just like the pride for homosexual. That's why your ass had to be wiped out in the Bible. Period.
Exactly. That Bible that they swear they love so much, God destroyed a whole city full of fags. 2 of them.
Exactly. Well, I never said I love the Bible. And if you read the story correctly, if you read the story correctly, it destroyed everybody in the city because of sin, not because of homosexuality. Everybody in that city went
when the angels came down, the men wanted to fuck them. And he
said,
take my daughters.
And
he said, take my daughters. And this nigga said, no, we want you. If a nigga tell me take his daughters, if they tell me take my daughters, I'm like, where they at?
Not only was homosexuals destroyed in the city of Sodom and Gomorrah, it was not just homosexuals destroyed, but also the people who fornicated and had sex before marriage. The heterosexuals were also destroyed in that city. That's a fact.
The place was called, listen, the first word is Sodom, and it comes from sodomy. So it was men there who were sodomizing men and women. Sodomy goes for male and female. Get it straight. I done did the research again. I know what I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is everybody in that city was destroyed, not just homosexuals. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
therefore, it wasn't because of homosexuality and all. A sin is a sin.
No, that's a lie. Sin is not a sin. That's where y'all get that wrong. You ain't know the Bible.
A sin is a sin. All sins are equal.
That's a lie.
No.
All sins are only
abomination. Abomination. It says homosexuality is an abomination.
So you actually believe that God hates homosexuals more than murderers? I bet you believe that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
When he said abomination, in the context of that word.
Hello, folks. We're back for the Jazz Factor. I guess people were still arguing when I played the music, but we're back.
Chad, where did you get these two individuals? They really fucked up in the head, man. They got some deep
Jay, please do not comment on what I'm saying. You do say some constructive things about racism, but on this one topic, I do disagree with. But I would. The thing about it is, Okay, I'm just gonna go to Dawa about this. Can you? It's true what he's saying. Homosexuals can whoop people and beat and fight and kill and shoot. But the truth is, are most homosexuals gonna join the race war or join black people in fighting white supremacy? That's the question.
Hell no. Hell no.
I've already stated that. No, I said it. I'm gonna say it again. The black homosexual agenda is the whole homosexual agenda. I don't care what race it is. They're not fighting for blacks. That's not their agenda. They're fighting for the right to be married, and sometimes for the right to be married to a white partner or some other interracial person. They're fighting for homosexual rights. Homosexuals in a whole class of their own. They don't care about the race. So this is not about. They're not going to ever jump on the side of so-called black supremacy or us getting free of the people. They're not about liberating.
That's
my whole channel is about empowering black unity and black love. That's what my whole channel is about. So that's not true.
Here's the thing: we don't love you.
We're not accepted by y'all. That is the reason. We're not y'all.
But that's why you ain't going to join us. Because that's why you're not going to join us.
Y'all kick us out of the black community. Okay, so that's the problem.
You have a mother and a father.
It's really hard for me to have a conversation here because these guys are not being logical here. You know, they're being really hypocritical.
How are they not being logical? They gave you facts.
I mean, this gentleman just said that murder, a kick from another man is worse than murder. Like, what?
Man,
it's hard for me to take that serious.
Hold on. So if I go, hold on. So if a white cop raped my black woman and I go murder his ass, you think God gonna be more mad at me than a homosexual?
Listen, okay. I mean, you was defending your wife, but murder. See, you looking at it. The Bible is not. You can't read it through a moral perspective because there's certain things that we value. God don't put values on things like that. You know what I mean? All sins of sin is something that falls short of God's work. You know, like to you,
why are you trying to talk about the Bible? You're taking penises up the behind. What did you even talking about the Bible? Well, shut up. Just shut up. What? What are you talking about the Bible? You taking penises up the behind and talking about the Bible? Man, shut the hell up.
I didn't expect that, but he does kind of have a point. But please don't cuss.
You talk
I never said I agreed. I never said I agreed.
Wow, man. Look,
I never said I agreed.
You need to just shut your mouth. Everybody that makes a point, you step on whatever they say. You're not listening. Every time I try to name, you got something to say. You won't let nobody say it. And that's that emotional gay syndrome shit.
It's not emotion. It's not emotion. I'm just saying.
Bro, you ain't speaking no facts.
I'm saying
let me tell you this. Listen, be quiet for a second. Be quiet, you might learn something. Just be quiet. Check this out. I was ordained a bishop at your age, 25. I know the book. Let me tell you this. Now, there's a sin called stealing. Thou shalt not steal, right? There's a sin called stealing. Now, I know the law. In the Bible, if a man was to steal because he's hungry, you punish that man and make him pay back what he stole 7 times. But you don't punish that man the same way you punish a damn rapist. You don't punish. So all sin is not the same. I don't know where the hell y'all get that craziness from. You niggas go to church and you listen to these handkerchief head, these preachers are halfway homosexual their damn self. They let faggots play on the organ, faggots playing the drum, faggots directing the choir. Sometimes they fags. If the church is full of homosexuals, them Negroes in that church allow homosexuality to reign throughout the whole entire church. Faggots is doing everything up. And that's what I said, fags. That's right, fags. Let's just cut it or call it what the hell it is. You don't listen because you got that fag nature. You're getting popped in the booty. Or you popping somebody in the booty. You want to talk about the Bible. Man, shut up. Please. Stop talking about the Bible. Just go somewhere and take your damn punishment. You are one of those who are hard-headed to the point you don't want to listen to nobody. You one of the real prideful ones. Now, when I first came on this show, I was talking to you, trying to be logical with you, but you don't have much logic. You all emotion. I give you facts. I tell you about the doctors. I tell you about the medical condition. You want to refute every damn point I'm trying to make, and the other brother on the phone. So who can do anything with a person like that? I told you before, choose your arguments and your battles wisely. If you don't know the information, shut the hell up. You wouldn't tell no white man that. If you went to a white man's college classroom and you sat in his classroom, you're gonna listen to whatever the hell the curriculum is. You may interject your point, but you're not gonna argue with that professor because they know more than you know. You gotta learn what they learn. Then you talk. I've been knowing what I'm talking about. I wrote the book on it. I wrote a book called The Definition of a Broke Ass. And a lot of you cats gonna have broke asses. Y'all want to go out here and pop each other in the booty and then want to come back crying you need some medical attention. Why the hell should a nurse or a doctor sew your nasty ass up and you let somebody put their penis up in there? No, nigga, go ahead on and bleed to death, because that's what you get. We ain't got time to be dealing with no
I see your frustration.
Ain't got time, period.
I know you're frustrated with him, but don't you think it's a little bit? I'm not saying you're frustrated, but it's a little bit too harsh.
Look, no, ain't no such thing as too harsh. Because let me tell you something. I'm gonna say it again. These homosexuals, look, man. They are going to eventually, if we allow them to do what they've been doing, they're going to be after the boys, the little boys behind. I don't care what he say. A lot of these boys out here that are gay, they've been raped. You can say yes or no, you can agree with that or you can disagree with it, but that's a fact. They have been raped. A lot of them have been raped, especially in prison. That's another reason why we got so many homosexuals out here now, is because these niggas go in these prisons and they rape each other. And they come out of prison. Matter of fact, some of them say as long as you're in prison and you get it in like that, you good. But when you get out of prison and you give it a woman, you ain't gay no more. Or 6 months before you get out, you ain't gay no more. What the hell? Man, look. This topic right here get me real heated. I don't like talking to somebody that don't want to listen. Now, you want to listen, then we can get somewhere. But you want to come with that emotional BS, you ain't proved no point yet. You just want to argue like a woman do. So when a black man talks to a woman that don't want to listen, it's all her straight emotion. She interjecting all these points and ain't saying a damn thing. She condemning herself in the argument. She don't even know she condemning herself in the argument. You're trying to point it out to her, and you got to go back and say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, because her mind is wired that particular way just to argue with you, not to come to a conclusion of rationality. That ain't even what the hell it's about. It's about proving a point when they have no damn point. He ain't got no point. He can't show me no evidence that it is prosperous in any way for a man to stick his penis up in the anus of another man, period. Now, I can show you there's a lot of prosperity when a man sticks his penis in a vagina because we can produce children. He wouldn't even be here if he didn't have a mother and daddy. If he didn't have a mother and a father, he wouldn't even be here. If none of these faggots had mothers and fathers, they wouldn't even be here. And I'm not finna be calm and nice about it. I already did that the first hour, and I'm pissed off now. So it ain't finna. I'm not finna even go there. Now I'm gonna go give it to you like it's supposed to give it to you. That's the way niggas gotta get it. You can't be nice with niggas because they're too hard-headed and stubborn, rebellious, disobedient, and that's the reason why we have so many problems in the black community, because a bunch of niggas want to do what they want to do. That's what they want to do. I can do what I want to do. No, nigga, not up in this new community we trying to create. I don't want no faggots around. I don't want no lesbians around. Hell to the no. I don't want
J Love, you have anything to say?
Because he's a person that he's going to believe what he want to believe, and no matter how logical you are, I shut down every point that he made. I responded with a logical point, yet he would come out and say that it's illogical. See, and some black people like that, logic. When you say something logical, they'll say it's illogical. It's wrong, they'll say it's right. Blue, they'll say it's yellow. So you can't win with nobody like that. I've asked him very logical questions, and when you go back and look at listen to this radio, I asked him many logical questions, and I refuted all of his points with facts. Yeah, he said I'm ignorant, I'm young, and I'm dumb. So you can't argue with ignorance. You can't argue with a clown. It's just not.
Do you still want to talk to guest 3, Jay?
You fucking.
He's on the air right now. Jay?
Say what?
Jay?
Yeah, come here.
Do you still want to talk to guest 3 or no?
Guest 3? I mean, if they got something to say.
He's on the air, so he's on call right now. Do you want me to let him in?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Guest 3, you're on the air.
Yeah, my bad, bro. My phone dropped the signal. But yeah, I'm with you, brother Dawa. I'm with you. Brother Dawa, I'm with you 100%. I'm down with brothers like you. I'm down with brothers like Sarah Suit and Shelly. I'm down with brothers like Brother Polite and Dr. Claude Anderson, Brother Umar Johnson. I'm down with y'all brothers, man.
Well, see, I appreciate that, bro. That's where it's got to be. We just have to tune out the voice of these homosexuals. This homosexual shit, no. Now, if you that way and you want to make a change, you realize it's wrong, cool. But you should have been still trying to argue.
Okay, but you don't understand that there is no change that you can make.
Okay, you know what? You know what? How about this? How about the two things I want to say is honestly, Dawa, I'm leaning towards you, but for some reason I think that this one guy can be the spook if he's willing to go against the white man, kill, or just defend himself. The second thing I want to say,
they're very closed-minded individuals. They're closed-minded and they only see what they want to see. So you can't rationalize or be rational with people like these two individuals. They don't realize.
The second thing I want to say is maybe we should change the topic for the next 20 minutes.
We just disagree with
I'm
going to hang up on you because you keep interrupting me. This is my show, and I have to.
Oh, wow. So when he was just rambling on for like 15 minutes, he did call me emotional, right? But he rambled on with anger
for 15 minutes. I let you talk for at least 30 minutes, and you cussed on my show, and I told Dawa the same thing. I'm being 50-50 here, but I mean, I'm trying to get everybody to agree on the same page. Do you want to change the topic for 20 more minutes?
No, we need to stay right here.
If they're as closed-minded about any other topic as they are about homosexuality, I don't know. They ignorant. They got brick heads. You can't get nothing through that. I'm wasting my time talking to these brothers. They sick, and that's the reason why the black community is so fucked up. They're very illogical. And I actually start to believe the white man now when they say that we have low intelligence. It's showing. It's
okay, Trey. I'm about to. You can't say that on my show, sir. You can't say that on my show. No. You never say that on my show.
So I'm not allowed. Can I ask a question? I'm not allowed to be logical. Is that what you're telling me? I'm not allowed to be logical.
You just said that the black man has lower intelligence than the white man.
I never said that. I never said we have lower. I said it's starting to show. We are demonstrating based on the things that we say, the way that we reason, the way that we use our mind, the way that we draw conclusions. It's starting to show. I mean, this man just sat there and said that murder. He accepts murder more than homosexuality. I mean, did you hear this? Am I the crazy one here? Murder.
Let me ask you.
As long as I kill somebody.
Hold on. People are calling Brother Christopher Dorner a hero. You think they're gonna call RuPaul a hero?
Okay, and white people believed in the Jim Crow era. They believe that black people were inferior. So what is your point? Just because a large group of people believe in somebody doesn't make it right. They all have the same fucked up mentality that he has.
Let me tell you something. Look. I went to Milwaukee and I had a discussion with a group of homosexuals, lesbians. Most of them was lesbians. And every time I've been in these discussions with the people who are gay or lesbian, they are all hard, no matter what you say, no matter how much proof you can talk about the doctor, you can talk about the body, they can condemn themselves in their own conversation and still go back and because they love them dinglings in the boot. That's just they just like them dinglings. And for some reason, they want that prostate. So that's what happens. When the penis goes up in the rear end, it strokes the prostate. So the one that's getting stuck, he gonna come too, while the other fag behind him is coming. Both of them coming. See, they're like they're stuck on. It's like the prostate being stroked. You see what I'm saying?
And men like their dick sucked by women. And men like their dick sucked by women. Okay, you have a lot of straight men. You have a lot of straight men. You have a lot of straight men that like fucking women when they on that period, okay? You got a lot of straight men that like fucking on women's clits. Let's talk about that since you want to get on what's natural and what's right and what's not right. How about all these straight men fucking women when they on that period? Is that natural? Putting your dick in blood, is that natural? Okay?
You have a point, Jay. You have a point.
Okay? I'm just saying. It don't make sense either. Y'all do it, and then these same men, let me see.
Why do they always do?
Hey, Chad, you come to be quiet.
Okay, you know what? Okay, guys. Okay, Chad, what do you have to say to me?
Yeah, he need to control his emotions. He needs to control his emotions to be quiet. Okay?
Every time.
Another thing.
Every time you talk about
y'all straight people also do things that is not quote unquote natural. Okay? And the same straight men that condemn homosexuality go and have sex with 2 women. So you're not making sense.
But again,
Look here, self-preservation is the first law of nature. Homosexuality is not self-preservation.
They always want to take the light off them and put it on, what about this and what about, nigga, what about you? Nigga, what about that?
You have to. Because how can I respect your opinion, and how can I respect your opinion when you're being hypocritical? That's like a crackhead telling me that I can't smoke crack when they smoke crack.
It's like this.
Of course.
It's like this.
You sound so ridiculous. You got mental health. You really need a psychological evaluation. You're sick.
Woman,
you're sick.
Would you please be quiet, woman? Please, thank you. Woman, go sit down.
Now you call. Last time I checked, I was a man. Okay.
Don't sound like one.
I'm still a man.
Don't sound like one.
Okay, well, it don't matter what I sound like. I got an Adam's apple. So therefore I'm a man. So
every time
that's showing you're not able to be logical.
Okay, Jay, you just ran it on. Can we let Dawa talk for 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Every time you have these discussions, I was trying to say earlier, with these people, you can't get through. Wow. I don't care what you say. See, everything you say is wrong. You say these people, you say fag, you say them. You can't say, ain't nothing right, because
what wrong is wrong. These people.
The man asked you to shut up for 2 minutes, so you can't even do that. Shut your mouth.
Okay.
I know you make some constructive videos. I give you that. You make videos about racism, Willie Lynch.
He said that I can't shut up for 2 minutes.
You can.
You can.
I just asked you 2 minutes, just 120 seconds.
I didn't talk for 5 minutes earlier.
You didn't talk for about a minute. You didn't talk for about a minute.
I was quiet for a minute, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I can't wait till everybody listen to this radio and see how long I was actually quiet. Now you just as delusional as they are. Really?
Okay.
I was quiet for 1 minute. Really? 1 minute? It was 1 minute? Okay.
Okay, it was 3 or 4. 3 or 4.
Exactly. So therefore, I can be quiet for 2 minutes. Why don't y'all down with facts? I know them facts, man.
Actually, the average woman who is illogical. Again,
that's exactly why they go with the white men. They can't deal with y'all niggas. Y'all very illogical. You're not making any sense. Be logical. Be logical, then I can understand. You talk about your bullshit and stupid shit. I can't understand that. I don't understand bullshit.
You must be the one taking it from the rear. You're getting plugged.
No, actually, I'm not. Actually, I'm not. So therefore, you're wrong.
Well, I tell you, maybe you should flip it and take it from the rear. You sound like you get it from the rear. You sound just like a woman. You
sound like an idiot, so we even. You sound like your IQ is about 60.
Okay, you know what? There's no name calling on my show. I didn't like them saying fag. You call them stupid. Okay, this is not. When you're in dialogue with other non-white people or black people, we're not supposed to talk this rhetoric. We're not supposed to say the N-word. We're not supposed to say bitch. We're not supposed to say cuss.
Well, he don't regard me. He don't see me as a black person. He see me as some sick.
You know what, Jay? You're a nice person. I admit that. You have did some videos, but let me ask you: could you be the spook behind the door? Could you be the black person to go behind the scenes and take what you get from the government and give it to your people? Can you fight for your people physically?
My people? Who is my people? Black? Because last time I checked, I wasn't black. So what you mean my people? You mean
okay, never mind.
That's it right there. That nigga's crazy.
I'm just saying. because I'm not a black. Like that. Wow. I'm not black. I'm not part of the black community because I'm gay. Last time I checked. So.
Again, black.
What?
You just say you're not black because what are you saying? You're not black? Or you're not part of the black community?
According to Afrocentric individuals like yourself, no, I'm not black. I'm damaged goods. I'm a sick person that's been brainwashed by the white man to be gay. according to Afrocentric people, right? I'm not black. I'm just I don't know what I am. According to you.
Actually, everybody in the show, I don't like the term African. I prefer the term Hebrew Israelite or more.
Okay, well, black or more, black or more, same thing. More means,
African
more
is
really
from
means
the
black.
general Africanus from Roman, who named the contact they're talking to. So
more, the word more really means black anyway. So
yeah.
You know, we can say more, that's fine. But he's one of them Moors that I don't want to be dealing with. That's just me. I'm not. Look, man, I'm gonna tell you this. I am not one who believes that we, as a people, can be productive with a whole lot of homosexuals or any homosexuals in our. Because if you let one come in, they're gonna want another one to come in, then another one, another. Man, look, if homosexuals can start having babies, then maybe we can talk. But if you can't produce no babies, I'm not even trying to talk.
Now, John, well, the thing I disagree. The thing about me is I think black people can accept the homosexuals as long as they stop aiding white supremacy and start fighting against it physically and mentally.
First off, what's the point, Dawa, in having babies if you ain't gonna raise them? A lot of straight men have babies and they don't raise them. They abandon them and run out on them, and that causes an issue in our community because the boys grow up without the fatherly love and fatherly guidance, and then they go astray and they look for love.
Let me tell you,
on the street.
I met my father for the first time. I was 27 years old. I ain't gay. He didn't do nothing for me. My father never gave me $3, and I mean that. You hear what I'm saying?
I never said that. I was just saying that straight black men run out.
What I'm saying is this. I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying this. Yes, that happens. Yes, black men do. And there's some reasons why. It ain't all that black men want to run away from their responsibilities. There are certain situations that have happened. That's why I don't blame my father. He brought me here. He did what he was supposed to do, and he got the hell out of the way. That's just all there is to it. So he did his job, bringing me here. That's it. He couldn't do nothing else because he couldn't never make me be the man I am no damn way. That's just the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be for some of us.
So why do you put so much emphasis on men having children? Why do we need to have children?
Why change the nation, fool? What if your father didn't put the emphasis on getting your mama pregnant? You wouldn't be here, right? What the hell are you talking about?
What? Say that again?
What if your father didn't put any emphasis on your mother? Would you be here?
No. What's your point?
No. What are you talking about? You have babies. What we supposed to do?
The point I'm trying to make is you saying that, you know, gay men cannot produce. Actually, a lot of gay men do produce. A lot of gay men are bisexual. But that is a fact. Some gay men do produce.
But you're not letting me finish. I'm making is
you're not letting me speak for 2 minutes. You're not letting me speak. You're not letting me speak.
Because you're taking my point out of context.
Now you're acting like a woman. Now you're acting like a woman because you can't let a man speak. You can't let a man finish.
No.
You're acting like a woman. Okay.
You are taking my point out of context. You're taking my point out of context. You can't speak on my point if you ain't going.
You let me speak? Can I speak?
You cannot speak on a person's point if you take it out of context.
Okay.
You cannot speak on a person's
Chad, now you ain't getting on him for cutting me off. You're not getting on him for cutting me off, but you got on me when I cut him off. See the biasness I'm talking about? Because I was talking, and he cut me off.
You're using my point out of context.
I mean, I can't do anything about it because you're just going to talk over him anyway. I can't do anything about it, so.
I'm using your point the way you're putting. I'm not. No, you're not pushing your point. Yes, I am.
You're not using my point.
Gay men cannot produce.
They cannot in the ass of another man, fool. I'm saying they can't produce the anus of another man. That's what I'm trying to say. Stop. You can't use my point out of context.
Okay, but we still produce. So what is your point?
You ain't producing with each other, fool. That's what I'm trying to say. Man, do you understand?
But we still produce.
Yeah, with a woman.
We're not doing it with each other. Okay, I understand that point. I got that. You repeated this 1,000 times.
Give a list with gay men.
The point I'm trying to say is that
This guy is out of control. He is really delusional. Oh my God! I never said thank you, man.
What do they produce? Just like you said, what do y'all produce? Please,
gay men produce children.
Yeah, with a woman. You can't do it with each other. So I tell you right there that what you're doing is useless. That's why I asked you that point. That's why I asked you in the beginning. What is the purpose of semen? You answered the question. The purpose of semen is that you can't do it in the ass of a man. That's what I said earlier. Now you come and prove my point. You can't do it unless you give it a woman, which proves that your act is unnatural, because naturally you can produce babies with sex, but your way you can't do it. So again, you have to.
And my point to that, and my response to that is that something being natural doesn't always mean that it needs to procreate. It's a lot of things that don't procreate that's natural. That's the first fact, okay? So that whole point don't even make sense. Third, Listen. Can you let me speak? I'll let you speak. Let me speak. The definition of natural
Let him speak.
Now you can't. I can't speak. You know, like I just that is a fact. And second, natural. Let's talk about being natural. Natural is something that comes about naturally. A feeling or desire that comes about natural. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know, but it comes about natural. Okay. I never said I think I'm gonna start liking niggas. That was something that just was always there from a very young age. Okay, so therefore it is natural. Okay, can you procreate? No, you can't. But is it natural? Yes, it is natural, because it's something that wasn't reinforced, it wasn't taught, it wasn't learned, it just was.
Okay.
Yeah, but the point just was repeated again. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, guys. My mom's calling me on my phone. I have to cancel this radio show for the night. We will definitely try to have a part 2 on this. If Jay's willing to do this, maybe. Okay, just do the research and see if we can have a better discussion, and maybe we can have a different topic. I'm sorry about the arguments, everybody that listened, and sorry about everything that happened. But thank you, Dawa, for being on the show. Thank you, Jay, for being on the show.
You're welcome.
Peace.
All right. Peace.
All right. Shalom, Brother Dawa.
Shalom, bro.